is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
The type metal safeguards the superficial peace. The lack of supplies continues to aggravate misunderstandings. Familial conflicts that lurk beneath the surface never cease. Eventually, trade relations are cut off and contracts torn apart. Thus marks the end of the family bond.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable on the mini-map. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms of floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
Marhaban ya syara Ramadan ya syara siyam marhaban ya syara Ramadan ya syara siyam.
Pew pew. Pew pew. Damn good. Damn good. Damn good. Damn good. Pute. Pute the best, man.
Bila esok datang kembali.
Pemburu or jumper?
Jumper.
Yohai or Fredo?
Yohai.
Demrut or Mika?
Mika.
Ryzen or Zuxi?
Ryzen.
Team Secret or Yudu?
Yudu.
RRQ Athena or Bigetot Esport?
Bigetot Esport.
Nasi lemak or nasi uduk?
Nasi lemak.
Maggi or Indomie?
Indomie.
Rendang or nasi kandar?
Nasi kandar.
Sirap Bandung or es cendol?
Es cendol.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Durian apa satu tu? Durian montol.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Montong tu apa?
From Thailand.
Oh, durian Musang King.
Thank you, Manpa.
Okay, thank you.
Just like that.
Hi jumper, see you soon.
Keep on trying to hide it, but your friends know. I only call you when it's high, but the only time that I be by. Said I only love it when it's high.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team! The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. Once more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello everyone, Payload Mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates.
Thanks.
If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map. Imagination Plaza, and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex three-dimensional architecture and compact two-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from Classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready!
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Noosa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Noosa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
شهر SEA.
Pew pew. Pew pew. Damn good. Damn good. Damn good. Damn good. Ute. Ute the best, man.
Bila esok datang kembali.
Pemburu or jumper?
Jumper.
Yohai or Fredo?
Yohai.
Demrut or Mika?
Mika.
Ryzen or Zuxi?
Ryzen.
Team Secret or Yudu?
Yudu.
Ararkio Athena or Bigetot Esport?
Bikin Sport.
Nasi lemak or nasi uduk?
Nasi lemak.
Magi or Indomie?
Indomie.
Rendang or nasi kandar?
Nasi kandar.
Sirap Bandung or es cendol?
Es cendol.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Durian apa satu tu? Durian montol.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Montong tu apa?
From Thailand.
Oh. Durian Musang King.
Thank you, Manpa.
Okay, thank you.
Locking is just like that.
Hi Jumper, see you soon.
Keep on trying to hide it, but your friends know. I only call you when it's high. But the only time that I be right. Oh, said I only love it when you touch.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Halo semuanya, gua Rezan dari Bigetron. Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang kelima. Semoga game PUBG Mobile kedepannya semakin berkembang, semakin maju, dan semakin sukses. Nah, buat kalian jangan lupa terus ikuti perkembangan gameplay PUBG Mobile karena bakal banyak event-event seru kedepannya. Thank you guys.
Merhaba, ben Türkiye'den Solkay. PUBG Mobile'in 5. yıl dönümü kutlu olsun. PUBG Mobile'in yeni yıl dönümü etkinliklerini sen de oyuna gelip keşfedebilirsin.
Hello guys, it's me Suvin Kumar Prajapati र म टिम DRS नेपालबाट खेल्छु र ह्यापी 5th एनिभर्सरी PUBG मोबाइल र हजुर नबिर्सिनु होला 5th एनिभर्सरीको इभेन्ट आउँदैछ हजुर स्योर खेल्नु होला थ्यांक यू
Hello everyone, here is Lord from Iraq. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Really happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun contents to the players in the future. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activities for the limited time. See you there.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari Persija EVOS dan gue mau ngucapin buat PUBG Mobile buat ulang tahun yang kelima dan semoga PUBG Mobile makin rame, makin seru, event-eventnya juga makin makin seru banget deh pokoknya, dan kompetitifnya juga terutama semoga makin ketat ya. Dan buat kalian jangan lupa ramein event nanti ada di game PUBG Mobile ya, di dalam game kita seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke, Sampai jumpa, dadah.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम मेरा नाम आयुत उज़न और मैं आयुत का इन गेम लीडर हूँ मेरे तरफ से पबजी मोबाइल को 5th एनिवर्सरी बहुत मुबारक हो मैं ये गेम 5 साल से खेल रहा हूँ और इस गेम में कुछ नए एक्टिविटीज़ आने लगे हैं तो चलो मिलते हैं वहीं पे अल्लाह हाफिज़
Hello everyone, here is Jumper from Team Secret Malaysia. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Very happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun content to players in the future. Also wish PUBG Mobile to become better and better. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and reach activity that are open at limited time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring. My name is Flava, and of course, it is a beautiful day today, and we have the opportunity to interview some teams. And I do wonder myself, what better way to kickstart our day with interviewing some of the top teams in the leaderboard, starting off with FaZe Clan. And to kickstart things off, I would, let's call MR5. MR5, like if you don't mind, let's interview them. Now, this is exciting. If you guys don't know this, they are currently staying in 3rd place, where they had a really good start for the week. And of course, joining MR5 together with me is none other than our amazing translator. I was going to be translating for us. MR5, thank you so much for joining. You had a good rest yesterday, and welcome back today for day number 4. Now, during your absence, right, you stayed on in 1st place, and unfortunately you guys dropped to 3rd place because you guys didn't play yesterday. It was Persija EVOS as well as Hale Esports. So how are you guys feeling today, and are you guys ready to beat those two teams?
อยากทราบว่าวันนี้เรารู้สึกยังไงบ้างเพราะก่อนหน้านี้ที่เราจะหยุดไปเนี่ยเราเป็นอันดับที่1เลยแต่ว่าพักไปอ่ะมี2ทีมตีตื้นขึ้นมาทำคะแนนมาอยู่อันดับที่1ถึง2อยากจะรู้ความรู้สึกตอนนี้บ้างครับหรือว่าความมั่นใจเราสามารถกลับไปอยู่อันดับ1ได้ไหม
ก็จะพยายามให้เต็มที่ครับผมเพื่อที่จะขึ้นอันดับ 1
Anyway, he will do his best and we get back the 1st place back to the team.
Sounds like FaZe Clan is ready to actually take their 1st place back today. And of course, now during your rest yesterday, did you guys just rest or did you make any special preparations for today's matches?
สำหรับที่หยุดไปเมื่อวานเรามีการเตรียมการซ้อมหรือว่าทำอะไรเพิ่มเติมบ้างไหมครับ
ก็พยายามเล่นให้รอบคอบกว่าเดิมครับเพราะว่าหลายๆทีมก็น่าจะจ้องเราอยู่
Just stay focused to the game because many of them are looking at them and they want the 1st place as well. Yeah.
Wow. I think that's very humble and realistic because, yes, it's true because you guys have been doing so well in the first 2 days and now you're back and people are curious to see how well you performed today. And lastly is that finally, do you have any words for the top 2 teams above you right now, which is Persija EVOS as well as Hale Esports?
สุดท้ายแล้วมีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงทั้ง2ทีมบ้างไหม Persija EVOS กับ Hale
ก็จะพยายามแซงที่1ให้ได้ครับสำหรับ EVOS
Okay, he just said that he will do the best to get back the 1st place to FaZe Clan.
Wow. Say no more. Basically, that's it. They're going to get that 1st place back, and that is their objective. So thank you so much, MR5, for the amazing interview. Of course, thank you so much for joining us. That you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our 1st interview for the day, and all the best to you guys. Now, things are heated here at the PMSL Southeast Asia Spring, and we're not done yet. We have an opportunity to interview yet another team here. And of course, we would not want to kickstart our day without interviewing the number 2 spot in the leaderboard, which is none other than Hill Esports. And to do this, I would, oh, get slow. I see that you're quite free, so if you don't mind, we'll just get you for our interview. And of course, you can actually join us for our translations. Thanks so much, Alan, for willing to actually be interviewed here. Now, you guys had an amazing day yesterday. 3 winner chicken dinners, and your team is currently the number 1 team when it comes to the most amount of chicken dinners for this week so far, all right? So what was the reason that things work out so well for you guys yesterday?
ก่อนอื่นก็ต้องแสดงความยินดีด้วยที่เราเป็นทีมที่กินไก่ถึง3ตัวเลยเมื่อวานแล้วก็ถ้าในภาพรวมแล้วคือว่ากินไก่ได้เยอะมากที่สุดเลยสำหรับเกมในครั้งนี้มีความรู้สึกไงบ้างครับ
รู้สึกดีใจครับดีใจที่ได้ไก่เยอะครับไม่มีนะครับ
So he's just very happy that to be the first place of getting winner chicken dinner.
I guess any team would be happy. But anyways, coming on to the next question. Now, as you know, Presija EVOS is the number 1 team on the leaderboard, and you guys are only 18 points away. So what are your thoughts on Presija EVOS? Do you think they're a great team? Anything that you think they've been doing well? And how confident are you that you're able to actually beat them today?
ไปทราบดีว่าตอนนี้เราห่างจากทีม Presija EVOS แค่ 18 คะแนนเองมีความรู้สึกยังไงจะพูดถึงทีม Presija EVOS บ้างแล้วก็มั่นใจแค่ไหนว่าเราจะสามารถทำคะแนนตีตื้นไปอยู่อันดับ 1แทนทีมเขาได้
ไม่มั่นใจเลยครับผมเล่นแบบไม่คาดหวังอะไรครับตอนนี้แต่ทีม Presija ก็ทีมดีครับเขาได้แชมป์โลกมาด้วยครับเขาเคยได้แชมป์โลกผมก็ไม่คาดหวังอะไรมากครับไม่คาดหวังไม่ผิดหวังครับ
So he just said that no expectation no disappointment but anyway he will do the best for this game.
They will do their best, definitely. It looks like Team Hill is very laser focused on what's about to come, and rather than being too happy with the results they have currently right now. Now, a few more questions if you don't mind. Now, the game is about to start. Now, which team are you most looking forward to go up against and why?
เดี๋ยวเกมกำลังจะเริ่มขึ้นแล้วอยากทราบว่าเราอยากจะเจอหรือว่าอยากไปสู้กับทีมไหนเพราะว่าอะไรครับ
ทีมซีเคทเลยครับผมแค้นครับเขา1-4ผมให้เขามาลงซานฮอกบ้านผมได้ครับ
So for secret Hell just got something to tell you that if you don't have any spot or just come back to see and fight with them they're waiting for you.
What? Okay. So yeah, Team Secret. If you guys don't have any other spots to go, you can just share back together with them. But of course, from that, not bad. Get slow for that sarcasm. But anyways, just be careful, Secret. Okay, last question. Anything you want to say to those fans out there who are cheering you on, throughout the whole competition?
สุดท้ายแล้วอยากจะมีอะไรฝากถึงแฟนๆที่ส่งกำลังใจหรือว่าเชียร์เราอยู่จากทางบ้านตอนนี้บ้างไหมครับ
ชูการ์ลูนหัวใจของเธอฉันขอนะ
He just said like sugar run your heart just give it to him.
Wow, okay, I told you to say things to your fans, not flirt with them. But anyways, thank you so much, Get Slow, for an amazing interview. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go away, because after this, we're going to kickstart day number 4 here at week 2 of the PUBG Mobile Super League Spring in Southeast Asia Spring. See you guys in a bit.
That was a very cute interview, but welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Saturday edition of week number 2 in the PUBG Mobile Super League. Together with us, your storytellers. My name is Sir Cloud, together with a beautiful Choo right beside me. And we can't wait to get the day started, but that was a calling there from Hill to ask Team Secret to come back to Lakawi inside Asan Hall.
Hill, I mean, like, they have been quite consistent yesterday, so they have the right to Tom, but when it comes to the format and also the system of this tournament as well, you guys just join us. We do have 20 teams, A, B, C, D, E. So stop asking, is this group gonna play? Why is my team not here? This is the reason, because right now we're down to week number 2. We do have the reshuffles going based on their last week's performance. So today we do have Group A, B, C, and D only playing. Group E will not be there. For the next week, final week, we do have another shuffle again.
Yeah, and we're not gonna pay too much attention to the point system. You guys know about that, but we're gonna pay attention to the moolah, $250,000 on the line for these teams. The point system, you guys know it by now. Winner, chicken dinner. Receive 10 points. Second place, 6 points. Third place, 5 points. Fourth place, 4 points. Fifth place, 3 points. Sixth place, 2 points. 7 to 8, 1 point. 9 onwards. 0 placement points, but as usual, every elimination is worth 1 point.
And don't forget, only the top 16 will play in the playoff. You saw the dates just now. Make sure you jot it down and make sure you stay tuned with us on the same date for our weekly bonus point. Now, who gets to play in the playoff and how it will affect when it comes to the league and how do you drag the points towards the playoff? So basically, each week we'll be awarding each week will be awarded for the teams based on their positions or ranks. So the first getting 20 points for the entire first week. And all sums up week 1, week 2, and week 3, and you tally up together. And the initial points coming out from the finals will be taking only 50% of the total bonus. So example, the maximum you can get is 60 points in all 3 weeks. But you're going to start off the finals as only 30 points, but that's the maximum you can go.
Okay, here are participating teams. Of course, the group will stand until tomorrow, and then we'll reshuffle again the group for week 3. So Group A, Vampire Esports, D Xavier, BTR, GE. We have Group B, Void, RRQ, Alter Ego, PBE. Group C, Face Clan, Udo Alliance, Gig Slate, DBD. Group D will be Hail Esports, SLD, Pasija Evos, Box Gaming. Group E, Bacon Time, Sem9, Boom Esports, and Team Secret.
And so far, when it comes to week 2, I mean, rotation is stated. But when it comes to week 3, it's going to be a different story. Back towards our weekly rankings. Pasija right now taking the number 1 spot. They played 18 matches. Hale done with 18 matches. The one that will push them down, the highest there is going to be FaZe on the 3rd place with only 12 matches played, with very few gaps in between. 30 points, more than 2 maps is more than enough for them to actually overtake on the side of Pasija and Hale. But the others, though, we're going to drop down to Gig, who'll be playing here today as well. RRQ and DX, they are the first page teams that played lesser than the others and still on the first page. The one that actually at the very bottom, though, TS played 18 matches but got barely any progress when it comes to the points. 33 in total.
Yeah, they'll be looking to come back again today. I'm pretty sure we'll see iShots play. It's a fact that within this week, when iShots played, they gathered more points. So yeah, despite it not enough to climb up, but at least some progress for them. But speaking about progress, these two teams have progressed since last week. Hail Esports and Pasija Evos. Some of the stats do favor Hail Esports, but the gap is not that far.
When it comes to here, it just shows that they are the one that try to fight when it's needed. If you compare it with the Trobers, and damage-wise, pretty much the same, but more consistency on the side of here. When it comes to top 5 rate, definitely they have it almost way more better than Pasija Evos. Now, Pasija Evos, they do have the consistency to this week, but when it comes to keeping it clean every round, it's a bit difficult if you compare it to Hailed.
Oh, at least we got Get Slow here. He was amazing yesterday. But of course, we cannot deny Luxy from Pasija Evos. Despite them not getting a chicken dinner, but they are still number 1 at this point. But today they will face a big challenge considering that a FaZe Clan is playing. So they got to up their game. Yesterday was okay-ish round for them. Could be better. But because they gathered a lot of points from the day before, now they're currently on top. And they played a couple more games more, about 6 more games than FaZe Clan. So FaZe Clan will be looking to take advantage of that today especially. So Luxy, Zuxy, and the rest of Pasija Evos will need to buck up.
Speaking of Group D, the day they will not be playing, it's going to be, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be the last day. So here, while they can, whilst they still have the opportunity, they need to push it. Because they are in Group D, including Pasija Evos here. We're talking about the top contender. Always starting off as Group D as the entire week. But FaZe, not so much. Now, that's the difference between FaZe and Hill right now. For Hill, they need to have this last push. Tomorrow, they will not be playing. They need to make a big wave including Procedure EVOS, SLD, and Box Gaming, to make sure they can be comfortable where they're at, where they won't be possible to be pushed by any other teams tomorrow.
And looking at the highlights, we are reminded by SLD's performance yesterday as well. So they did really, really well. A lot of them were through long-range shots, and they managed to secure elimination points. So it's great for them. They're finding their comfort play style. And whatever it is, whether it's close range, whether it's long range, if you're comfortable doing that and you're able to get the points, why not, right? RRQ as well, you can see they're a fairly balanced team. They're able to do both, and they managed to take good positions. And through these good positions that we see in the highlights, looking at teams trying to rotate past them, managed to stop all those teams.
Starting off today, we're going to head into Sanhok as per usual. But when it comes to Sanhok, we do know for a fact a bit of a taunt coming out from the interview before regarding Team Secret. Yeah, Team Secret, I mean, like, well, definitely it's a secret for them. The secret of not success right now. That's all that we can actually see from a side of Team Secret. And we do saw early on, Gatslow did taunt them. But so far, when it comes to top Sanhok performance, when it comes to week number 2, Procedure EVOS is up there. Boom, Vampires, and Bacon Time.
And you always must have a Thai region team up there, right? Vampire, Bacon Time have to represent the region. Procedure EVOS, lots of elimination points. Just look at the gap between them. Even them and Boom, it's like that's a big gap there. We take the closest one, Bacon Time, 4 points gap. But nevertheless, because they only play like one Sanhok every day and they're still able to pull off this gap, it's looking pretty good for Procedure EVOS. And what we see in recent days is that they are really good when it comes to crash into compounds, when it comes to close quarters combat. That's definitely something that they're comfortable with. It was just yesterday, it didn't really work out for them against GE. So they'll be looking to find their level of consistency again with play style that they're comfortable.
Speaking of comfort, it's not too comfortable for some teams here, especially there will be a team or a group that will not be playing. But before they're going to put out predictions for the day, for me, I do want to say alter ego from yesterday. Reese Marius being a monster, we do know that for a fact that he's going well, uncontrollable at this point. A different tier of player entirely, but I do want to see how the rest of the team catching up to his performance. DX on the other hand, I'm waiting for them to be awake. We're talking about it's already half down the line towards this tournament. If they're not ready yet, unless they just want to push in the grand finals, that's a different story, right? FaZe, I have a feeling they want to open up the gap as much as they can. They definitely have the lead here. If you compare with all the other teams, they played the least on top 3. Definitely had it going.
Yeah, FaZe definitely want that number 1 spot again, as mentioned earlier on during the interview. GE almost getting their chicken dinner yesterday. It was a good performance for them overall yesterday, with a second place finish being their best. So I reckon that they can continue on, push it, and it's a matter of time for GE to get the chicken dinner. Void, last week's second place finish, and they were great most of the week, but so far this week, not as hot as last week. But I reckon that being a team that has shown something significant last week, they're able to climb back up. DBD, the entire last week wasn't really what they would have wanted. This week, so far, not as they would have wanted as well, but because we've seen the potential in the country PMPL, so it's also there's also something within them that they're able to push through and hopefully get their first chicken dinner, because they are one of those teams who cannot afford to be in the bottom again by the end of the week.
And speaking of our prediction, do drop yours as well in the comments section. We do want to know about your thoughts other than just being fans. Who do you think did down that you know for a fact they can take away this championship? Because right now leading, it's going to be a lot of the ties, but are we ending up just like last week, a bit of a deja vu where we all have all top 5 coming up from 5 out of 4 is going to be 4 out of 5 is going to be coming up from the Thai teams. Is it going to be the same ending or is it going to be a different story? But so far, we do have all set for Vampire, surprisingly, that got themselves in the bottom 20. The rest of them are actually in the top 5 for the ties again. And before you guys ask, where is my team? So the team's not playing here today, coming up from Gritty Bacon Time, Sam9, Boom Esports, and Team Secret. This is going to be detrimental for Team Secret. They barely get to catch up. They only get to play tomorrow. But for the teams that are actually in Group D, Hill Esports, SLD, Procedure EVOS, and Box Gaming, they need to push now. Today's their last day.
Yeah, on the opposite side, I'm pretty sure Boom would have wanted to play because yesterday they did really, really well. And Yummy, great performance. But I think speaking about Yummy, so I had a good look again at remember the picture that we was holding up. So it's actually a picture with him and his girlfriend. So I had a good look on that. It was really curious.
Yeah, I
But
did
it's
mention
pretty
that.
nice, pretty sweet to give that.
Yeah, I did mention it's a Polaroid of him and his girlfriend. So yeah, oh, that is his girlfriend. But I think that's what he call it. You're missing home, right? Maybe you're having a bit of a homesick. You miss something that's part of you that being left behind when you're playing offline. You have to leave your home. You have to leave whatever that you love. Just come to the war zone, battle it out. Just make sure they're proud of you. And that's the hardest part, leaving home and leaving your loved ones.
Okay. Great that you have a better view than me. I had to rewatch it again just to get a better view. But anyway, so looking over the lineup, let's see if there are any changes. Vampire seems to be maintaining the same lineup. Okay, so Geek Slate. Come on, camera pan over to the left. I want to see who's playing. Okay, so it's going to be Stuxnet. Zillion is still going to take a break today. So they're going to maintain this lineup that has better success for them. As for Persija EVOS, we can see the Twins still in the lineup. Whatever rotations they make at this point, I think the Twins still is the best lineup of Persija EVOS. We see multiple times that it's always the Twins being the two that survives the longest.
PBE, yesterday Momboy have shown us the soft and gentle part of it, but when it comes to the game themselves, they have been playing so well, showing such aggressiveness instead of the interview being shown before. Vampires, on the other hand, they are in the slump. I'm not sure what happened, but this is supposed to be the revamp Vampire esports coming out this season. They got Tony K, they got even Snooze to work out with along the lines. But the problem is, where are they? Tony K straps, we haven't seen a bit of Ravenclaw. We've seen quite a number of Fluketh, but definitely I'm looking for their performance and their lineup. And so far, not so great. But you know, we'll see. We'll see where this gonna go.
Let's see. The Yen, I see Echo for DBD. So they'll be continuing on their campaign here today. GE, not a team that likes to make substitutions. So looks like they will be continuing on, hoping to get the first chicken dinner for themselves and also join PBE as part of wildcard team to get a chicken dinner too. So at least they sealed the deal with the wildcard teams getting their respective chicken dinners.
Yep, this is gonna be, if I'm not mistaken, this is gonna be Zuxi. Usually the more playful one, it's gonna be Zuxi. But do tell me if I'm wrong. But back to it's just like, you want a piece of me? You want me to see the cam? Yeah, I'm gonna see the cam all the way. Yeah, he's angry right now. Not so much. He's pretty. Yeah, those twins are pretty funny. They're fun people to hang around. We do have SLD already up, but are you guys ready? We head to our second last day of week number 2 here. And our first map of the day, Sunhawk.
Hey, Mr. Sunhawk, here we come as we jump into it. So let's go, Sunhawk. So keep your eye on, well, a couple of hotspots that we have seen previously. Sahmi, we have seen Paradise Resort, Camp Bravo, Camp Alpha, but because Team Secret's not playing today, so Campo Lakawi might be clear for Hale Esports, so that's going to be okay. Looking over at Sahmi, wow, okay, Geek Slate getting the whole area for themselves, not going to be challenged. So it's going to be a-okay there. We did see once Bootcamp was challenged by 2 teams. Looking at FaZe Clan, they will drop there. Void passes by, so it's also on the clear. Looks like everywhere on the right, no big challenges, but maybe a single player shot down. No, it's all cool.
So far, quite on side of territory, except for RQ. On side of Camp Bravo, do happen to be bridged into a side of Udo Lines and Box Gaming. It's going to treat war up there. But Box is so widely spread. We're talking about each of 4 of them taking different compounds. And as we mentioned on Camp Bravo, in case you guys don't really hear me right every single time I give, it's going to be on the Camp Bravo side. RIQ, Udo Lines, but the circle happen to be the 3 islands again. And it's gonna be tough based on yesterday's rotation.
And majority of our sign out has always been like this crazy circle. But we gotta get this done with first, as Kenny is all alone on the other side. RRQ, they're rushing in. They kind of get a hunch that Kenny is alone, so they're going in for him, and they manage to get a knockdown. It's gonna be Napeko sealing the deal. The rest of Udo Alliance now with a man down. Looks like they might decide to leave Camp Bravo.
Having a tough start here, the Alliance losing one of the fraggers. Leo, which could be the front line, and Napeko at that as well for RRQ. We do know Napeko, one of the main fraggers, maybe chasing out for full MVP, FMVP when it comes to this league, and that will be contributing to its points as well. GE on the other hand, right on top of Quarry, taking the warehouses for now. We saw quite a number. They are ups and downs from GE. Yesterday, they have been working quite well in a team when they have the distance of a fight. When it comes to mid to long fights, they're doing okay. If they're forcing the CQC so much, like how we saw yesterday when they're having that last fight between Chicken Dinner, he got himself a DBS. I think it was Smile on West's hand before. Just couldn't clutch it. It's just not really easy for them to overcome their problem with CQC, sort of a brawl.
Yeah, but they seem to be not interested in doing the CQC right now. So it's gonna be back to A-OK. Too bad for Udo Alliance. Udo Alliance yesterday took a break. So for them to restart today in this kind of condition, it's not the situation that they would have wanted. And plus, if we kind of think about it, yes, last week Udo Alliance, they were kind of on top as well. And at some point, they were in pursuit for that #1 spot. But ever since then, it's an inconsistent performance for them, and they slowly slide down. Right now, they're already at page #2, but of course, benefit of the doubt is that they play lesser games than the rest, so they'll be looking to get back at least onto page 1 today.
A lot of teams are actually on the first page last week when it comes to the top 8. Now sliding down to the middle bracket or the middle pack. If you compare, the middle pack has been great when it comes to week #2. In week 1, they're in the middle. They don't chase so much, but they maintain consistency. But a lot of middle pack last week. Now going in the first page. I mean, like, other than the ties, you're going to give that exclusion towards that side because they always up there. But for the others, including Gig Slate, they were not doing great last week. And we talk about SLD, barely in the middle bracket still, but now in the first page and on top as well. So why not wait and see, can those at the bottom, including like Voin, VPE, they were #1 and #2 last week. Now where they at? They're still down there. Something might have gone so wrong, or it's just the middle pack teams right now in last week just push up the numbers and getting aggressive this week. On the side of PBE, not so great. BTR, they're in the slump, but right now getting a good start is all what they need.
Ooh, yes, and they're going to take it over onto PBE. And PBE with only one player on this side. The rest of them, I believe they are on the Camp Alpha side. So let's see. Genforce. Okay, cool. Not cool for him. Definitely they'll take him out. Not going to be easy for Cool to get away. Such an open position. Unless cover fire can come from the other side. If not, it's pretty much Cool's demise.
Cool. Swimming away. Be in the center or not. Just going to land himself on one of the shores. So it's any island that's possible. The 3 islands still comprise inside of the circle.
Oh.
It's going to be a lot of choking points from this side. But for PBE, from the Pam to the Fire, from the Tiger now to the Wolf phase closing in. PBE. With them more 5 coming up from phase. And onto 19B swap out. It's a very different dynamic, but definitely more aggressive this time with phase moment. Finish off one boy, PBE. Sitting ducks in the corner. Barely make it out. Now leaving the only Cool left remaining. He just docked himself just now. Not just yet. It's still swimming.
Oh, okay. I believe he's still... Oh, no. It seems to be on shore. Or is he still swimming? Okay, gotta get a good clear. Okay, he's still swimming there.
Yeah.
So... But at least he has the circle. But I don't know how long he can last with this kind of condition. And plus, being in the water, you can't really like submerge yourself too long. You still have to show yourself at some point. And the moment you do that, it's going to be a difficult moment for Cool. And it doesn't help that the fact that he can't heal himself at all.
A pinch right now coming from PBE. Not having such a great start here. definitely did not see that one coming. I mean, like, FaZe. We've seen MR5 back then in week 1, but it wasn't this aggressive. I'm curious to see their lineup again. And we never see MR5 and Ons and happen to be in the same lineup. I do want to see if that's going to happen by the end of week number 3. But so far, nothing of that just yet. DX do have Duke playing. So Frankie will be sitting this one out. We do know for a fact that might be Frankie coming into the third Erangel, or even during the start of the first Erangel of the day, or even Miram. I'm going to have to wait for the swaps to happen again. Procedure EVOS, they are number 1. But if you compare it with FaZe, they played 18 match so far. FaZe on the other hand, 12th. Red FaZe spotted out DX, Chua on the ground, but the distance, there's going to be a long fight. They have the space to pick him up.
Yeah, and you mentioned about FaZe Clan. They already got like 2 elimination points, so solid start for them. And now the circle seems to be a little bit more focused onto the Camp Alpha Mountain or the Camp Alpha Island, where Alter Ego is there. Such a key position. Let's put focus on the Procedure EVOS versus D-Xavier. The name will be tossed out by Limbs. Should land nicely. 2 nades tossed out. Not cooked that much. And Zuxi coming in from behind. D-Xavier being pushed to the corner.
Spotted out, one playing just behind. Silhouette has been seen there. Trying to just finish off Chuan, who already prepping out the nade. I don't feel like Link should be around here anymore. Remember, I mentioned it's the right time for Chuan dropping those bombs. It's dropping on his knees straight away for the side of Links. Chuan gonna make the push. They got the opener. The opener coming up from Chua will force DX to push in, but Ravis is too far. He's coming from outflank all the way, but Chua managed to get another one. A huge coming up from Chua, coming from DX. Where is Lambo and Ravis? They taking their time so long.
Because it's an open space, I guess. So that's why they're a little bit cautious, but Chua is moving in. They know Chua got it. So Chua comes in, secures the elimination. And that's another one in the back for D-Xavier. Looks like the tables have turned between Procedure EVOS and D-Xavier.
Gosu and Chua. Formidable players popping up their names here. Waiting for Lamborghini to go well. I'm loving the duo Lamborghini and Chua always pulled off. But so far, DX, this is a better composition, and team comms is way better without Frankie for now. But it depends on the map, possibly. Again, another grenade elimination due to the double bomb just now from Chua. But Lambo be chased by the hack of Red FaZe. Red FaZe, he's solo, yes, but he doesn't have a care in the world. All he needs to just take one step at a time, just finish off wherever that moves, and he got Lambo from afar. There was a Kirby within distance. DX outnumber Red FaZe, but they don't have the exact position where they can see Red FaZe. Only Lambo is there.
Yeah, Red FaZe still managed to get that knock, but well, because he's all alone, so too bad. He got to get away. He can't really secure much more than that. It's going to be a big risk for them. And they started the fight, but they lost it. It's a tough position to be in. But now U2 Alliance, they're going up the hill where GE is at. And GE, we know that they are good with long ranges. Oh, Red FaZe still secures that elimination onto Lamborghini. Wow, from afar.
Bit waste of points coming up from Lamborghini, honestly. He died in vain with no return, no punishment to a sort of Red FaZe. This is the last member of Procedure EVOS even. Procedure, having that 1 point, definitely will have to hold on for his survival. For Red FaZe, he's carrying the entirety responsibility. Procedure EVOS to keep it alive, to stay as long as he needs to. Well, DBD was surprising. He didn't hit the audio queue just now. The Pego shot down, a bit of trading with RQ and DBD. Voldemort hovering around with the DBS, secures those eliminations. But can they make it out from the side of our team towards the circle? Is quite a long journey. Do they have the vehicle? The boat on the other hand will be parked in, but not so much when it comes to those 4 wheels.
Sadly, Nechos and Jimmy wasn't prepared at an off angle. If not, they could have shot onto RRQ the moment they landed onto shore. A little bit of a trade there, but it's even tougher for DVD because they're the team that really needs to collect those points to go up as compared to RRQ. Now the circle, 100% on the Camp Alpha Island. Alter Ego on the top of this mountain. That is a key position. We've seen multiple times that teams who are able to hold on the mountain, considering if they have that circle still, they will have a better chance, or the best chance getting chicken dinner.
I mentioned early on, a lot of quick pointers. This one of it, and it comes to the bridge on the northern side, somewhere not even near inside of circle here. Voin, exchange fire with Hill. It's going to be a bit of a long fight between Voin, used to be the number one back then, almost number one when it comes to week one, and this is going to be the top team again. Hill has been very consistent every single week. Got slowed a bit by that crash, just a tiny one, but the rest of it is going to be a smooth journey. DBD adjusts right across him. In the meantime, did you realize that, you know what, it's not worth fighting, we're just going to part ways and go for our safety first. Hill, Sky only will actually follow up behind, but I'm not sure about Tiger X for now. We haven't seen a lot of Tiger X. Feels like he's in the car as well. Yep, it's going to be 3 people in the car, maybe not. Fire shot from the side of box. Hill trying to find a checkpoint.
Phone shoots onto the 2-man vehicle, but good thing no one was knocked. I'm not too sure where Tiger is at. He's really at somewhere very, very different. But GE being together, one of them eliminated at SLD. 2 nades onto Smile. Should be able to do the job. And yes, Smile no longer smiling.
Gosu, as always, delivers. Popping out the smoke just to cut across. The blue zone closing in. Hale got himself a warehouse. RQ surrounded him. Tiger X, this is what I mentioned before. Where is Tiger X? He's being left behind.
Yeah, all alone to face up RRQ, 1v2. But he seems to be able to fend himself. 1 knockdown onto Asa. 2 more to go at least. And at the same time, taking out the blue, he still managed to secure the elimination point. Tiger against Mort. 1v1 before his teammate comes by, and Mort goes down. Tiger! Could this be a clutch? 1 more to go.
It's going to be it. Tiger 1v against the wall, but Voldemort pretty low right now, way deep in the blue zone. Both teams are losing when it comes to resources, when it comes to time. Time is not on their side. Tiger making another go against Voldemort. Just playing alongside these walls. Here comes another nade dropped. Voldemort managed to avoid that one. Tiger X slowly pushing towards the side, forcing the CQCs. But Voldemort will keep the distance. He needs himself a bit of a reset time. Tiger going in with a shotgun, trying to find around this bend, but got it down. 1-1 trade between RRQ and a Hill. For now, both teams win or losing. It depends on their timing to get into the safe zone.
Went in for the 50-50, but he lost that 50-50. Almost a clutch. That would have been great. 1v3 getting the clutch. That would have been something. A statement from Hill. Unfortunately, they lost that one with RRQ. But it's okay. They still have other members still alive and still can collect points. But looks like it's going to be Sky only down. That means Hill is left with 2.
At least a secure 4 point of elimination now. DX5. Nax is going to be PBE eliminated. Surprisingly, it is supposed to be their favorite map, but so many teams dropping 1 by 1. So fast, within an instant, you don't even have a glimpse about what's happening around them. But DX, on the other hand, guarding over this area, safe keeping it for themselves. Spotted out Voldemort, who managed to flee by. No first aid, no bandages. Now, Voldemort has to depend on his witness. Never mind.
Oh! Man, caught by surprise just as when he wanted to enter the compound. But that's the thing about entering a compound through the door, right? There's an animation moment, and looks like DVD took advantage of that. But D Xavier still caught, but this time by Alter Ego, who has that high ground. So Alter Ego is still in prime position since it's still within the circle with D Xavier 1 down, but should be able to pick up. But right now, it's likely the circle will move away from this, and D Xavier will have lesser place to play with.
Alter Ego being quiet for quite a bit here. Not getting any sort of elimination point just yet. DX, on the other hand, they are on the run for the hunt. They're going for the eliminations. They're going for the kills. He got himself 5 for now. Same goes for Hill. But Gig Slate taking on Ghost of SLD. Now that's going to be a bit of a problem for SLD. Down to only last man there. But for Fnatic Alter Ego, spot out DX. DX, they're kind of crammed in the corner.
Ooh.
They managed to exit out, rotate around these stone structures. These big hills of stones and rocks. Find themselves an exit. All they need to do is make sure it's clear. But is it really clear? Do they have extra vehicles in case they need to flee?
As they happen to move up north, the circle seems to shift up north as well. So that's a lucky moment there for Xavier. But DVD may lose Getchos, and Yuhai's going to take that away. But the rest of DBD, 2 players left. They gotta get down. They gotta fight against Hale Esports. It's a fight they cannot evade.
DBD have to force the fight. They have to cut across. Yen got pinned down from afar, not just from Hale. We're talking about a different team entirely from above. Keeping them is going to be Box from the inner circle, making sure DBD cannot even have a peek. There are 2 teams to fight across here for DBD, not just one, not just Hale. Everybody surrounding them, they have to make sure they're more than aware to take the fights on. Even DX on the other end. Now, DBD pretty much feels like they are in a pinch. Wherever the angle of the camera is, there'll be somebody hovering around the crosshair on DBD. No way out. Yan is just so trapped.
Yeah, irregardless, even if we smoke and create a smoke bridge, it will be a pretty obvious signal for other teams to shoot at that area, and he'll still be gunned down. So Yen, I think he's considering to deny himself. Stop moving at all. The moment it does, it's not only Xavier. I believe it's BTR. We have Hale as well nearby. So DBD, I don't think they stand a chance.
We haven't seen the game for the longest time, but still plays and finish off DBD. Well, remarkable spray coming out from DX, but unfortunately will not be contributing towards their point there due to the blazing. Was hoping for him to actually play for healing game for Yen, but he didn't make it. Remember, he just approached towards the death box. But Vampires now being pressured by the Blues and to push out and have to go towards box. And they are in between. The moment box try to push forward, it's going to be BTR. Nobody in the center. Very vacant circle.
Ooh, and Stuxnet from Gig Slate will be taken by the zone too. So right now, Box as well as Vampire. This fight is inevitable now. They need to move 28 more seconds before the zone closes, and Vampire is going to make that move first.
The audio queue, Winnie definitely just waiting for the right time to open fire here. If they trying to pick out from those back windows, if he got the right perfect angle for Winnie, it's going to be a big spray. Here we go. Oh, he whiffed it. He whiffed it and given away his position. If only he managed to clip that down, it's going to be like minimum. He can get 2 or 3 knocked down just by that. But still make an entry. But it's going to be 1-to-1 trade as Potato Alter Ego shooting out of nowhere, dropping straps to his knees.
Yeah, from that high ground. So looks like it's a signal for the teams inside of Camp Alpha that if they come out, multiple teams waiting for them. But anyway, they still need to manage themselves because they're still on the outside of the zone. Right now, Stone together with his teammates move in. Stone together with Newsy. Newsy with the DBS gets a knockdown, and that's going to be another entry point for them. But they have still 3 more players from Fox Gaming to deal with.
Potato and the rest of Alter Ego just having a good day here. They don't even need to move. All they need is just hovering around on top and just spray from afar. Hale taking on Box. Vampires is down as well. Blue Zone just creeping in, and they need to leave. They need to budge and they need to move. Box, they have to make an entry, an exit out. But how? There's so many eyes watching this side. Vampires waiting on the other end. They are in a pickle right now. There's no way out. Box trying to fight back, taking on Vampire on the ground. BTR being part of it. Hale taking part of it. Feels like Vampire down first instead of Box, who've been close by the blue zone at first. But Vampire happened to be stuck in between Ham down, Sandwich, and lucky enough for Box, they still have 1 man alive.
Every other team chomping down to the 2 teams. Now Box left with only Junos. BTR dominating this round with 5 eliminations. Alter Ego going down to the lower ground. And it's going to be BTR. Fnatic needs to reset, but Fnatic. Oh no, his teammate Rosemary is down too.
It's not great for the main crack and goes down on the side of Alter Ego, but she knows finally finish off. That's going to be last member of Box Gaming. Hill Flash spraying over to the side of BTR. They want to go for the rush. They definitely heard the audio cue just now. They were fighting. Now, do they want to take advantage of it? How do they respond to this? For the side of Hill, they're down to 2 men, yes. But this is the best time there is for them to be part of it. But it's a bit too late now as BTR moving as a 4. Got a bit of a reset. Finish off DX straight away. Outnumbered right now. But can Hill outplay them with their wittiness? Can they be a genius and just outplay BTR and think 100 steps ahead?
BTR would have done the math out. They know that's only 2 players and 1 team left inside the same compound. Nate with the toss up by Sata. Looks like they're going to crash it. They know they have the manpower advantage. Gen Force will be the first one to arrive in the compound.
Liquid going in for the rush from the back. 2 entry beds being covered. No way out. BTR, but still on the ground. They're throwing bodies one by one, waiting to be given away. But Hill, can they still secure some? Can they clutch this? Still Flash trying to reset himself. He's jumping out without even finish off his heals. UI, oh boy, and UI got one. Last one gets slow, playing ring around the roses right now. Peekaboo, but not see you. Satar throwing off another maybe couple of things there, but never mind. Oh boy, losing nothing. UI, the rest of BTR lost it. It was a 2v4. What a clutch from Cat Slow.
Oh my god! 2v4 and their opponents are no pushover. BTR! Hill Esports still won. They are still hot from yesterday. I am mind blown, Choo Choo.
It's got to be one of the best clutches out there. We're talking about, yeah, we've seen 1v4 against another team, but that was a different situation entirely. We're talking about the chicken dinner 2v4 here. And definitely Hill, they were against everything else just now. They only got themselves a small shack. Willingly for BATR, throwing their bodies in front one by one. Giving away feeding the monster, which was Flash, which was Cat Slow. And this is going to be the MVP, but I have to give my MVP to the side of Cat Slow. He definitely won that for the side of Hill.
Oh man, I'm speechless now. We gotta look at that highlight again. Hopefully we'll be able to get to see it. But I guess that's the reason why Flash is the MVP, of course. Well, everyone else have the same eliminations. But you look at the stats, Tiger do deserve the MVP too. I guess this just tells, right? Like, everyone from Hill, they pulled their weight. Yes, there are a couple of them who got eliminated earlier, then survived to the last 2. But I'm sure it's because of their contributions as well that the 2 is able to survive till the end just to clutch out BTR.
Same time, BTR today show a different side of them right now. They are coming back into the game with UI playing. Definitely shows a bit of a different dynamic this time. DX have been quite consistent yesterday. Alter Ego, as always, one of the teams that have always so many flashy moves coming out from them. But when it comes to what really matters, is down to that chicken dinner, those points, and the eliminations. I do know for a fact DX has dominated some of the rounds just now with 5 domination. Definitely they were there more than 5 kills. I'm not sure how much they finish off by the end of the day.
I'm still mind blown by Hill Esports, man. I need some time to digest that. Just look at the stats here. So their full squad time, only 14 minutes, 21 seconds. Just 5 minutes above Xavier, but still able to get the chicken dinner. Final moment, only 2 of them. And hang on a second. Oh, well, this is the first time we see a 0-0-0 on the top 4, but not a chicken dinner. And that's my alter ego. But other than that, well, if they can get a 0-0-0 utilization usage and a chicken dinner, okay, that will set the new record. But this round, oh man, the highlight taken by Hill. I just can't think of anything else right now.
I have to say that was one of the best finishing by far when it comes to Sunhawk. And speaking of Hill again, now remember it was Hill as well fighting against GE in the last minute yesterday in a wrangle when they had that chicken. They were outnumbered by GE. GE had more men. They lost for GE and Hill still won it again. When it comes to when things really matter, and it's so crucial and critical in the last minute to determine who get the chicken and who's not getting those extra points. He'll definitely have composure, way more better than the other teams out there. They were fighting against BTR, one of the teams that are really veteran enough. PV4, they can have the calm, they have the discipline, they know exactly what to do. If you compare yesterday and today, they have been consistent. Again, 20 points, 10 eliminations, but followed by BTR closely behind, 15 points, 5 points apart, with 9 eliminations in their hand.
Crazy. It would have been 19 points in total for BTR if they took out Hale. No, not 19, 21. Because Hale had 2. But it is what it is at the end of the day. All hail Hale Esports. Okay, let's look at the overall. Other than that, D-Xavier doing decent, Alter Ego decent, it's over 10 points each. But the two wildcard teams, PBE and GE, no points at all. Looks like they're holding hands with the same amount of points this round and not the hand holding that they would have wanted.
It's not great. Now, we talked about PB and GE might have a chance to be relegated here when it comes to the finals, because their first week have not been so great. They're at the bottom 20. Same goes for PBE here. And if they don't push up to the middle pack, there is going to be a bit of a problem for them to make sure they make it in for the playoff. Hill so far taking the number 1 spot, but FaZe not far off behind. It's going to be less than 30 points in between the gap. The only team without any chicken up there is just going to be Procedure Evos. The eliminations by far is the highest throughout across the board.
Oh yeah, we've seen the past couple of days that Procedure Evos, they were really focused on getting the elimination points. Even today, they crashed into the compound where PBE was at. They managed to secure some and so on and so forth. But 5 chicken dinners, it's hard to deny that fact. And it's hard to deny that Hale is as consistent as that. And they deserve that number 1 spot right now. So it's going to be the challenge for teams like FaZe Clan, for teams like BTR, Procedure Evos to chase up to them.
Next, we're heading into a wrangle. We do know for a fact there's sort of unspoken truths between these players when it comes to territories. No hot drop just yet. Hale faced Procedure Evos and SLD. I'm loving how SLD now making it to the top Oranga performers, but when it comes to the ties, they're always taking every single map that is. Tell me one time you don't see any Thai teams taking any map. It's going to be them the entire day. But Procedure Evos, on the other hand, very different from last week. Now, we did have Voin last week as the top contender in the top 3, but this time Procedure Evos shows us a different side of them. They're aggressive, they're proactive. It just shows and translates into those points.
Yeah, it's a very different performance for Voin. We hardly even see them in the Sandhawk round. But I'm looking over at Hale being the number 1 top performer inside of Erangel. The fact they got that chicken dinner there, the fact they have 5 chicken dinners so far in week number 2, the fact that they're number 1, this stat still favors them. If I base on this stat, we have 3 Erangels. It is looking good for Hale.
At the same time, don't forget about FaZe, who played lesser than Hill for now, but still got enough to push themselves up there. Now, for me, Alter Ego, I'm going to put it out there due to Rosemary. I'm just going to say I'm a big fan of Rosemary right now. Like it or hate it, it's up to you, but this is my opinion. I'm just going to give it out anyways. DX, you know what, some of you guys said it's being underrated. I agree, but right now it feels like they're underperforming. If you compare with what they had back then, what they offered to us back then, it was a treat, a privilege to watch them playing. But these days, not so much. It feels like they're being underwhelmed for a bit. They're just a bit slowed down than the previous few seasons. I just wish those DS coming back, but FaZe so far have been quiet. Not so much, not too loud, not too aggressive. Are they going in or out when it comes to Wrangle?
Yeah, I think Erangel will definitely be the map that they will be looking forward to perform, and they did well before in Erangel too. So yeah, they'll definitely want to gather those points in order to get the number 1 spot, because like what they said during the interview, the number 1 spot is theirs to take, their own. So they want to get that back. GE, Void, DBD. We didn't see much of GE because they got eliminated fairly early. Void, we didn't get to see much of them as well. DBD, we got to see them a little bit. They got a couple of elimination points, but because they were caught in a tough position, open area, tons of teams all around, so there was nothing much that they can do in that sort of final situation. So yeah, I mean, for my prediction, I want to see them do well in Erangel, of course.
Now moving on to the next topic, the banter of the inner or outer circle. So far, if you notice when it comes to the stat and facts, which numbers never lie, it just shows that the teams that getting the top 5 is always the one that playing in the center of the circle, not just the inner, the center of the circle. Mostly it's coming up from ties. They don't play the outer circle, and the teams playing so late, in just deep into the blue zone, barely make it in. Hardly see them getting on those chicken dinner. There's going to be mostly coming up from Malaysian teams. It's so hard for us to see any Malaysian team getting those chicken these days. But at the same time, can they have a comeback? We're down to 2 more days. Less than 12 games remain, or 12 maps. We're down to only 5 more for today as well. So in the end of the day, I feel like when it comes to this season, when it comes to this format, the change of a map, rotation-wise, the blue zone shrink timing, it's just way better. It's just play inside and center. It's a bit risky, yeah. But if you're confident enough with your firepower, you might actually take it as an opportunity to farm up those kills.
Yeah, true enough. I think at this point, it's quite proven, at least by the Thai teams, they execute it really well. And they generally like to play in the middle. We did see a couple of middle rotations from different regions yesterday. Let's see, I'm trying to rethink. Like Team Secret tried to do it, 7-9 tried to do it, but when they do it, they always get third party by a Thai team. I remember the Erangel game yesterday. Team Secret, 7-9 meet somewhere in the middle. It was the Chopsticks Trench. They fought, and then just in the blink of an eye, you see, I think it was Hale Esports just crashing in and clearing up Team Secret. They didn't ever have a chance to reset. So I guess it's also a lot on timing and execution on how they want to do it. And it just shows that the Thai teams, they do it better. They are in control of the middle circle.
Well, I'm no pro player, guys, but I've been playing a lot with the Thai players in different games entirely when it comes to FPF. Their team comms is just incredible. If you have time, just get into the server, or even try to get some friends to play alongside with you when it comes to the Thai friends, right? Play with them. Believe me, when it comes to public or just community-wise, it's very fun game with the Thais, really. When it comes to team comms, they are the team that, even though you're a stranger, they're still going to give it as much info as they can. That's what the difference between the Thais and the rest of the other countries in Southeast Asia for now. Because they have been really openly communicating. If you compare with all the other regions, we can see no matter how bad a team is in Thai teams, they still know exactly what happens around them. They are aware their surrounding. They know exactly all the intel they needed to be fed. And they relay back to the rest of the roster too. Now, if only that can be something that applicable for all the other teams down there, they definitely will have an upgrade.
Yeah, I do agree. I played with different regions as well, and I think I have the same experience as yours. Is that the comms really, really make a difference. Although we're just like casual players, we play for fun, but if you have the right comms, it changes a lot. Rather than you spend time in the comms talking things that are not relevant or just trash talking and all that, which is kind of unproductive. But I guess that's also the differentiator between like what makes a pro team and what makes a regular team. And when you're in the pro scene, if everyone does that, what makes an even better pro team as compared to a regular pro team. And I do agree that if we look at like by the play style of like different regions, every region has their own specialty. That's probably Thai specialty, and it's something that all the regions can actually learn from.
FaZe, they definitely are more than ready to have a go here. So far, the shoes being filled wonderfully well by Mela. Even though Tony K left them, we thought it's going to be a big hole that hard to be filled with. So far, Mela have been fitting the spot nicely well, and even more so offered way better. He definitely will not be resting anytime soon for Mela. Such a pillar right now for FaZe Clan. Just entered in recently. But on the side of Void, feels like they are on a hold right now for their performance. Momentum got slowed down. They're being tamed down from their last performance last week. Same goes for you, the Lions. Everything feels a bit strange when it comes to week number 2.
Okay. I see the thumbs up there. So Kenny's holding up. Shamil, is making his debut in the PMSL. So for Judo Alliance, I think he's taking the place of Olio, if I'm not mistaken. I got to check back the roster. But yeah, glad to see Shamil, one of the young talents inside of the PUBG Mobile Southeast Asia. And I believe he's like only, what 17 or something like that? He's like that really young prodigy player. Looking good so far for Shamil. Hopefully you'll be able to catch up to the pace of the PMSL.
PvE and Gigslate. Now Gigslate is the team that a lot of fans looking forward for them. Damn good, it's just damn good as always. Stuxnex, on the other hand, have been playing way better in the previous season. Back then he's known as Sonic. If you guys heard about Sonic back then for GigFam, back then it was GigFam, today it has been Gigslate. But if you compare this player when it comes to his progress, his development, when it comes to the entirety of journey in PUBG Mobile, he's been growing tremendously. But will it be enough? Will it be enough for him to actually push himself in PMS in the last minute? I'm waiting for Void. I'm waiting the Week 1 Vampire. Where are they? Where is the used to be one of the strongest in South Asia DX? Nowhere to be seen yet. I'm waiting for them to be awake here.
Yeah, we haven't seen the best of Vampire this week, in fact. You can kind of feel their aura. It's like they're not as cheerful as last week, whereby they did super duper well. They chased back up to get the #1 spot. Hopefully they'll be able to pick themselves up, because motivation is definitely a key factor in performance. So not only the players, if they don't feel well, in terms of motivation wise, that's where the coaches, that's where the managers will play a big role in terms of helping them up. Xavier, they're back with Chua on the lineup. Yesterday they subbed out Chua for about 1 or 2 games, but seems to be back. Obviously Yuhai here with BTR. And as the high five goes around, that means we're going to start the game. It's going to be our first Irango for today.
Comes our first wrangle. Not so cheery flight skin this time. We do have a bit of more of a very serious mood and very sort of vintage flight or plane skin. Not too cheery as compared to yesterday. Yesterday will be more bright and just setting a tone for the entirety of the wrangle now. But from the starboard down to the sort of quarter, you do have a flight path more towards favoring on the left side. Now whoever wants to drop SMB, there's going to be TS, usually would drop themselves there. It's going to be a tough and long journey. But if the circle happens to be there, we've seen quite a number of Pochinki in week 2. Gatka Mountains or even Gatka Field, Pochinki Potato Hill, Pochinki itself, Pochinki Field. It's always around this corner, around week number 2. Is it safe for them to be assuming it's going to be sort of the same pattern of circle the entire week?
Yeah, let's see if the circle chills. Gives the players like a better, cooler circle in the middle, or again we're going to come back to a tough circle. So far in week number 2, like the first Irango map. Okay, I rest my case now. This seems to be the pattern for week number 2. Last week it was like 3rd map, but nowadays it's like the first map.
Comes PBE, RRQ, again PBE. Lost 1 man early on. Boys take it away after RRQ pushing all the hard work. Oh. Goes. That's it.
And the fact that they normally drop like next to each other, Milta and Milta Power. So this fight was almost inevitable considering that the flight path is slightly on the left. So yeah, I guess they're going to play the rest of the round without Ranked. Speaking about the circle, so Military Base Island, Team Secret wish they would have been playing today in this map because they would have been right in the middle of it. But considering that this circle, so I guess the advantage will be for the team that likes to draw in Novo, which is Yudu Alliance. We can expect more teams to travel down quickly and go straight into Military Base because Team Secret isn't playing.
Yudu Alliance still not letting themselves down, taking a bit of a longer time to just drop to its side of the southern part here. A bit separated, just hopefully the moment they land, they won't be charged down. I just hope nobody's shooting them when they are in the skies as well. It's really a risky move to land in such a late timing. Things have not going so well for them. PBE, RQ and Von just surrounding them right now. They need to make a way to just get out from this. Feels like they're in a tangle against RQ and Von, and just being stuck in between is not so great. They already lost one man early on. They definitely cannot afford to lose another.
I've been looking for where RRQ and PBE is going. RRQ seems to be going towards military base. PBE, maybe Novo, but by now everyone knows that Novo, if Euro Alliance playing, they'll be there. So PBE, because they only have 3 players, they're not going to take that risk to go inside of Novo. They probably anticipated that Euro Alliance would have landed. So it seems like they're going to bring themselves towards the southern side of the island, which they are used to playing, so it's not as a stranger area for them. Hale Esports tailing RRQ. Right now, let's see if we can get any knockdowns. No so far, but Hale looking to rush down to the military base island. I believe that on the left bridge is the same case.
Tiger Axe chasing in the back of RRQ. Voldemort was shot down. Gaxlow getting on RRQ Voldemort at the end of the bridge. Did not finish it. Never mind. Tiger actually have finished off with a run over. Hale moving as 2-1-1 right now. They got themselves mostly on the southern part. A lot of team losing men and pick off one by one. Surprisingly,
that's what happens.
Still calm though.
I guess teams are a little bit more careful on the left because it's obvious that a lot of teams will want to try and rush down. So you've kind of anticipated that, then you'll be like, okay, is there any team that made themselves first, especially like Geek Slate, who normally drop around the areas of Fairpier? They should have faster access. Maybe okay, there you go. We got a confirmation. So Geek Slate, because they have faster access, they go straight into military base. The fact that Team Seeker's not there, they don't need to think that much. Grab a vehicle, don't even need to think about looting. Focus on looting inside of military base itself.
Geek taking their own time. They definitely have to build walls here. We're talking about building up their fort and making sure they have enough utilities in case they're being ambushed later on. Asar definitely had the audio coming on Udo Alliance. Kenny had been brilliant when it comes to the first week, but he lost the momentum when it's just moving by the end of week 1. They kind of lost their spark, just losing and not in the radar at all. It comes week number 2. Vampire moving as a 4 with a bit of a cruising on the boat. Hopefully nobody actually caught them off guard. RQ again, Udo Alliance happened to be bumped into in a Paco. Now the one that actually have a bit of aggressive in the early fights before, it was RQ getting those knockdown finish off by Point to the side of PBE. But right now RQ is the one in a struggle.
Oh, talking about struggle, PBE is one of them. 1v2. Xavier is there. Surrounding cool. It's not cool for him. Now PBE, only 2 left. And the last round they got like 0 points. And this round, not a good start for PBE. And they seem to be still... Okay, they crossed over. But of course, because Military Base Island is now the focal point, hence we see a number of teams there. GE taking an alternate route by swimming from the middle of the main peninsula onto Military Base Island, and no one's ready to take them down. So they're able to land on shore without any threat.
Zai a bit behind compared to the others. Hopefully he can dock himself safely. DX taking on RQ Mod. We're not looking at those fights right now. Finally we get into it. Lamborghini and Duke would take himself. Frank is still not playing, coming from DX so far. RQ again being picked off after one team to the other. They just having unfortunate series of tragedy right now of RQ. One by one and down for Mod, leaving the last player alive. RQ, what went wrong? Leaving with us are dealing alongside with the entirety of Vampires. And that's just it. The first one to be out with no eliminations. Tough one.
Yeah, I guess what they tried to do is that they didn't do that much. They took a vehicle and straight went to military base, which is not wrong. But because their distance is further than Geek Slate, they would have done their homework. Geek Slate, faster access, enter into military base. So that's why we see RRQ don't go straight into military base. Instead, what they do is that they try to loot the houses around. But you try to loot the houses around, you got to spread out to get enough loot for everyone. But unfortunately for them, like teams like Vampires around, and the moment the full squad, they went into those houses, the rest is history.
DB definitely got himself some intel, and I can relay back to the rest of the roster. Now, how do they want to respond to this? Do they take up the challenge? Feels like they want to go for the blood. But DBD still have trigger discipline, but the moment they open fire, it didn't connect, it's going to be a big problem. It might be Vampires making a U-turn, going to his side, but so far Vampires parting ways. And DBD responded with, you know what, we're going to call it a truce for now. But there's so many teams still not crossing over towards the other side. Voin taking a boat ride as well, but we have so many people coming out from the southern part. Vampires finally dock in. Udo Lines Hill DX waiting at the shoreline. Any bridge campers, definitely true. Alter Ego face on each of the bridge, waiting for people to give away their tolls, which gonna be paid with their death.
With this timing, looks like they took their time to loot inside of Milta before taking the boat and circle around. Take the southern side of the military base. We saw the last time when the map was shown, seems to be a good number of teams there. Something they need to be aware of. And the trend of PBE, they like to play at the bottom, but considering that PBE only has 2 players, so they might not be playing the gatekeeping role that much. They might be playing a little bit safe this time. Hail, the only team in this mountain. And this mountain, not too by the side. It's like one quarter, I guess. So it's okay for them to maybe last one circle, but after that, they need to be prepared to manage the next phase of the circle, try to find a way to access it.
It's all about the timing. I agree. It's all about the timing for most of the teams that don't really have sort of a comeback for now. We're talking about the half page or the end of a spectrum of across the board at the bottom 20. It's all about the timing to get when to leave those compound, even though they're still inside of it. If they're being favored, great. Like you mentioned, quarter of it, it works. Whatever works, whenever, even how tiny the space is, they're in it. They don't have to move. The circle didn't budge. It's great. But in the case of SLD, not so much. They need to move. We talk about SLD, not just them. So with so many teams inside the blue zone still. Talking about crossing the bridge. Talking about going to SMB here. We have so much Pochinki these days. Ended up the first day. It's going to be the first map today for Erangel, SMB. A lot of the team moving in the same direction. We have a brawl later. It's going to be a massive one. As I know for a fact, there's people bridge camping here right now. They're a bit more cautious, very meticulous, approaching to this side. If they want to swim, it'll be a bit too late now.
Yeah, swimming won't be the best option for them. It looks like they'll be taking a cautious move onto the bridge, but at least from our view, we see that there's no one bridge camping for now. But of course, if you're SLD, you wouldn't know for sure, so that's why they're taking it step by step, and they still have circles, so that's why they can still kind of buy time for themselves to get across. You can see they're not just dashing across. Because right now, SLT, they know that based on the timing, they'll be a little bit later. Okay. So now we can see Alter Ego, Fnatic. But he's on that high ground. But he should be still able to overlook the bridge from there.
G spotted out at the end. This feels like very empty, very vacant. He wants to go for it. But is there anybody else that can see through? While the side of BAT are still taking their own time, just stalling into the circle as LD barely make it in, and with Alter Ego still quietly waiting. They're splitting into two-tier formation. Hill just breathing behind their backs. You do Alliance on Nova still taking their own time. They do have a hill to climb up those mountains, but Voin taking those airdrop. We do know Voin back then were very strong in week number 1. Can they be back up by this airdrop again and getting those kills from afar? A box, not even an island, just a couple of rocks in the middle of a sea, and just trying to keep everything afloat. They do have a boat, but I'm not so great timing right now.
Yeah, there was one team at the end there, kind of guarding the coast. But right now, let's see, we saw a knockdown somewhere, but I think it's a long range. So that's why Box Gaming, they were pretty cautious. We did see a couple of times that teams who took the boat was exploded, or either when they dock, then they get shot down. So I guess what Box was doing is that, just learning from other people's experiences and just taking it slow. But SLD, I thought they swam across already, but looks like there's another 2 members still waiting to arrive on the military base island.
Military base island. Such a very small island for 15 teams to just squeeze in there. The only one don't have a Shandy is going to be ROQ for now. PBE only living with 2. The rest having a full squad. You do Alliance taking on Rosemary. I mean, like, surprisingly, today Rosemary being the first one to knock down every single fighter.
Yeah, and his point is definitely going to go to Yudo Alliance. Rosemary, even before this, you gotta think about it. There were a couple of times where he first got knocked out, but his teammates were there to really back him up. But this time around, not that lucky, considering the Yudo Alliance, a full squad rushed in. So right now, Yudo Alliance will be happy to take this compound. They managed the road fairly early on, so they know that at least when the circle shoots away, they don't need to manage that open road. But SLD punishing Outer Eagle from the other side, and it's going to be none other than Parajin, the long-range specialist.
Tron G tapping out on side of Alter Ego. GE on the Mushroom Tower, definitely hovering around towards side of SLD. BTR, Liquid, or Deuce now exchange fires and grenade against Mormon. Victorious will cook another one. Yuhai tried to retaliate and counter fire, but nothing seems to be connected. But Victorious is way better with those nades. They land on one. Down to only UI to clutch it for BTR. Here comes the rest of the team, but Satan knocked down at the back line. Mormon more than ready to take up the fight. This is what we call teamwork. BTR down to only 2 members within the flash. They're gone.
Ooh, okay, Mela wanted more, but looks like BTR managed to get away, so BTR will be on the clear. Unfortunately, only 2 players left. It's gonna be Yuhai, Genforce, Zuna from Boss Gaming. The last we saw them, they were on the southern side. Now Genforce, vehicle smoked up. Zuxi right in front of him. Oh no, not looking good for Genforce as he goes down.
Sija Evos from BTR enter. BTR now to last player. Nowhere to run nor hide. They're gonna run into GE or SLD the next one. Feels like RQ moment aside of BTR, just like what happened early on. Play zone finish off Box Gaming. So many plays in the blue zone still. You do Lions taking on Hill. Hill Gatslow got finished at the back line there. While Gig and You do Lions happen to be having the attention of Hill at the same time.
Oh, okay. Yuhai, can he do it? Yes, he will. Looks like the rest of GE, they'll need to rush in because they know that Yuhai is all alone. This could be their moment. But then again, Ichi stolen away by Mela, so Yuhai didn't get the elimination.
Yuhai, at least he gets to survive right now. He needs to hop in those vehicles. Just move. There's no way. Oh, no way out. That's the problem. Smile finish off. There's so many wants a piece of BTR there. Every single team party, but they're going to take a bit of piece of it. You all have to be out quite early. BTR next one to be following pursuit towards RIQ. And Box as well. Vampires taking on Void. Face! Mela moment. Do you have any sort of a fight between among themselves? Because right now it's not doing great for Face to have a teammate at this point when they're fighting against Sida Evils.
Ooh, now the fight's happening back to back as Void gets eliminated again. Another round of early elimination for Void. This time only 2 points collected by them. And the points are going to go to Vampire Esports. 5 elimination points, dominating. But speaking about domination, Yudo Alliance will want to dominate Hill.
Sky only on the ground, bleeding out. Or can he give the pressure on that side? DBD start to close in the distance. Yudo Alliance spreading into a very aligned formation. We're talking about going as wide as much as they can for the angles, splitting into 2-2 formation. Hale got pinned down by 2 teams, Kick, Slate and Yudo Lions, hovering on each angle, compressing them both ways. He cannot even pick out. But this is Hill we're talking about. When it comes, things matter. When it comes to the critical timing, they know exactly when to clutch, even it was against them. It was a 2v4 back then. Can they pull it again?
they would definitely want more elimination points because Precision now has 6. Now Fnatic, PBE. Last man standing, it seems. Vampire Esports still in 4. Newsy needs to reset quickly. He has mercies but chooses to use his bandages. And now he'll get away to safety. Rendezvousing back with his teammates with a smoked up buggy. With DBD at the high ground, but everyone's holding the ground because of the circle. And circle moves, DBD has the advantage over Vampire.
DX do be in the center right now. They do have a couple of heals to play alongside. We've seen this before. We've seen this kind of hill plays. Whoever actually playing around the hill instead of a center and not having the most vintage ground, not the highest, because the highest is going to be a flat plane. If you get the slope sort of hill, it's going to be perfect because it's so hard to pin down on you or hard to actually see the exact position of the players. But you realize they know exactly where to stand. They're not willing to move. They barely make it in. Vampires take it on. You Alliance. Flax a bit over peaking. There was Stone going on the flank side and now going for the push. He knows for a fact there's going to be somebody trying to revive him. There goes the Molly, burning off Shamil alive. And it's not great for Yudu Alliance. They need to get out. Newsy closing in as well. They tried to finish our entire team but got punished instead. Yudu Alliance fights back.
Oof. Oh yeah, they're fighting back strong. Vampire Esports down to 2. They try to get more out of this as Tony K shoots. Tony K shots will not connect. Kenny is still alive. Adilu with the high ground. It's going up, opening out the flanks against Vampire Esports. Shamil needs to be picked up by Kenny, but the name from Parajin. Oh no, it's from Tony K taking out Shamil. Parajin get one for himself. Adilu, nice flank there. You get another knockdown. One more to go.
2v2 for Yudu Alliance. Right now, Yudu Alliance definitely have those elevations, but hardly to spot out any of the players of Vampire due to this slope of the kill here. Definitely see traps in the silhouette, and there goes another. Vampires being shut down by Yudu Alliance. They place themselves with 8 elimination in 11th place, but this is not the Vampires we've seen back then, and they're being shut down by one of the best Malaysian teams up there.
One of the best Indonesian teams as well. Right here, Alter Ego, nade onto Gigslade. Gigslade don't know that he's there. That's going to be the first nade onto Mika. Mika, together with Damn Good, just next to each other. Another nade will take them out, and that is it for Gigslade.
Alter Ego, Potato, Scar L. If he spotted out Flash, it's going to be a big one. Definitely spot him out. Get it tossed. But it'll be still in the way. Will be another Alter Ego. No, SLD. No, that's a bit too long for Alter Ego. Why did you kill up the But then he can just spray just now. SLD, I think, wrap up the kills to a sort of Flash. Never mind, still alive. And Trongsen got it. Potato see it first. But it's not his to take. He don't want to exploit his own position. He take it slow. Micro Uzi goes to this spot him out. Here it comes. But it did whiff. It whiffed him. Oh, no.
I guess it's been a while since someone uses a micro Uzi that often. Probably not used to the control yet, so yeah, maybe a forgotten muscle memory there. SOD will take advantage of it, and all of their players will get a single point each.
CJ was working as a tree right now. Another one I have no clue where. It's going to be 1-3 formation for them. The one will be outflank the others, trying to give away the information towards the rest of Arosa just to be sure about the positions. DBD Echo playing with AUG. Got himself an upgrade, level 3. CJ Evos definitely gave away the position with those audio cue. But here comes Red Face. They want to push, but which one will they pick?
Echo is tanking out the blue. Okay, gotta move. And he has one medkit. Alright, that's fine. But he's alone opening out the flash, not using his medkit just yet as Jamie OP been needed out by Lynx. Echo forced to use his bandages. Netjos needed out by Lynx yet as well, leaving Echo alone in the blink of an eye.
Echo, they're trying to do 1-3 formation just like how Psija plays, but there goes. Lynx just finish it off easily. Running down the side of DBD plays Echo for the last one. Now Psija, such consistency the entire week too. They will squeeze themselves in the top 5 in every single map. So far, they're taking the #1 spot, stretching the gap towards Sale even further. FaZe nowhere near catching up. They're being obliterated early on. But GE going in triangle formation. Tried to go on the northern side, but with the circle happened to be just on south. Psija got it, and DX still in the center.
Oh yeah, great position there by Xavier as a Psija E-Boss, but not so good for SLD as one of them will be shot down. Yudu Alliance will be taking on the other side. Sky only alone attack, but Adi Luke counterfight from afar. Nice support fire there. Sky only 2 knockdowns back to back, defender this ground.
Reload on Sky, trying to get out from this shack. No smoke, no molly, not even a grenade. The axe, they were in the center the longest, but now being ambushed left, right, center, and being eliminated within an instant.
Why, hello, Pasija Evos already 13 eliminations. If you take them all out, he will get at least 90. They will get at least 19, assuming they eliminate all of the other players. And they're going to even up the record with, I believe it was Boom or Alter Ego. Yeah. So let's see if they can do that. Let's see if they can even up the numbers. And now GE still alive on the other side. In fact, Choo, we got 2 wildcard teams in the top 4 now.
Going better than the last map here, coming up from GMPB. Yes, I agree. Compared to week number 1, there's nowhere near. They're definitely way better than week number 1 here. Such progress and improvement. Definitely should be proud of their performance here. But can they keep it going? Can they set the tone for the entirety of the tournament to be at where they're supposed to be? In the middle pack at least. Baby steps. Not pushing number 1, but at least in the middle pack for the wildcards. Procedure Evos, such a clean execution towards all the other teams. 30 eliminations, still have a 4 to work around. Look at how confident they are trying to find these shots. Trying to find these victims for the crosshairs. Hell leaving with only 1 player, but at least they're still hanging on. Very consistent. When it comes to GE and PBE, I'm loving both actually working out quite right. Usually it's going to be GE or PBE. The other will turn off if the other turn on. But this time both are doing great.
Yeah, that's why it's cool to see 2 wildcard teams in the top 4. But it's cool to see what Procedure Evos is going through right now. Very, very confident. Let's look at this. Very confident. A simple need, and that is elimination number 14 for them. And they still have the circle control.
Oh.
Right now, GE and PB next to each other. That fight is inevitable, but then again, Procedure Evos, they will want as many points as possible to pull away from the competition.
I did mention before, I want Rosemary, the Paco, as well as, who is Boom player again? What was it again?
Yummy?
Yummy and Lynx. And Lynx already got himself 8 eliminations, 7 just now. I want to see if he managed to break the individual record in this tournament, in PMSL. The highest by far is by Rosemary. 10 eliminations by 1 individual. 8 so far. 14 eliminations. The highest as a team is going to be 17 by Alter Ego. But can they pull it off by Procedure Evil?
Interestingly, it's not Zuxi, it's not Luxy, it's not Redface, but it's Lynx. If he's able to pull that off, already 8. He just need to get like 3, and there's still enough for that's 5 out of 3 for him to take. Right now, GE not moving, but they're on the outside of the circle. They think they still have time, but in reality, they don't. Wish they would have enough space, but Zai shot down by Luxy.
Oh, Lynx
and that's going to be it. Lynx! Lynx gets it! Oh, man!
They know exactly the numbers how it's going on, but GE taking a fight against
Okay.
Convoy and Wax. As the loss of PBE is going to walk out against each other. We do know for a fact there's no way like Procedure Evos will flunk this one, right? There's no way they can botch this. Because GE, you know when it comes to CQC, they're not well, but at least 1-2-1, can they secure another before they go there? But never mind, we take it back. It's almost close enough. But Procedure Evos, did they break the record? The last minute as a team, and did Lynx manage to secure more than 10?
More than 10, it would have been enough, but did he get the last 2? It went that fast. We got to get a confirmation soon. It's either he got like a 9 or at most a 10. Even if we got a 10, he even up the record with Rosemary, so he has the bragging rights as well. Well, very, very likely that he'll get the MVP with that amount of eliminations. And that surely comes together with the amount of damage too. So we'll just wait to see the calculation coming up really, really soon. And if Rosemary can still be the one and only individual player to get the most eliminations so far, looks like we're getting a confirmation. It's taking the time just to be sure, because breaking a record, you gotta be sure of the numbers.
Here comes our MVP, is going to red face due to the damage.
Wait
you know what?
a
Even though
second.
Lynx got more elimination, you saw for a fact so many knocked down by these guys. But elimination-wise, they're going to be links on this side. But Red Face, I think he's deserving his MVP. Every single time, he's the one that knocking people down. His damage and elimination did not even tally up. He deserved to get almost 9 eliminations just by himself. But due to his damage, he's given away all his points towards his teammate. He doesn't really want to hog it all down by himself. But he's deserving his MVP.
You know what? All the players were like pointing towards links. I think behind the scenes, maybe the production was like, hey, guess who? And then it was like, links for sure. He got a lot of elimination points there. But hey, Red Face, maybe it's because of like what you mentioned, the damage and the fact that he got 3 eliminations. So it's like the ratio of eliminations versus damage. So meaning that he did a lot more work and allowing his teammates to just secure those eliminations. So perhaps that's a theory. But anyway, for CJ, he was still getting a good number of eliminations overall. GE, wildcard team, another second place finish for them. So GE knocking the door to get that chicken dinner.
For GE, they need to have a way more push, and PBE were being eliminated by them. But GE, at least to this week, I have to give it to GE. They've been quite consistent, getting themselves in the middle bracket every single time. They know for a fact where they stand. They know that they cannot afford to lose once more. They cannot be down there. But so far, it has been great for GE the entire week. Not so much for PBE, but you do lines up and down. Saying this for Hill is consistent. Procedure Evos, you have to give it this team for this week. They don't have chicken, by the way. The entire board, when it comes to the top 3, the only team that didn't have the chicken before this. Now when they get themselves 1 chicken, how much will it push more after this?
Oh yeah, that's a really good point. It took them this long to get the chicken dinner, but they still managed to get that amount of points. Okay, now I really want to know like how far are they as compared to like Hale, compared to FaZe, and a couple of other teams that's close by. But before that, of course, I took out a highlight from the previous round. And this week, the first Iranga of every day is always a tough circle. This is arguably the toughest because it was 100% onto military base. You see the amount of teams zooming down and on their way onto military base. Well, naturally, fights happen.
Speaking of Altigo, I'm a bit surprised the fact that Rosemary really shot. I'm a big fan of him. I mean, like, whatever you want to call it, but I am a big fan of him. I'm surprised that he got caught off guard every single time. It's kind of unusual because Rosemary always being so ridiculous. But for the others, he clearly utilized. They do have the firepower, they do have the aggressiveness, but it's all about the timing of their transition into the safe zone. If it's a bit, just tiny bit, tap it too late, or just tiny bit too early, they will clash with the others. They will caught themselves in a triangle spot. There's going to be more than one team fighting against them. No matter how you try to negate yourself from it, you'll walk into another team. That's what happened to the side of RQ and BTR before, right? They want to flee from this fight, they want to part ways, but they're caught in another team in between. 17 eliminations. Now, Procedure Evos taking the same record as Alter Ego. 17 for 2 teams right now.
Yeah, so hang on. 17. Okay, Alter Ego, they got 19 if I recall, and that's the record. They got to fact check that again, unless we saw too many rounds. But we'll fact check that again, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, of course, it's Procedure Evos. We're going to celebrate their first chicken dinner in this round. I'm looking at the other end too. Void, only 2 points. Man, that means Void dropped down to number 18. Ooh, yo. But check this out. 18-point gap opened up by Procedure Evos. It's almost 1 round's worth.
5 chicken, the most chicken teams is going to place themselves at second place if you compare with Procedure. They're so different. They have more elimination. They're just how aggressive they are right now. I mean, Hill got each of the player each chicken to eat later for their dinner, but if you compare with Procedure, 1 is more than enough. They got a whole big of turkey to be shared among themselves because the numbers don't lie. Definitely have the gap between the margins. The first and second place quite wide enough already. If compared with last week, Cloud, this is nowhere near. Procedure Evos is just doubling down the effort from what Void showcased us last week.
Yes, it is. It is a bigger haul. this week so far. They can even reach the 200 mark by today. So even Void didn't reach that number last week. Okay, I just did a fact check. So right now, 19 is still the golden number to break with a chicken dinner in the single round. So we still look forward to that. But anyway, it doesn't matter for Persija EVOS as long as they are consistent, they are still up there. So looking good for them.
Yeah, update us again. We've gotten the 19 eliminations because last time I remember was Alter Ego who got the most.
Yeah, it's 19.
By Alter Ego, that one.
Yeah, that one.
Okay. Was there one that actually got 10 eliminations by the side of one player, which can be Rosemary, and the others segregated
Yes.
among themselves for the 9 points. But you know what, we do have an interview coming up, so let's head into our host for the day, which is going to be Flava. Flava, take it away.
Anyway, we're here at the interview area and we're joined in by none other than Coach Jeffrey from Team Bigatron. Now, Coach Jeffrey, thank you so much for actually willing to actually be interviewed. Now, of course, let's get down to business and start off with that first match. It's very unfortunate that you guys got second place. You guys got such an amazing performance, 9 eliminations, but unfortunately in that last situation, it was a 4v2 situation, and with Hale Esports getting that chicken dinner. But here's the thing, a lot of people out there are curious to know what actually happened in that situation. I'm very sure you had the opportunity to talk with the players after the match. Or could you share with us, what was going through their minds, and is the team okay?
Yeah, I mean the team is okay, and they are happy with the performance, but of course they're not satisfied because I think they rushed into ending the game because they want to get the chicken dinner directly, and so they forgot like some basics about what they need to do to close out the game. Yeah.
So basically, in that kind of situation, if you look at circle-wise, there was no need for them to rush. Like, what was really is there another reason or element that made them had to rush that situation?
I think because we have been so unlucky with Sunhawk map for the past couple of days, and then today we got like quite a good position, and then they just want to end things quickly and just to get the chicken dinner and to like give some moral boost to the team. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it was amazing response coming in from you. Now, Coach Jeffrey, also want to ask, so far, Team Megatron, you guys have been very inconsistent in this week number 2. Is there anything ongoing with the players currently right now? Is either on a personal level or is it communications? Anything you can actually share in regards to the situation with the team?
I think for the past week and a half, we have been trying to mix things up, and we are trying like different lineup, different players, different play style, and we are trying to see what works and what don't. Because I think what is important is on the third week and on the final, because that's when it really counts. And for the league, with how the system is right now, we think that it's better for us to get some adjustment and get all the players ready to play and see who works with what and what doesn't work for the team. Yeah.
And as you mentioned, how long will this test last, and when will you stop and go, full throttle into the competition?
I think this week will be like for us to learn more, and since we have already done 2 days, so 50% of the week, I think for today and tomorrow, and also for the week 3, we're gonna see and we're gonna show to the fans like what we really want to play and what we really is showing to the PMSL league.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, from Coach Jeffrey himself. And of course, last but not least, now, do you guys have confidence that in the remaining 4 more matches you have today, you guys will be able to actually improve the performance for the team?
Yeah, of course. We have been always trying to improve and also trying to learn from our mistakes and also trying to give a good performance to the fans. So I think watch out for us. We're gonna come and we're gonna show you guys what Bigatron is all about.
Watch out, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it. Thank you so much, Coach Jeffrey, for the amazing interview. Don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. Coming after this is going to be match number 3 here at day number 4, week 2 of the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring.
Wow.
Yep.
Jeffrey, I mean, like, speaking of, they are really taking the second week as experimental week.
Yeah, I mean, experimental week. Very interesting statement because like if we kind of think about the history of BTR in general, they always come with the reputation of prank. So meaning that they like to prank and that they show up at the later stages of the tournament. So I don't know if they're trying to do that again since they have that reputation despite it being a overhaul team. But let's check out the head-to-head before I talk a little bit more about that. a red face. Wow, what a game it was for him being compared against Ade Luke, the Starman for Euro Alliance.
This is surprisingly very unique coming up from this head-to-head, honestly speaking. If you look at the throwable being used on the side of Adilok, is way more than Red Face. It just shows that Red Face do know exactly how to outplay the other teams. He doesn't have enough utilities, but it's more than enough. He knows exactly the angle, the timing to pick, and how to outplay the plays using tactical instead of just tossing in whatever that you have.
Yeah, so yeah, sometimes it's about efficiency, right? Like if you can use lesser nades to take out more opponents, why not? You save those nades for when it matters the most. So next round, of course, it matters the most because you want to take a long break on a high. So yesterday the past few days actually, we've been seeing a lot of Thai region team, a lot of Indonesia region team, really stepping it up. So far today, first round Thailand, second round Indonesia. Maybe it's going to be the same trend again.
Feels like a deja vu from yesterday, honestly speaking. But at least yesterday we had a lead coming up from the Indonesian teams. Talked about Alter Ego, talked about Boom, and a bit of the others as well. But so far, when it comes to Persija Evos, they are the one that always ended up every single map in this entire week too, in the top 5. I'm talking about top 5 because there are times they're being eliminated at number 5th or number 4th spot. But most of the time, even if they're being eliminated, not getting those chicken, but they did secure quite a volume of kills. We're talking about always 5 and above. There's no way they're going empty-handed for coming up from Persija Evos. That's why they are one of the top strongest team up there. They don't have as much chicken as Hill. Surprisingly, you know what? The one that dominating our maps here today and winning those chicken is still going to be the top 2 contenders up there.
Yeah, it does look like another two-way race. Last week, the two-way race was between Void and Vampire. This time around, looks like it's also another Thai and another Indonesia region team. But this time, of course, the Indonesia region looking good. So looking at the bottom prediction, GE again for me getting close. Void and DVD, well, still looking for that moment.
I mean, like FaZe, I put it at the last because it's gonna be cliche for me coming up from FaZe because yeah, I did mention early on, they do have more matches to be played compared with Persija and even Hale right now. But the point's not that too far off. For Hale and Persija, Evo is just 1 point apart. But the side of Alter Ego, like sad to see it, they are going down the drain here. We're talking about always the first one to be picked off is going to be Rosemary. They need Rosemary in the lineup. I mean, like, Alter Ego lineup, they do have each other, yes. But it feels like their gameplay, their firepower is surrounding and centralizing around Rosemary. That didn't happen. For DX, on the other hand, they're still in the middle bracket. They stay quietly in the center. I feel like they haven't shown us the best of them yet. Maybe waiting for the finals. Maybe they just, you know what, league, we try to get in and not being relegated and be the top 16 is more than enough, then we push.
Yeah, I just hope that doesn't backfire them because right now, the Xavier, still we see that they're very dependent on Lamborghini. Remember that there was one round that Lamborghini got eliminated fairly early, and then we don't really see the rest of the Xavier stepping up for the team. So that really seems to be one of the loophole that they need to fix. It's of course easier said than done. It's a theory, and how they fix is even harder in actual fact behind the scenes. But at least from what we observe, that's the case. Lamborghini is doing a lot of work for them.
That's true. It feels like we always have a star player. Lamborghini, just like how Yami and just like how, like, on the side of our Ark is going to be Pekka, on the side of Alter Ego is going to be Rosemary. That's what Lamborghini have been offered for the guys, and he's been clutching so much. But the others, I mean, like, I want to see Frankie. I don't know if I feel like Frankie do have the spaz for the team, but it's just maybe it's not the right time for him to come in yet. We've seen quite a number of rotation between the roster, between the players being swapped in and out so far. Some of them hitting a break wall, including Vampires. This is their worst performance of the entire PMSL, or even my entire time casting their games throughout any PUBG Pro League or Pro tournaments. This is the worst of Vampires yet.
absolutely. They're like 19. The last we saw them, I mean, number that nobody would believe if you like somebody who didn't watch this season or maybe this week and you tell them that, hey, do you know Vampire Esports is at number 19? They'll be like, no way. Yeah, yes way at this point. Same goes for Team Secret as well. But of course today they're not playing, so we'll talk about them a little bit more tomorrow once they come back with hopefully refreshed material for themselves. The Void, not as hot as last week. I guess it's also the adaptation, like week after week, being a new team inside of this stage of the tournament, not used to it yet. And the moment you're that one team that's hot on top, a lot of other teams would look a little bit more onto you, and naturally you get gate capped, you get punished. So that might be what happened to them. But maybe this change might help them with Vince coming in.
And they need a different sort of dynamic now, a refreshment coming out from the lineup here. And you know, the same goes for Void. If somebody asks, you tell somebody that who watched the first week, like Void actually in the bottom 16 as well. No way, right? But if you ask Team Secret and they said no way, I think that's the person that you're asking that haven't been watching the Pro League for the longest time. Probably going to be like, what, 2 years now? For Team Secret have not been performing here.
Yeah, I know, right? I know some people who skip a couple of seasons already by now, and sometimes they like, oh, I feel like rewatching it, and then they were like, no way. You get that kind of reaction too. But looks like we're gonna head on to the final map before we get on to the long break, or seeing the fact that they're putting their phones back on. Looks like we're gonna wait a little bit more longer before the next game
It's
starts.
gonna be a remake. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. If that happens, you guys know it's gonna be a remake. There you go. There goes
Yeah.
it. The guys are gonna have to talk right now. Put the arms up. But Jan Force, being playful as always, he's actually quite a shy guy and very polite, very well-mannered man. Very good gentleman, Jan Force. And this is going to be one of the most relaxing and always chilling guy, Yuhai. Same goes for Tony K. I mean, like, if you hover around the teams, right, you can see their personalities just popping off the camera. Like, Tony K, it's so hard for us not to see him smiling and joking around. Same goes for Yuhai. It's good to have this sort of personality to be the glue for the entire squad, entire team when they break down.
Yeah, I really like Yuhai's interview as well. I think he's very insightful, he's very cheerful too. So it's always nice to have that sort of personality, right? Being like the face of it. Avoid showing some of their personality. Oh nope. Don't do it. Don't do it. Thank you. That wouldn't be
Close.
camera friendly.
Family friendly, speaking of which. Chua, always the one, he's the gentle giant. Personally, I feel like everybody is like loving Chua so much. It just, he feels like a brother to the rest of the team. Look at how Lamborghini is saying, my tummy is a bit painful here. My DBD, very quiet on this side.
Yeah, DVD. You know what? I feel that it's. I'm also starting to lose words. How to explain the situation. But I'm not sure if they have this one option though. I think they do have Moscow Crew. I think he's a registered player, just like iShots. Should he play? Question mark.
Now you asked that. We have no clue if Team Secret allowing iShot will be playing or not tomorrow. I think maybe it's time for them to actually call in the veterans to come back here. I feel like this is the best time for DBD to call in Moskoki. It feels like he's needed. But they're not so bad. I won't say too bad, but it is at their worst possible place. There's no sugarcoating at that point for DBD anymore. They need a change. I don't know what, but they need it really fast and really quick.
Yeah, if this was week one, maybe it's like okay. But because the week one wasn't that good for them, so this week they really need to push up. If not, week three will be very difficult for them. And I guess it's maybe it's time. I'm just putting it out there, right? Because iShots already did it. Maybe Mosgoku leaving, taking a break from the scene. Well, not really, because he's a registered player before. It's just that he didn't play. Maybe it's time for, like what you say, the veterans to really show their stuff.
But I think
he has been playing since PMPL Season 1, at least during the Pro League.
But the thing is, would you still agree that iShot bring an impact? We saw it just one map and that's it. What happens the same for most group? Just one map and then they go down again.
Well, iShot's played a day. I wouldn't say that it's a significant impact, but we can see that the playstyle did change. And I think at the end of the day, that's what they need. They can't be doing the same thing, expecting the same result. So if any changes needed, that could be it. And maybe Goku is needed because of that. But today, looks like at least this round, no Goku yet. Let's see what happens inside of the Erangel before the break.
Heading into our second Erangel of the day before heading for the last after the break. But before that, this is going to be the Erangel where a lot of stress will be put on for the players. After they got the break, they will be refreshed. Mind you, Cloud, remember, there'll be a lot of teams swapping after the break as well. I don't know what happened, but maybe because of the players fasting, some of the not, and the players not fasting will be playing in the first half, and then those actually open up and breaking up their fast will be playing on second half. Maybe they're more energetic that way, maybe they're more refreshing that way, and not too sleepy, because if you don't eat, you don't drink for the entire day, it's really sleepy.
Yeah, or maybe if you sudden rush eating or you overeat after the fast, then you get sleepy. So yeah, it could be that as well. Could be that. We did notice that previous days, after the break, some players start to yawn. It's like, oh, I'm so full now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, I can't think.
Okay, we haven't seen anybody yawn just now, right? For the first half.
Yet.
The moment we hit into the second half, I agree. That's where they feast themselves all together. I'm loving how they're, you know what, if you're having a fast or not, they're just gonna grouping up together, just group up together and just have a very good dinner all together the same. But speaking of the second half, definitely we'll have a bit of a yawn. But on this circle, Jogopool, we haven't seen any Jogopool circle yet by far. Do you correct me if I'm wrong?
Yeah, not at all. Not yet. So far, we've seen it move up north to the areas of shooting range. That's about it. But not inside of Jogopool, either the north or the south. But let's check out what's going to happen here as Hale will nade down Yen for sure. That's going to be a straightforward toss by Tiger. Nothing much that Yen can do. Definitely going to be first blood for Hale Esports.
Impressive. That's quite clean coming up from Tiger. It's like he's not even moving. For DBD, Yen, I'm not sure. It's like, are you there just to stand? Because it was a perfect toss. It feels like casually just doing coming from Tiger, nothing more than that.
Yeah. I guess sometimes it's like you kind of freeze, right? But you look at DBD, they're number 19. Below them is Team Secret. So confidence not at their best. So I guess that when you go up against an opponent 1v1, you're not at that peak level of confidence. Your confidence kind of low, so that's what kind of happened. And that is where I do hope that Goku, he's also being the coach for DBD, is able to bring that confidence back to the team, because they seem to be lacking of it. Even like the previous round, if you remember Echo, he opened up the flag, Pasija was coming in, but he didn't do anything.
I agree. I feel like they are in the same boat as Team Secret. They lost their navigation, they lost their objective, they're being blinded entirely about what's their navigation or what they want to do. Feels like they need the compass back, and for the side of Secret, at least the compass worked temporarily for a bit. It gave impact, it gave sort of drive for them where to go for iShots, getting into the lineup. For DBD, feels like exactly the same here. They kind of have the willingness to have the kills. They want to go, they're thirsty enough for those eliminations, but nobody willing to stand forward and take the lead, as per se. There's nobody want to take the entirety of the team to see it on from third perspective view and just command it. They don't have the one that actually the compass of navigating the sails.
Yeah, and if you remember back then when Goku plays, he's known as the circle buyer. He's always able to so-called quote-unquote buy the circle. Well, of course, not in reality, not literally, but he's always able to okay, he kind of knows where to go, where's the best position to be at, how to enter the circle the best. So yeah, I think like DBD, like what you say, right? They're in the same position as Team Secret now. If Team Secret can do it, putting eye shots in, I will call for Mosgoku to be playing.
I worry for Mosgoku. He haven't been playing tournament for quite a bit now. He's a very entertaining guy. I just hope he doesn't treat it like a stream because sometimes when you stream more than you play in a tournament, you tend to forget. You play like you're streaming. That's where everything gets very comical. But I think Mosgoku do have the discipline. So yeah, I think they needed him. They need the boost of morale coming up from the coach himself, coming up from DBD. But will it be too late, Cloud? If that happens, today will be the perfect day. The second half, if they want to switch, that's going to be perfect timing. Because if not, if you want to drag into the final week to see if there's anything still can be fixed, it's not going to happen.
You know what? If you ask whether it's too late or not, you can't think about it with their current position. How worse can it get? they might as well just throw all the cards on the table.
Agree. Last week wasn't that great either. They were at the bottom too. So it feels like there are high chances for them to get relegated here. Very risky. Now, today and tomorrow, there's going to be the final. I mean, like, if they want to drag until final week and just realize, oh, we should have done this last week. At least final week, they have a time to catch up, right? But if they don't try it this week, then who knows?
Yeah, that's why to me it's like, just put all the cards on the table now. Just like what Team Secret is doing. I mean, they are in the same boat. Oh my goodness, we can go on and on with these two teams. But if you look at what GE is doing, even though they don't have a substitution, but somehow they managed to pick themselves up. Somehow they managed to like, okay, we can do it, guys. And they're climbing up. And this gives them hope of getting out of the bottom 16.
I'm loving how they go back to the basics, back to its what's need to fix. If there are any sort of fundamentals that they got it wrong, GE definitely have a bit of a hurdle between themselves. We saw they be talking amongst each other when there's a break. The coach came in within that 5 minutes of downtime for the players to discuss between the games. They really make a comeback. If you compare them with last week, extremely at the worst place possible. And this week is just way better. What a progress, a huge jump come from GE. If GE can do it, why can't DBD?
Exactly, right? Yeah, I think GE is the success stories for now. But let's see what happens to PBE. One of the teams that's also down there. RQ Asa. Almost getting it, but thanks to the high ground, he'll get away. Even PBE is doing better now. Yeah, they do have slumps, but in essence, if they are able to be consistent enough, maybe they'll be able to do the great escape.
For the past few rounds, PBE, they have been eliminated early on. They always clash with another team, trying to force a fight too often. But Alter Ego now playing in the blue zone. I'm not liking this too much coming up from Alter Ego. They usually play in the middle zone, not really the center, but at least whether at the rim of a circle, barely into the blue zone as much. But this time, they're playing it very late. I'm not sure if they have something else in mind, trying to experiment on some stuff, because that's what they are doing for the other teams as well. But CJ is taking this very late too. Surprisingly, I have a feeling, maybe it's just my hunch, maybe it's just my opinion. They studied across the entire week of what happened for each of the regions when it comes to rotation. Like we're talking about Hill and the rest of Thai always taking the center, right? Now there's always going to be the center of the Thai teams. There's always going to be there. The one that coming in very late is going to be the Malaysians. Are they trying to experiment if they can bulldoze the teams in the blue zone while walking towards the center after studying how many teams out there love to play alongside the blue zone?
I think they tried that yesterday. We saw it Sam9, we saw Team Secret, but it didn't work out for them because I think they couldn't find the right timing. When they did that, then they always get third party by another team. So it's something that it doesn't seem to be comfortable for them. Despite, yeah, it's nice to see teams here trying something else because they're in a dire position. But it's not. But it's still something that they need to fine tune. And it's the first day that they sort of switch up their strategy. So it's a lot of fine tuning to do. at least they have today's break to see whether they can continue to do that tomorrow or they switch to something else. GE, as usual, they like the high ground, and they're very good at that. With this kind of circle, they can play on the Gakka Mountain. But then they don't seem to be stopping, so not the team that likes to take fights early.
They can actually just park it there right now. They had it before and then chased out by FaZe back then. No, Bacon Time. Lucky enough, Bacon Time's not here. Sort of GE, I think they're a bit reluctant about taking those Gakka Mountains, but DBD splitting into 3, getting themselves a warehouse and building. Kick on the other hand, parked just right across. How did they respond? It's going to be a three-way wall. That's one thing for sure right now. The axe, DBD, and the kick. Dan could have been shooting from afar. Forcing the split to the side of Gigsley is not great. They're splitting into 2-1-1. And Hill happened to be there. Well, surprisingly, it's going to be 5 teams on top of it.
One of the prime positions for sure, but oh, okay. Damn good. They were searching for a location to be in, but there's just so many teams. I guess that's kind of what happens if, like, you want to go in the center, but you don't rotate fast enough, and there are other faster teams. And plus the circle, it's not really that far from a lot of teams that naturally drop around that area. So naturally, they would take those positions first. So Gig State have to deal with the rest of this round, playing without their captain.
Sometimes retreating is not about losing. It's not saying that you're weak. Sometimes retreating is a strategy. It's all about timing here. It's all that they need to align for all the teams out there. The timing is always off. It's just unfortunate days sometimes. But CJ Evos on the other hand links against South in the center. Now I personally not a big fan this day for those playing in the blue zone, because we do know for a fact the circle getting quicker and faster than before. Plus, whoever plays in the blue zone, if you notice, they hardly get themselves any chicken or even get themselves any sort of eliminations. It's really tough if you don't go aggressive for this season, because you do know for a fact the point is just heavily favoring those actions.
I'm going to keep my eye on the Procedure EVOS. So, because they played in the blue, they're playing a little bit slower. I think because they're trying to anticipate whether like the circle will go more to the north or more to the south. So, let's see with this kind of play style, what would they get out of it? So, I think that would be a good benchmark for them, since Procedure was really confident. But speaking about confidence, BTR confident against SLD.
BTR trying to redeem themselves, having a bit of redemption from the last map just now. Origin and SLD, 2 on the outskirts, make it 1 spot fire at the back line, the other 3 going in for the rush. Chuanji finish off 1 player, and now coming in as a whole. SLD goes to just sliding in there, and Yuhoi, slither of health remains.
Wow.
Less than 1 HP, and that's it. BTR, what is happening?
Well, the entertaining thing from that was Yuhai's Parker work through the vehicle, but other than that, 0 from BTR. Just when we thought that, okay, they had a decent round, and now 0 points. It's just too bad.
2 maps in a row. We're talking about back-to-back. The performance has been very questionable. Last map, one of the first few teams to go down. Being picked off 1 by 1. Not able to clutch in the last minute. Not even having enough. Forcing the fight too early. Feels like they're doing the same thing here. Rinse and repeat coming up from BTR.
Yeah, I mean, BTR, star-studded team, but down there as well. So even PBE still alive, has an opportunity to overtake them. If that happens, then it's a blow towards BTR. Even GE is on top of them right now. Same points, but because GE they got I believe they got more placement points. That's why they're still alive. They're on top. But speaking about GE, high ground being taken over by Void.
One showing how desperate they want those eliminations. They're forcing GE to give away this compound. They know for a fact there's going to be so many teams passing over the side of Gakka Mountains due to the circle on the northern side. But GE, Master Ichi, and the rest of them willing to part ways. You know what? You want it, you take it. We're not willing to go for unnecessary fights too early. Void on the other hand split it into 3-1. It's so famous this. They're played by so many players with the 3-1 formation. One going for the furthest flank away, the other 3 going on a triangle formation. That's the strategy and the meta these days being played by the players. But for GE, they responded with going away, but Procedure EVOS compressed on the other corner. No way out. Ham down. GE between two titans of Indonesian team. Persija Evos and Void closing in together, and the circle happened to go onto a side of FaZe.
Ooh, a majority of the circle at the bottom. GE, not the type of team that likes to fight head on, so they will leave the high ground for now, leaving it to Void. Persija Evos on the other side. And you gotta think about it, Persija Evos, they were at shooting range. And that's the reason why they play on the outside of the circle on the blue, because when the circle shifts, they can go down. And right now, you can see a couple of teams stuck with each other. Jimmy OP, gunned down by snipes from Geekslate.
Stone and SLD are their eyes onto the side of Alter Ego. They have smokes for Alter Ego, yes they do. They need to get out from here, need to swim over the other side, going for South Jogopol instead. Stone and SL are giving the pressure and just denying their mobility, flattening out their tires. Our FaZe caught themselves in a bit of a maze of the contenders. You realize happens to be there. A lot of teams right on top of Jogopol. I'm talking about 6 to 7 teams right at the same compound.
Ooh, yes. I'm seeing it colorful as well. FaZe Clan, they need the points to catch up on the Persija Evos. Gotta do it right now. Looks like a long range of the Persija Evos as Lynx, his teammate's too far away. Too late for them to pick him up, and Luxy, Zuxi, the max is that they're just gonna go and pick up loot from his box, but is it gonna be worth it considering the fact that Xavier has eyes onto the box?
As this time we're looking at Rosemary popping off again, taking a fight against another team, but for FaZe, Hill, Edo Alliance, GE. The moment anybody tries to cross over to the side of Hill, they're gonna be shot down by these guys. They know exactly which angle to hold on to. It's gonna be an open street and open for the moment they cross as well. RQ Mod taking down on Goes to SLD. There's gonna be a bit of a problem. There's gonna be the entry fragger being finished off. DBD pop the smokes, making sure they will just cover themselves from Persija Evos, but Red FaZe from afar. What a crispy tap.
Ooh, what a nice long-range tap there. He couldn't even react from that. But because of his non-reaction, now Boss Gaming wants to come in. But Boss Gaming on the outside of the circle, they will go through the high ground. But Persija Evos inside, gotta be careful there. They are circling around the high grounds of Garkai. Another team on the left end. Looks like Boss Gaming will need to pray for their safety.
Oh, Box. There's nowhere for them. They got Box in by themselves. What were they thinking going in like that as a crash heads into the side of the maze of FaZe? They split it into two to Box. They just caught themselves in a crossfire, a major one at that. Just being punished entirely by sort of FaZe here. Secure 3 for now. Mela will secure 4 if they finish off Box player. Capone and Shuna are stuck in between there, hoping they're not being discovered by FaZe and Yidu Lines on the other end. JE taking over this area as well. Everybody crowding over this side of Jogopol. Due to the circle just happens to be shifting. It's a bit of a maze area. Really tough to play the angles. Whether you're shooting or you're hunting. Or you're just trying to run. For Persija Evos and Void, both not willing to give away Gaka Mountain. Both I will not be in the circle.
Lead by Void now, and looks like Void, they're having the advantage by taking out Red FaZe. Oh, was that a splat? Vince? Finish off Red FaZe, and yes, it was a splat by Luxy onto Lapa, but Luxy got 2 in fact. And now Zuxi will need to clean it up. Luxy is currently down, Zuxi with a nade. Can he get another knockdown onto Void? That nade, will it land? It should land nicely though, but evaded by Maxius.
Oh boy, Zuxi, so much to clutch this one out. 1v2. Vince didn't manage to get revived here. Zuxi managed to avoid from those radius coming up from the grenades. But Zuxi, he wants to save Luxi a bit too far. Maxius finish off straight away. Keenan and Maxius. Maxius' slither of health remains while Keenan start to push. Maxius need to heal himself, but Zuxi not willing to bow down yet. He's still got a lot of fight in him, but not so much he's running. He's gonna go for the run.
Oh yeah, it's not going to be worth it for him to continue to tank the blue. And now, his second mission is getting to the circle, but look at the amount of colors around him. You got like one team on the left, one team on the right, one team on the high ground. Where's he going to go from there? We move over to the other side, which is the bridge. It's going to be the choke point for some of the teams that's still on the northern side, including SLD.
A lot of players resort to swimming. SLD and RIQ feels like they're having a bit of a swimming buddy session. Nasa definitely hurt Wong's in. Here comes Alter Ego join in as well. Vampire do have the healing inside of the buggy. In the water. Deep down below. But Vampire Stone, Slither of Hell remains. Z-Axe taking on DBD. Well, we do have DBD finally being eliminated now. That's going to be back to the topic that we mentioned earlier on. So many factors affecting their performance. But Alter Ego Rosemary trying to play the angle to the side of Vampire while the others swim over. Spotted on one Newsy. Now, maybe Eternity next contender. Stone on the ground as well. Shrubs at the back line. Arkin and Pego taking on another player on the back side. But Rosemary managed to avoid that. Negate does damage. But Fnatic barely Alter Ego. Such a long time for Rosemary to buy time for them. He's stalling for the team.
Oh, jumped into the water, so he can't pull up his weapon. Probably getting information, but Rosemary with a nade on his own. This nade could land perfectly for him. But it looks like he's going to keep that nade for now. Okay, that nade tossed on. But then again, it will not connect. Rosemary needs to reset. He has no more first aid, so he's dependent on his boosters.
No utilities, no HP items. All that's left is going to be he himself in his confidence. There goes Rosemary getting on one, but being knocked down by a set of Shrek. But lucky enough, the rest of Alter Ego finally dogged themselves up. Rosemary stole so much for the entirety. He pulled the entirety against Vampires. Now can the rest pull their own weight? Alter Ego need to make sure they win this fight after so much sacrifice on the side of Rosemary. But Void eliminated next. Alter Ego and Tony K exchange nades, but both in a dire need to make a move.
Ooh, looks like, is there a long range there? Oh, so it looks like it's Vampire, Fnatic. Okay, someone shot onto Vampire. Okay, SLD, they got one for themselves. Alright, everything just happened that fast. But anyway, looks like it is SLD from the other side, putting pressure onto RRQ.
Not gonna lie, I'm super disappointed coming from Alter Ego, but RRQ Asa never failed to deliver the long distance. Finish off goes to PBE, taking their time to just get into the sweet zone of a circle. Not rushing things, not being too reckless. They know for a fact they had the same mistake in the last game. Now taking their own time to wait for the other team to rotate first. RRQ having sort of the same mindset. They're coming up from the northeast side. Not many teams out there, but they definitely have a street to cross over the other end. Hale and the rest taking this compound, taking a maze. It's a lot of things going in this maze right now.
And Yudo Alliance losing man against Hale, but okay, nice trade there by Yudo Alliance. They finally win that fight. Hale, 4 eliminations, and FaZe Clan, the top 3 team that is still alive now. Right now, we can see the movement from PBE. Can they take advantage of that?
What? PBE positions compromise, spot down, first contact and finish off straight away from these guys. FaZe, they've been holding the maze of Jogo for the longest time there is. They ring around Rosie, a lot of angles to turn things around, but Ranked is going to be the best time to use DBS. This is the best place to use DBS right now from these guys.
Only Ranked as well. Don't see it yet from him. RRQ, crossfire from the other side. Onto GE. GE still within the container area. But GE needs to reset as well. FaZe Clan just next to Ranked. I don't think they know that Ranked is inside of that. But anyway, FaZe Clan, they can't simply come out of that area. If they do, then they might be shot down from GE or maybe RRQ even.
If you guys happen to be a Squid Games fans, you know for a fact the container will be one of Squid Games times last time. But here comes the others. You have to check every containers to make sure it's empty. And this is why I talked about the best place for DBS. The moment you turn a corner, just open fire. You don't have a care well if there's somebody there or not. You will pre-fire first. Box managed to knock down a Mela, but it's not difficult for FaZe to regroup and just reset themselves. There's so many angles for them to take coverage from.
Yeah, I wonder who's going to be the clothless, handsome Japanese guy. But anyway, I know the reference. Anyway, it's going to be RRQ and Vampire. Let's go. Again by the ledge.
Oh, man. Down to 3 players for Vampires. Now Stone's got finished off early. Managed to knock on down. Tony K getting Asa. With 1 mod remains. Mika taking on RQ Nepeko. Oh, what are the odds of Vampires being saved by Kick at the same time? And RQ charged by 2 team down. And that's just it. Mort bleeding out. Hoping for the last member to help. It's going to Voldemort. Mort and Voldemort. Got the time.
right?
But can they make it? Feels like really tough here.
The name has been confusing for a couple of seasons now. Voldemort. It looks like they're trying to get away. Oh, and the circle happened to shift behind them. So now, from not having the circle advantage, now they do have the circle advantage. Now, it's for Vampire's turn to come towards RRQ.
I just hope they don't slip down, but that's the moment where Mort slips down entirely. But they're being chased a hack, but it's so close. Before the possible side of Vampires, they will not let this flee easily. They will not let them go easily. No mercy being shown, but when it comes to the maze game here, we do have Udo Lions taking the entire maze by themselves. A different contenders area taken by Gigslate and Box Gaming. Feels like a horror movie right now. And when you turn an angle, you turn a corner, it's going to be your enemy. Those DBS make wonderful plays. Just pre-fire. And whenever you turn a corner, just open fire for once. Maybe you get a knockdown, maybe you're not. It's going to be down to luck as well.
Wow, but it's down to 2v4 here. RRQ, Vampire. Can they do it? Yes, gameplay for more. Left, right. It's just too much for him to handle. Now down to Voldemort, and that's going to be an easy cleanup there for Vampire. They will slide into the circle, play by the ledge, away from the other teams.
It's going to be the bane of the Indonesian team, the Vampires, for now. Suddenly rising back to their standards in the last minute before we're heading into a long break. Vampires going aggressive. 7 eliminations by far. We're down to 6 teams, and the closest we get to 7 is going to be phase 5, another tie team.
Ooh, okay, yeah. Looking good, and plus, they have 3 players. Man, it's looking good for them. But okay, I'm still gonna give a little bit hope to GE because they still have a full squad. Let's go GE. Wildcard team to get that chicken dinner if they can do it. But it's gonna be a big challenge for them because they're in between a couple of teams. But at least the good news is that they are in the middle of the circle.
Oh, the Blues happen to be shrinking on this side, and Stucknet got cornered by both sides as well. Oh man. He's prepared himself the DBS.
Okay.
You definitely see Kaboom coming. Here comes the boss! Bam. And there he goes. This is why DBS is so good here.
Oh, yeah. In that kind of distance, it's definitely good. Junos, where are you going to go now? Okay, Mika with his nade. Alright, Junos going to slide on the right at the bottom. If that nade from Mika can land on Junos, that would be perfect.
So hard to land those nades here with so many angles. Face. Okay. Left, right, center. He's been surrounded. There's no way out for him. But he jump shot it! No way!
Beautiful by Momo. Get Victoria's pull off a clutch here. Victoria's in ML5 now. Left with ML5 against Flex OP. 1v1. Let's see if they can do it. And both of these players are on the outside.
We shotgun outshine the other. Do you still go for the DBS? Or the F series is better? It's definitely not a DBS game. Flex had it. It was outplayed by the side of Union Lions. Face have to bow down at 5. But Shinos managed to counter with Gigslate. They got the upper hand at first. He clutched it by himself.
Wait a second, Choo Choo. Look at this. GE top 3 full squad 4v2 we won. GE. This is the moment for the wildcard region.
The first time to get a chicken. No way they will do this in the wrong resort by the end of the day, right? There's no way they just make a mistake that we did not anticipate. Please don't do this. It's not very healthy for our hearts. But for GE, they have all conditions ticked. It's they're supposed to take, but we've seen them make a blunder before. I just hope it didn't happen again, but for GE, not impossible, doable. All they need to do is just wait it out for Box and Yudu Alliance fighting against each other. Just wait for the right timing.
It is the first time I put the same team in my prediction 2 days in a row. And come on, GE, don't fail me this time. GE, we got Box, we got Yudo Alliance, but Flex will finish off Junos. So now it's GE against 2 from Udo Alliance, the last team to go.
Kenny and Flax just gonna toss around the nade on each of the entry. They got themselves the warehouse. It's gonna be 2 in and out, and that's it. The backside or the front side. For GE, they got the containers. They're not being pressured by the Blues, and they're just waiting for the time for Udo Alliance to push on their side. They need to move first. Udo Alliance definitely have disadvantage. You know exactly where to stand for GE, but can they finish and wrap things around it?
Holding my breath still right now. But then again, Udo Alliance, they are a formidable team. They can overcome this too. 2 nades been prepped out by Udo Alliance, but no position. Oh, Master Ichi! 1 knockdown. Where's going to come in from the left? Ichi will be taken over the zone, so his point will be denied. Flags winning the clutch down against 3 from GE, and it's GE! Finally, chicken dinner! And everyone from the wildcard has won for their soul!
Not the cleaners. They still managed to contribute 1 point to the side of Udo Alliance in the last minute, but nonetheless, the first ever chicken. Is that first, right? The first ever chicken from GE.
Yes. It is their first, and they complete the wildcard cycle. Oh man, finally GE. This is a week that they have shown improvement as compared to last week. They will not go down without a fight. They will not be in the bottom 4. GE is here to stay, and they want you to see them in the grand finals.
I do want to see the numbers of eliminations, but for GE, this is a morale boost for them, a huge one at that. They needed the entire week to keep it going. They start to slow down for a bit when it comes to yesterday's performance, now coming back stronger. For the entire week of week 2, we have to give it to West. He always being such a formidable player, finding those spots to open up the entry for the rest of the team.
You know what? When we talk about the other teams that was at the bottom last week, this week's still at the bottom. GE is the role model now.
Yeah.
They came from the wildcard region, a region that people don't talk about, but they tell themselves that they will not be the bottom, that they will be the grand finals. Man, I'm so proud of GE.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like in PMSL or Southeast Asia League, we so helped to get GE on the lineup, and they are one of the teams that barely make it in Southeast Asia League. Well, it is one of their first few, and they can put up a standard way better than the teams that have been playing a long time in Southeast Asia League. You have to agree to that because it just shown across the board now, Cloud.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, from number 20, and now they are slowly rising up. They want to get into page 1. They were in page 1 at some point. They'll be knocking back into page 1 with this sort of performance. But of course, let's not forget, this time around, as compared to Precision EVOS, FaZe Clan did better. I think that FaZe Clan does close the gap a little bit more. I need to look at the overall scores later on. It's nice to see Box Gaming up there as well. Up and down performance for them. But at least Box Gaming, with this level of performance, we should be able to see them in the grand finals later.
But for me personally, I got a bit emotionally damaged just now from the fight of Alter Ego versus Vampire Esports. Rosemary had swim over early and have been guarding and kept them at their toes for the entirety of Vampires by himself. He bought so much time, he's stalling, but the rest of Alter Ego, the moment they dock over the other side and swim over, they couldn't pull off those trigger right. He got knocked down, the ability to trade, and Rosemary, the rest of Alter Ego died in vain. That was the most devastating time for me. If you're in the shoes of Rosemary during that time, you put so much work, but not enough.
Yeah, emotional damage. That's how they say it. In Asia, at least. Well, I guess that kind of tells the story that how important Rosemary is. Like him opening up the fight, he always being at the forefront, he always taking those chances. His teammates need to follow up with him. There are many times that we saw that, okay, Rosemary takes it on by himself, his teammates come a little bit later, sometimes on point, sometimes it's not. So it's something to fine-tune there for our people.
But honestly speaking, it just shows that no matter how strong you are as a player, you try to keep them at bay. It's still a team game. In the end of the day, still you need all 4 men to pull off their own weight here. I just hope for the teams that do have their star player really pushing so much work and putting out so much effort for the team. The rest of them need to play catch up. They have to match the standards now, because it's not, if not that, then it's really tough for them to just rely on that one player to pull it off the entire day.
Okay. Irregardless, whether it's 6 eliminations, whether it's 2 eliminations, whether it's 10 eliminations, GE still got the chicken dinner with the most points collected in this round. So well-deserved GE. Great to see them up there with the poster. Man, this is definitely something. This is a role model, try hard, wanting to come back performance from GE. Judo Alliance, 14 points, the only 2 teams with a double-digit finisher. But CJ EVOS, just as they were hot, tend to cool down a little bit this round.
Surprisingly, a lot of 9s in total point this round. Even though it's different when it comes to rank eliminations, but there's like 3 teams getting a 9. You reverse the 9 to 6, which could be Gigsley or RRQ. BTR 2 times in a row, if I'm not mistaken, they actually didn't get too much of a point. For the entire day, it's just really tough for them. PBE now back in the corner where they're being stuck down there. But when it's important, it's going to be the weekly rankings. So speaking of Procedure EVOS, stretching the margin even more, it's going to be 20 points in between Hill and Procedure EVOS. But FaZe, can they catch up here to a side of Procedure? Now, the gap is just way too much from the third to the first.
With, let's see, 6 games in hand. Ooh, but we haven't seen the best of FaZe Clan just yet as they came back into the game ever since their break yesterday. I'm really liking GE. Just look at this. They're back at page 1. Same amount of points with Judo Alliance, but because they got more rank points than Judo Alliance, so the tiebreaker allows GE to be on top of Judo Alliance. Hopefully they'll be able to stay at page number 1, because look at the heavyweights on page number 1. If GE can be there by the end of tomorrow, they will solidify themselves as complete page 1 among all these giants.
Not just as this is a scary prospect, by the way. I'm talking about Procedure. I'm looking at last week's performance, right? The highest we get is 239, and that was we're hitting the 200 over when it was the last day. We almost finished the day with another 200. Will it be ending more than 239 by the end of this week then? For the first place?
Likely. Yeah, it looks likely they're going to break Vampire's record. So, yeah. This is, of course, I remember one of the interviews that they did say that, they want to do better. They want to show that they're better than the Thai region. And if they get the number 1 with more points than Vampire comparatively last week and this week, then, well, they would have walked the talk.
I'm sorry, I'm going to correct that. It was 216, not even 239. It's a total point right now for 239, but 216 on the side of Vampire. They're just so close right now. I'm like, by the end of the day, they might actually get already more than Vampire. Depends on Procedure EVOS how aggressive they get after they eat after this. So maybe they got a bit of a charge from the sugars and the rice and everything else and the proteins. We're going to have to wait and see, because we're going to head into a very long break. But before that, you guys keep on tuning in. We still have 3 more maps to go. 1 Erangel and 2 Miramar. But stay tuned, we still have 1 more Erangel for the entire day. See you guys in a bit.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, Pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
مرحبا يا شهر رمضان يا شهر صيام مرحبا يا شهر رمضان يا شهر صيام
Pew pew. Pew pew. Damn good. Damn good. Damn good. Damn good. Pute. Pute the best, man.
Bila esok datang kembali.
Pemburu or jumper?
Jumper.
Yuhai or Fredo?
Yuhai.
Demrut or Mika?
Mika.
Ryzen or Zuxi?
Ryzen.
Team Secret or Yudu?
Yudu.
RRQ Athena or Bigetot Esport?
Bigetot Esport.
Nasi lemak or nasi uduk?
Nasi lemak.
Magi or Indomie?
Indomie.
Rendang or nasi kandar?
Nasi kandar.
Sirap Bandung or es cendol?
Es cendol.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Durian apa satu tu? Durian montong.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Montong tu apa?
From Thailand.
Oh, durian Musang King.
Thank you, Manpa.
Okay, thank you.
Locking in just like that.
Hi Jumper, see you soon.
Keep on trying to hide it, but your friends know. I only call you when it's high. But the only time that I be right. Said I only love it when it's high.
A brand new gameplay, Noosa Tycoon, is now available. Welcome to your very own island. Earn Noosa coins, build your island, and increase your prosperity. That way, you can win a free legendary set and commemorative titles. The main way of earning Noosa coins is by running the Regal Resort. The higher the level, the more profits you reap. Invite friends to stay at your Regal Resort and help you run it, for both of you to gain additional earnings. Keep using Noosa coins to upgrade buildings for your island to become more prosperous. Upgrading the cargo terminal can additionally improve the prosperity of your island. When you reach 2,000 prosperity, you can redeem a permanent legendary set for free. Every 8 hours, players can explore the mysterious cavern once for free to dig up crates and collectible items. The higher the cavern's level, the greater the chance of excavating collectible items, which further increase your island's prosperity. Here's a little tip. The most profitable strategy is to evenly upgrade all 3 buildings. A hologram of your island displays in the lobby during the event, and its appearance changes as your prosperity increases. So come and build up your island with friends.
The well-loved creation mode has gotten a major update. Now, a function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added. When you enter creation mode, you will notice that there are two new options. They are the function that allows players to add screen effects and the function that allows players to switch outfits while in creation mode. The function to switch outfits has greatly improved the player experience. All you have to do is prepare different outfits in your portable closet. You can switch between them at any time while in creation mode. Combine various camera effects at the same time to smoothly capture a fashion show and further enrich your shots. It's now also easy to reach certain spots. Furthermore, you can now display companions in creation mode. They also have their own dedicated photo and video taking templates to better capture them up close. That way, you can capture beautiful moments from more angles. In this new version, we've added a new small themed area, the Imagination District, to Air Angle and Libbet. If you wish to quickly check out the new resource point, it's best to go to Air Angle. These widely dispersed Imagination Districts will provide you with new options for gearing up. Try landing here at the start of a match to loot more supplies than usual. Also, similar to the Imagination Plaza, Imagination Districts also offer interactable areas that allow you to get rewards. But since the areas are small, each Imagination District can only be interacted with once. If all teammates jump to the same Imagination District, there might not be enough supplies for everyone. In that case, it's a good idea to split up roles in the team. Some teammates can first scout the nearby area for supplies. Once geared up, they'll be able to protect the rest of the team that's busy interacting with the themed area, thus mitigating the chances of loot getting snatched away by other players. By working together, both looting and interacting can be done at the same time. It saves a lot of time and lets your team quickly move on to the next point.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
The type metal safeguards the superficial peace. The lack of supplies continues to aggravate misunderstandings. Familial conflicts that lurk beneath the surface never cease. Eventually, trade relations are cut off and contracts torn apart. Thus marks the end of the family bond.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable on the minimap. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms of floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. Once more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello everyone, Payload Mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Marhaban ya syahra Ramadan ya syahra siyam. Marhaban ya syahra Ramadan ya syahra siyam.
Pew pew. Pew pew. Damn good. Damn good. Damn good. Damn good. Ute. Ute the best, man.
Bila esok datang kembali.
Pemburu or jumper?
Jumper.
Yohai or Fredo?
Yohai.
Demrut or Mika?
Mika.
Ryzen or Zuxi?
Ryzen.
Team Secret or Yudu?
Yudu.
RRQ Athena or Bigetot Esport?
Bigetot Esport.
Nasi lemak or nasi uduk?
Nasi lemak.
Magi or Indomie?
Indomie.
Rendang or nasi kandar?
Nasi kandar.
Sirap Bandung or es cendol?
Es cendol.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Durian apa satu tu? Durian montong.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Montong tu apa?
From Thailand.
Oh, durian Musang King.
Okay. Thank you, Manpa.
Okay, thank you.
Locking in just like that.
Hi Jumper, see you soon.
Keep on trying to hide it, but your friends know. I only call you when it's high. But the only time that I be by. Said I only love it when it's high.
tingkatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Halo semuanya, gua Rezan dari Bigetron. Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang kelima. Semoga game PUBG Mobile kedepannya semakin berkembang, semakin maju, dan semakin sukses. Nah, buat kalian jangan lupa terus ikuti perkembangan gameplay PUBG Mobile karena bakal banyak event-event seru kedepannya. Thank you guys.
Merhaba, ben Türkiye'den Solkay. PUBG Mobile'in 5. yıl dönümü kutlu olsun. PUBG Mobile'in yeni yıl dönümü etkinliklerini sen de oyuna gelip keşfedebilirsin.
हेलो गाइस, इट्स मी सुविन कुमार प्रजापति र म टिम डिआरएस नेपालबाट खेल्छु र ह्याप्पी 5th एनिभर्सरी पब्जी मोबाइल र हजुर नबिर्सिनु होला 5th एनिभर्सरीको इभेन्ट आउँदैछ हजुर स्योर खेल्नु होला थ्यांक यू
Hello everyone, here is Lord from Iraq. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Really happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun contents to the players in the future. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activities for the limited time. See you there.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari Persija EVOS dan gue mau ngucapin buat PUBG Mobile buat ulang tahun yang kelima, dan semoga PUBG Mobile makin rame, makin seru, event-eventnya juga makin makin seru banget deh pokoknya, dan kompetitifnya juga terutama semoga makin ketat ya. Dan buat kalian jangan lupa ramein event nanti ada di game PUBG Mobile ya, di dalam game kita seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke, sampai jumpa, dadah.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम आयुत उज़म है और मैं आयुत का इन गेम लीडर हूँ। मेरे तरफ से पबजी मोबाइल को 5th एनिवर्सरी बहुत मुबारक हो। मैं ये गेम 5 साल से खेल रहा हूँ और इस गेम में कुछ नए एक्टिविटीज़ आने लगे हैं, तो चलो मिलते हैं वहीं पे। हाफिज़।
Hello everyone, here is Jumper from Team Secret Malaysia. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Very happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun content to players in the future. Also wish PUBG Mobile to become better and better. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activity that are open at limited time.
Back after the break, this is the PUBG Mobile Super League Saturday edition. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being together with us. My name is Sir Cloud, together with not my oppa, Choo here. And we'll be bringing you the story today. Inside joke.
Okay, I mean, today has been beautiful day for all of us due to every different map. This time it's going to be different flags. I'm waiting for who else not up there. We do have time for the first one. Second, Indonesia. It was coming up from Myanmar. Maybe we can put out some Malaysian banner. Maybe it's been a while since we haven't seen Malaysian waving up there, and Vietnam as well.
Yeah, Malaysia, Vietnam. Since we have 3 maps, right, I'll throw in the Philippines as well. If we can get all 3, my life is complete. I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, if only we... How many? It's like enough for each, right? For 1 Vietnam, 1 Thailand, 1 Malaysia, 1 Myanmar, 1 Indonesia, and 1 Philippines. 6, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, every single
complete.
Map. Please make it today.
Okay, can I change my prediction now? Okay, no.
I mean, like, I want every nation to have that a bit of a pride going every single map to feel like, oh, it's your turn now, it's your turn. Like, everybody gets something out of today.
Yeah. Well, I have DBD in my prediction, so that's there. PBE was that day. But if PBE can get it, I'll be happy too. So come on, PBE. You can do it too.
Okay.
Wildcard, let's go.
Speaking of PBE, actually did getting themselves chicken dinner today. Who else that didn't land any chicken so far? Can we have a count on that?
Wow.
We're doing a TS.
Okay.
Yeah, TS is one of it.
DBD? TS got before. Last week.
Oh yeah.
DBD?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, DBD not yet. I'm looking over.
Might as well just.
I think okay. Yeah, might as well just. I think it's only DBD now.
No way, is it really?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, I need to double check that.
Yeah, because we never get all the data in one place, right? It's so hard for us to research. But did Box ever land one?
Good question.
Right? They are one
Maybe
of them.
not.
In between, right?
Yeah.
In between. It feels like they never get themselves that glory moment of all of their portraits go out together. But for predictions, yeah, I mean, like, did DX land any? I don't think DX got any as well, speaking of that.
Maybe. Or maybe even if they got it, it was last week for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm starting to lose count by now.
But I agree.
Really need to look back on everything.
The team that didn't have the banner flying is DBD and Sem9. I think Sem9 as well.
Sem9 last week they got.
Okay. I mean, I think it's only DBD for now. It's only DBD.
Yeah, I think it's DBD only. Ooh, you
imagine, and you have
like
it in your prediction. You're hoping it's gonna be today.
Yes, and if they got it, that means you have another new region to get it. So might as well, right? Let's go.
Yeah, that's
Let's
true.
go
So far today, we haven't seen anything from everything from Malaysia or on the side. Oh my god, I misclicked that. Sorry that. Of all the teams out there, so far we haven't seen a lot from Malaysia. The past, I think, is it the entire week too?
Yes, entire week too.
Not really.
We have not.
Not really. Okay, just give a bit highlight on Gig. Gig actually got the top 3 early this week.
Oh yeah.
And then they gone.
Okay. Yeah, I know, right? Because it's not as consistent as we hope for. Maybe that's why it's like on and off. Yeah, I'm still trying to search last week.
It's like
it'll take a bit.
It's like we have a bit of OCD. We need to know about this. Same goes for me when I tried to research and did found out the highest frag by an individual in the world. I have no clue if it's been broken or not, but I heard there's gonna be another player from India actually got it. It was Jonathan at first with 16 elimination by one single individual in one map. So that's the highest. That's the number to beat to be one of the world holding record. It's like Guinness World Record PUBG Mobile version.
Okay, I found out already.
Okay.
So only DBD have not got a chicken dinner at all, including last week.
The only one.
Only one left.
Goodness me. And this
RRQ got before, right?
Yeah, definitely they had it early on.
Then it's DBD.
This is the first time we're
Confirm.
looking at a region that has been in the tournament the longest and haven't learned any chicken. Back then it was like, okay, fine, Singapore, right? Back then it was first season of PPL. It was Singapore. that MYG that nobody actually landed any chicken until the last day.
Yes.
Any like mostly when those are the one coming out from Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam, as well as who else? Usually these four, right? No matter the teams coming out and how new you are, it feels like impossible for these guys being veterans in PUBG Mobile not to let any chicken in 2 weeks in a row now.
Yeah, and it's not like DVD first time at Southeast Asia. They've been in Southeast Asia before, so well, what can I say, right? Like it has to come at some day. Maybe I will start putting it into my prediction until
they land one.
They get it. Yes, until it worked for GE though. Just saying.
Yeah. I mean, like we should probably every single day we put them out just to see if they can land a chicken. At least Team Secret, even though they are down there for the entire 2 weeks, at least they made sort of a banner appearance for once, right? You have to have that proof that you are in this tournament. The only way to prove it is where the flash came out for the entire team banner. You screenshot it. That's gonna be your proof for your entire life.
Yes, and I did do a research whether Mosgoku is a registered player or not. He is a registered player, so he can play.
Okay. Will he? Maybe the day that actually win chicken dinner is the one that actually most people will be playing. I don't know.
Oh, that will be legendary if it does. I want to see that happen.
It happens for the one that iShot just entered in for Team Secret as well, right?
Yeah, well, they didn't get a chicken dinner, but they got improvement. So, yeah, still something.
Wait, let me check. They did land one chicken once, right?
Yeah, but not when iShot was
Oh
playing.
yeah, it was last week. It was last week.
Last week they got 2.
Yeah, they got quite a number, so it's okay. But Danny, if you mentioned that, right, then it's funny that iShot did make an improvement rotation-wise, but when it comes to chicken, not so much.
Well, to be fair, it's only 1 day for him, so I guess it's all adjustments and all that. And he did not play for like an entire season at least.
Oh yeah.
For the country PMPL, so yeah.
I think
just need to give him some time to warm up.
I think maybe he just plays in scrims, right? Definitely he played some scrims, but it's very different, right, Cloud? If you haven't played tournament, you're on a hiatus for a bit for certain pro players. You're coming back here. The tension and the pressure is not the same as when you're playing tournament all this while.
Yeah, definitely not. Because in scrim, sometimes teams, they don't play to their full potential because they might be trying out stuff. They might be trying out players. So naturally, they will play a little bit more chill. But when it comes to the real deal, this is where all 16 teams that play in the map, it's all 100% from them. So it's a very different feel.
Now, and speaking of the teams as well, we have to mention about BTR for today and Thai Day. What happened to them? It didn't turn out quite right, but wait, we have to put a hold for a second because we were waiting for that interview to commence, and finally we got our guest here. Who do you think it is, Sir Cloud?
I think it is Persija EVOS.
You're gonna love it. Flava, take it away.
Oh, GE, let's go.
PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring. My name is Flava. We're at the interview area, and I'm joining with none other than our representative here. On my left, I have Smile from GE, and of course, at the furthest end, we have our amazing translator, and also at the same time, he's the coach for the team itself. We have Josh. So thank you so much, both of you, for joining in. Now, for this interview, Smile, congratulations on the winner chicken dinner on match number 3, and it so happens that that is your first winner chicken dinner here. Now, could you share with us what happened during that final standoff against Udo Alliance? Because at the last circle of match 3, and how you feel about getting that chicken dinner at that moment?
Yeah. ပထမဦးဆုံးနဲ့ chicken ရတဲ့ပုံမှာငါတို့ဘယ်လိုခံစားရလဲပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒီအတွက်နဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးတော့လေ congratulation လုပ်ပါတယ်တဲ့အဲနောက်ဆုံးဒီ birthday မှာပေါ့နော်ဟို Udos နဲ့တူတူဆော့ရတဲ့ဒီနောက်ဆုံး last minute မှာဘယ်လိုခံစားရလဲပေါ့နော်အဲနောက်ဆုံးကတော့ဒီ chicken winner chicken dinner ရပြီးသွားတဲ့အခါမှာဘယ်လို feeling ဖြစ်လဲပေါ့
ကျွန်တော်တို့ chicken ရတော့ကျွန်တော်ပျော်တယ်ပေါ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ပထမဆုံး chicken ပေါ့ပထမဆုံး chicken လည်းဖြစ်တယ်ငါကလည်း chicken တွေအများကြီးလွှဲခဲ့တယ်ပေါ့ယူရိုလိုင်းရဲ့ chicken ရတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ထပ်မလွှဲအောင်ပေါ့တခြားလေးပြင်ဆင်ပြီးတော့ဆော့တယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ chicken ရတော့လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့အတွက်အများကြီး confident တွေပို့တက်စေတယ်ပေါ့
we are happy as you guys know, we mixed out the last previous game as a winner chicken dinner. So this time, we're really proud to be the first winner chicken dinner. Yeah, like that. And so, yeah, it's getting us to be more confident, and yeah, it's pretty sure. Yeah, getting more flame. Yeah, thank you.
Wow, I think that's a very extensive response coming from you guys. Amazing work, Smile. No worries about that. Now, you guys are in a very good condition to do it, knowing that for those who do not know, this is actually their first time actually being here in an offline stage because they've been playing online for a long time, and also they've only been formed for 4 months. Now, currently at position number 9, which is quite a big improvement compared to last week, with total 16 points collected from match 3 just now. So could you share with us the challenges that you're facing in this past 2 weeks, last week and this week?
Yeah. So ဟိုပါပေါ့ငါတို့ဒီပြီးခဲ့တဲ့ first week မှာဟို result နဲ့အခုဒီ second week result မှာအရင်ကွာခြားခဲ့တာတွေ့ရတယ်ပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒီအတွက်လည်းအရင်အောင်မိတယ်ပေါ့နော်အဲ့တော့အခုဒီနောက်ဆုံးဒီ match 3မှာလည်းပဲတပွဲတည်းကို16 points ငါတို့ယူထားတာတွေပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါအဲ့ changes တွေနဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးတော့ငါတို့ရဲ့စိန်ခေါ်မှုတွေဘယ်လောက်ထိရှိခဲ့လဲပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါနဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးတော့ဒီ week 2မှာ challenge တွေကိုပြောပြပေးပါတဲ့ဘယ်လိုပြောင်းလဲခဲ့လဲပေါ့နော်
ကျွန်တော်တို့ week 1မှာကျတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အရန် week ရယ်ပေါ့ပြီးမှအခက်အခဲအများကြီးရှိတယ် landing တွေရောplay sign တွေပါအကုန်လုံးအခက်အခဲရှိတယ်အဲ့ဒီအခက်အခဲတွေအဲ့ဒီကနေပြီးတော့အကုန်လုံးပြန်သုံးသပ်လိုက်တဲ့အချိန်မှာကျွန်တော် key point တွေရယ်ပေါ့ချက်နှစ်ချက်တွေရယ်အဲ့ဒီချက်နှစ်ချက်ကိုသုံးချပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ week 2မှာပြောင်းလဲခဲ့တာပါ
ဆိုတော့အဲ့ချက်နှစ်ချက်ပါလေပေါ့
အဲ့ဒီချက်နှစ်ချက်ကတော့ be patient နဲ့ be smart ပါပဲ
So yeah, it's pretty tough in previous week one, you know, as you guys know, and so actually, this is the first time ever in PMSL as we are, so we don't really know exactly which team what they have to do and which second what they decide to make and what they were. What they were to go. So yeah, we all the land we land from the first week, and we note down the details of what we have to do in week 2. So we prepare all we have to do, and we play with 2 things. The first thing we play patient, and second thing we play smart. Yeah.
Patience and smart, and you heard it right then. And of course, now being the only representative from Myanmar, you're only one team, all right? So is it a really big pressure to you as a team because you guys are going up against other countries here in PMSL such as Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, as well as Philippines? And what are your thoughts on these other countries' performance so far?
Yeah. So ဟိုငါတို့အနေနဲ့တဲ့ဒီ PMSL မှာမြန်မာကိုစားပြုအနေနဲ့တည်င်းနေပေါ့နော်ဒီနိုင်ငံတင်းတည်င်းနေနဲ့လာရောက်ရှင်ပြိုင်နေအပေါ်မှာဘယ်လောက်ထိ pressure ဖြစ်စေလဲတဲ့ပြီးတော့နောက်တစ်ခုကတော့ဒီတခြားနိုင်ငံတွေဖြစ်တဲ့ဒီ Thailand တို့ Vietnam တို့ဒီ Indonesia လို့အဲ့လိုနိုင်ငံတွေရဲ့အသင်းတွေကရောဘယ်လိုမျိုးမြင်လဲပေါ့နော်
ကျွန်တော် week 1မှာတော့ဆိုရင်အရန်အခက်အခဲတွေရှိရ pressure တွေလည်းရန်ပြီးရောဘာလို့ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ပထမဆုံး offline ပွဲလေးဖြစ်တယ်အဲကြောင့် pressure တွေလည်းရန်ပြီးရောပထမဆုံးweek 2မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အဲ့ pressure တွေသိမရှိတော့ဘူးအကောင်းဆုံးပြင်ဆင်ပြီးအကောင်းဆုံးဆော်တယ်ဒီလိုလာပြိုင်တဲ့နိုင်ငံတွေမှာဆိုရင်လည်းတော့အသင်းနိုင်ရကောင်းတယ်အဲ့ဒီအသင်းနေစီကနေပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အများကြီးလေ့လာကြရရှိပါသေးတယ်
Yeah, we are really proud to be the only one team as Myanmar flag in this competition as PMSL, and so we're really proud to be here. And he said all the countries like Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, in here they are pretty good. They really smart and they play pretty well. So we are learning from them. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I really like the humbleness as well as the respect that they're also giving to the other teams participating here. Now, last but not least, I believe that it's not always we get to actually have you here. Do you have anything you want to shout out to all your fans out there who is cheering and supporting for your team?
Yeah. မြန်မာမှာရှိတဲ့ငါတို့အားပေးနေတဲ့ fans တွေပေါ့နော်ငါတို့ရဲ့မိဘတွေကိုဘာပြောချင်လဲ
ကျွန်တော်အားပေးနေတဲ့တယောက်ချင်းစီတိုင်းကိုကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ကို support ပေးနေတဲ့တယောက်ချင်းစီတိုင်းရောမိဘတွေရောအကုန်လုံးကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်
Yeah, to the people of Myanmar, our Genesis fan and PUBG Mobile fans, please believe in your people. We believe in what we have to do. We're pretty sure we will play like we own. So, yeah, love you all. Love you, Jennings. Love your mom. Love your dad. Yeah.
Wow, look at that. Believe in what they will do and love to everyone who actually loves them back. Thank you so much, Smile.
Thank you.
should
Thank you,
smile,
everyone.
right? Thank you so much, Josh, as well. So there you have it,
Thank
ladies
you.
and gentlemen. All the best to you guys in your upcoming matches. So don't go away. After this, we're going to kickstart match number 4 here at PMSL.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Love mom, love dad. Okay, he didn't forget about that. That's what I like about the interview. Good one. Good.
But at the same time, we can see the humbleness coming up from Myanmar. They are the only team in Myanmar managed to make it into Southeast Asia. That's a new history be made, and also they can show that they're actually up there. But I mean, like, very, very entertaining interview. We have to give it.
Yes.
That. Yes.
Yes.
I like the tone of
did
the
like
language,
it.
though.
Yes. I feel that there's a lot of insight that he shared, and I think if it's like if you understand the language directly, I think it has a lot of deep meaning.
Unfortunately, we don't have a clue about the language, right? But at the same
Yep.
time, it's just you know what? Listening, I think that's the first time I'm listening to Myanmar as this close for their language. It feels like at the end of the tone, it's very interesting. They raise it up like a question every single time, right?
Oh yeah,
Isn't it?
yeah.
It's like
How-
if you notice, like when certain languages they have different intonation and a different kind of tone for the ending, right? Even for Asia, it's always the la.
Yeah, so they have this uniqueness. Yeah, I don't always get to listen as well, but it's nice. I think this is the fun part about PMSL, right? The diversity. We get to hear all different types of languages, how they speak, and that's the fun part about it. Being in Southeast Asia, we are so diverse. We're so different. We come with different cultures, and I truly appreciate that. It's nice to see GE up there representing the wildcard, representing his own country, like he says. First time playing offline ever. And they are putting a challenge to other teams.
Yep.
Very nice.
Rocky start at first for GE, but you know what? They come back strong. They bounce back when it comes to second week. Now, I want to see, can they push instead of just bouncing on second week down to the third week? Can they push better than this? Because we do know, we've seen GE. We saw how they've grown, Cloud. They definitely have it when it comes to getting those top numbers. But when it comes to experience, they have the least, like they mentioned just now.
Yep. They, like he says that he didn't know what to expect coming into PMSL, and how fast they adapted. Right. Last week, yes, we can kind of see their gameplay. They don't really know what to expect. They seem to be all over the place. But this week is totally different for them. That's why I'm really happy to see like this kind of team who put themselves like, oh, we are a small team. These are big teams. But that they don't give up. They improve and they continue on to prove everyone wrong. So. Good job. So that's why DBD, the only team to not get a chicken dinner, that waiting for you guys. Waiting for you.
Yeah, we might actually gonna call you every single time we're doing prediction starting tomorrow, I guess. Now, hoping for us, you know, sort of everybody try to blast them with all your hearts just to make sure they got some chicken. I don't like the fact that you ended up the entire season of 3 weeks not getting any chicken. Now that's painful.
It is. It reminds me of the time where Singapore in PMPL MYSG, when they got that one chicken dinner in PMPL season 1. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
it's like
it was the last.
The whole arena.
Was it?
Was
It was
crazy.
the last day as well, right? During the league.
Something like that. Yeah, it was. It wasn't that early. Yeah, they were struggling, but when they got it, it's like everyone gave a standing ovation.
Yeah, until now. I love that. Back then, everybody's like, have so much respect for ourselves, and also it's just, you know, everybody were nobody back then, Cloud. You don't have this too big of a name. Now we have gigantic number of big names when it comes to the lineup. Back then, everybody are just having a new kickstart, you know, a change of their life. A lot of us being changed our life, career, and all of aspect of life by PUBG Mobile. You have to agree on that.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have a lot of personal stories too. Just like getting to meet Miss Choo Choo.
Aww.
That's one of it, you know. There.
That time it was miss.
That's why I specifically say miss. Now it's never mind.
Madam. Now, speaking of Lambo, now DX. We still haven't seen the best side of them. I'm waiting still.
DX, where have you been? I'm looking over like last week. DX was at number 10. It's okay. But now DX is, where are they? Number 8. Just okay, you know. But because they're DX, because they're Xavier, they're at least a top 5 team.
I just got distracted by they're trying to do a new handshake between them for BTR players, but it just shows they're not in sync for now for the handshake. Hopefully that's not the case when it comes to gameplay. Void quiet. This is gonna be procedure. Oh, procedure was remarkable.
Ooh. But look at this. It's like, you gotta frag more. We cannot let anyone else chase us. You need more, you know. I want you more from you, more.
Dude, tell me.
That must be Luxy.
You want? Do you want to see? Like I mentioned about Boom. Okay, if we form a new Indonesian team again, part 2. Coming up from Boom Yummy, and then there's also Rosemary from Alter Ego.
Beast Mary, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Nepeko definitely one of my pick, but the last one I think is for you. Will you put Lynx or you put one of those twins?
Ooh. I would still put one of the twins, frankly, despite Lynx getting like a lot of eliminations. But I think consistency-wise, still one of the twins.
It's still Luxy.
Yeah.
If you compare with Luxy is I think still more consistent. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know. It's gonna be a dream team. Hopefully that happens one day. Come out from different teams, forming a new one, entirely superstar team for a certain country. Nobody can defeat them. It would be so cool.
SEA Games. Just clearing my throat.
Globals. Hello. But also DBD. We haven't seen any silhouette of Moscow for now.
They did make a change though, so Ziggs is coming in. But even the last time we saw Ziggs came in, it's not like it was a big impact. Of course, we can't say that, one player can change everything. But I think, I think they're at the team secret moment. You need someone legendary. You need someone with a lot of experience. You need someone who can lift the team up inside of the game. Moskoku, come on.
I think this is one of the reasons why there must be someone from back in the birth of PUBG Mobile Esport, like I'm talking about PMCO days, to stay until now, at least one of them, just to guide through, just giving out the traditions, you know.
Yeah, I'm counting down the days. Unless they get a chicken dinner, I'll be okay. But if not, I'll be counting down when we see Moskoku. But we won't see him in Erangel. We will see Ziggs in Erangel. Let's go.
Back in Erangel, how many teams just now did swap? Not so much because we don't have Boom today.
Yeah, the team that will spoil the market when it comes to substitutions. Time around though, so we saw Ziggs coming in. I think that was the only one that was indicated to us, unless we didn't have time to go through all the teams. But yeah, that was the only one so far. Much needed for DBD.
DBD. I don't know. It feels like we're in the same spot again where Team Secret plays. The exact same problem they're facing. Both of them hitting a brick wall, not getting any sort of momentum. The entire league. Talking about late bloomers, this is too late now.
I don't know. It's so late that your teacher would ask you to stand outside the class for half the day. It is that late now. It's like, you stand outside. Shame on you.
Shame on you is the right
But anyway,
yeah.
I'm looking over at somebody, Box Gaming, taking over Team Secret's place inside of inside of
I know. I see what you see.
I cannot.
Oh, man.
Here we go again.
But I feel
This
like
circle.
I don't know. I mean, like, it's so unpredictable, right? It just have to be like, you feel like a majority of the main peninsula is there, but you know for a fact it's gonna be scamming you. The circle will just make you frustrated if you're the player.
Yeah, I know, right? And let's see who will be frustrated here. Face Clan, grab a vehicle, Chow. Okay, they'll be alright. Oh, wait. Hold your breath. Hold your breath, Chuchu. He's alright.
It's red face. If he's like the type of guy that you want to piece of me, or you want to fight me? Fight me. You know, that kind of person. Always, every single time, even though like the rest of the other teammates are just being quiet, but red face the one that keep on challenging people to fight him, even though it's 1v4.
Yeah, even more than Luxy Zuxy. Maybe sometimes it's like, oh, maybe the comms will be like, red face, don't do it, don't, and he just goes all the way. And then Luxy Zuxy becomes the last two. After that, they'll be like, see, now we have to cover you.
Oh wait, this is not great for a face though.
Okay.
Quite far. But I think it's gonna be very ambitious for Mod if he keeps shooting from this distance. I think it can happen. Oh yeah, safe. Last minute. I think it's Moment being almost knocked down. One of them. Yeah, Moment.
Yeah, you got it right. Yeah, not bad. Very sharp eyes. I need to change my glasses because the names were overlapping. But okay, this kind of circle, we've seen it time and time again. How he has scammed not only the players but also us. So you might as well go all the way for me to replace again, right?
But at the same time, I don't know. Face is just so far from any compound. Nothing to have for themselves. Not even a reset for the HP that being low for a moment. Not even a single pistol at that. I'm worried if they keep on the bikes going, not trying to drop themselves nearby, at least get something.
Yeah, I guess the flight path didn't help because it's more like towards the right. So they had to like, okay, we drop somewhere, get a vehicle, pray that we don't get knocked down, and go to wherever they want to go. So, at least they're lucky enough for that. But then that means they need to do kind of like a yo-yo. They need to bounce back to the south. So looking at the timing, by the time they go back down south, it's likely that there will be a lot of teams there. And if FaceClan is a team that likes to play in the middle, because of that, we might not see them play in the middle. They might play a little bit slower this time.
I don't want to see somebody trying to play the middle as much. Like, imagine if all the teams actually do play in the middle. Like how the Thai is approaching this one. Now that's going to be interesting. How scrappy it can get. But Box Gaming, very separated here. Capone is alone. I think they're all four dropping different places entirely.
Yeah, I think they're doing the single loot in smaller buildings. Yeah, that's absolutely okay. Hale is doing the same too. But Hale, at least they are closer to the circle, so they can do it. But hopefully they don't take too much time, because this kind of circle, I think a lot of teams would kind of go like try to get like as close as possible to either side. So if the circle shifts, they can go on any other side of the island faster.
Gatslow have been quite a remarkable player today. He's one of the best rounds so far. He got a lot of highlights since week 1. But when it comes to week 2, he pushed himself to a different limit. But for Voin, now this is surprising. How the drop of performance from last to this week. It's two different sides of a coin here, Cloud.
Oh yeah. Even PBE is above them. Can you believe that? I mean, that's mind-blowing. And DBD is 13 points away from Void. And DBD, well, they have this chance to overtake Void, meaning that Void, by today, they can be at number 19. Only Team Secret below them. It's crazy.
And the worst part is just one more day to go. And at least now we're halfway through. They have still 3 games remaining for the entire day. But for tomorrow, on the other hand, they have enough time to push up there.
Well, 6 games in hand with some teams not playing. Yes. But looking at how they've been performing, you know what, Void, for the most part, they don't survive that long, so that's kind of worrying. Like, we don't get to see much from them. So if we were to ask the question of like, okay, what has changed with Void? It's not clear for us yet now. So maybe it's time for an interview next.
I do notice that they're not as proactive as last week. If you compare to last week, right, we get so much of highlight from Void starting or initiating the fight. But this week they've been very quiet. They play as slow and as quiet as they can be.
Yeah. Yeah, if I remember last week, right, like what they were really good is that whenever they take fights, they go to compound. If you remember, like there were a lot of clutches. I remember Keenan, and I remember there were a few clutches, and every single one of them probably had that kind of moment. But this time, none. Yeah, they do get some elimination points, but in essence, it's like you don't see any of the players playing like how they played last week. Even if like for Xavier, right, you still have Lamborghini still really popping it off, but for Void, every single one of them seems to be dropping performance.
Dropping drastically. I feel like this is different team entirely, not even the same player playing.
Yeah.
Same goes for Vampires. Vampire is so hard for them to be down there. The only tie teams that are being separated so far apart from the others. I'm talking about a 1 until 6 or maybe top 8 right now. Bacon didn't play today, but they're definitely up there. The only team down below, it's just Vampires.
Yeah. Oh, I wanted to share a fun fact. So I just remembered this one. Remember yesterday, the top eliminator was Mela. He got like, I forgot, was it 68 or something like that? Or 60, yeah. So Yummy is actually 3 eliminations below him.
Aha! So close.
Yeah. So close. That close.
Oh, Yummy, man.
Oh.
When he plays, he
But
plays.
the circle. Yummy.
Circle, like you mentioned. Circle just happened to be still in between. Still in between.
You know what, Choo Choo? Like before this, when this circle happens, we get very excited. Now we're like, oh, military base. Okay.
Scary. Scary. Very scary. But more scary on the side of PBE. They're losing men when transitioning. Oh man, why did they move all at the same time? I feel like they're being caught off guard here entirely. 3 down. Not well. Maybe at least punish one with Yudu lines. Get a bit of a trade is more than enough than going down without anything.
Oh. Okay. Shamil definitely going to lead this because he still has full health. And that's going to be a knockdown onto Monboy by Kenny. Oh, from another angle. PBE. Okay. This is chance for Void to actually overtake them.
Wait, I think Alter Ego just finished off the fight just now. And still going for box and DBD. But never mind, Alter Ego open up the formation against Hill. Got a spray by Fnatic towards the side of Sky. 1 more bullet, not even 1. Half bullets more than enough to just knock on down to Sky.
Ooh, that was a close one for Sky only. But maybe the blue will do his job, but he should be able to reset himself. Yes, he does. But now getting across is going to be another problem. Alter Ego, same issue as well. Sky only. Wow, revenge coming from the man himself.
Sky just pushed back, but at the same time, Blue Zone comes and finish off the players. Outside still got finished off by side of Sky. Can he secure another? While Hill and while Alter Ego players will part ways from Potato, have to leave him be. Hill on the other hand still dedicated to finish off the players, but they just punishing themselves, overstaying on these blue zones.
Ooh, 3 teams on the left bridge. One of them starting to move though. But Potato finish off. Okay. We saw that knockdown earlier on. Vampire, not on the correct side of the bridge. They'll be desperate. FaZe Clan desperate for points as well because they want to chase that number 1 spot. Xavier spotted up by Ventores. You definitely call in the cavalry to help him out.
Ventores, click on Dick, connect. Still not seeing Frankie on this one. Maybe Mirama, but Dick almost down to last tick few of health, and then he will be drowning himself inside of a sea. Ventores still keeping the pressure on. Difficult journey coming up from the X, but Vampire's coming in. Very close for FaZe.
Okay, thinking about very close. Will the circle be close for them?
God.
Not close enough. Ooh. So right now, Box is in a good position, I must say.
That's why I said don't believe in the first circle. It was such a big portion of the main island. Just a top in SMT. What are the odds, right? Ventores got it too. A lot of bullet finish off by side Ventores to spray over the entire T just now. The axe Yuri Lines and Hill. Flash knocked down. Hill. After one fight to the other, always caught themselves in a problem.
Yep. And they're caught out by Yudo Alliance, who parked themselves over, so they have the advantage. But GE tried to go for the swim the first time around. This time, they try it again, but RRQ is ready for them, so they will lose the first one because they repeat the same process. RRQ would have studied during the break, and now they took advantage of it.
More. Oh, he wants to go for the loot. We're gonna have to wait and see what he got himself there. It's gonna be MK14 with a suppressor. We do know the gear is level 3 up. It's been a while we've seen airdrop like this. What's inside the airdrop? We never get to see. I think this is the first the entire PMSL.
Yeah, it is the first time. So, but it kind of shows that how unpopular airdrops are, right? For teams. Like last time, it was like you always want to go for the airdrop, but nowadays not really. But for Sky Only, the hero for Hale Esports against Alter Ego, this time he will try it up against the Yudo Alliance. Kenny being picked up by Ade Luke. Shamil's on the high ground, so they will provide cover fire. But for Hale, okay, they have a marker, they have Tiger inside, so you just need to follow Tiger's lead.
Problem is which way they want to go in, but Vampires there visited by BTR. It's going to be Vampires coming in, crashing to BTR lair. GenForce UI, they got themselves in a 1-2-1 formation, but the problem is Straps outnumbered. He got one for now, but can he do the entire clutch? I'm not surprised he cleared it up as well.
Ooh, but he's not that yet. Oh,
no
fire!
way!
Ah, man, Liar, pants on fire. Straps needs to reset. But he has the rest of B there to help him out. Stone! No one knockdown to BTR. There's going to be Deuce. BTR has one player still alive. There's going to be Yuhai. He's going to get away and survive.
Oh no, BTR. They thought it's going to be one man, but Straps? He bought so much time. He stole even secures elimination while waiting the rest of the team to come in.
Yeah, great call there by Straps. Oh, wait a second. Pasija, Evos, Yudo Alliance, Shamil and Shamil! DBS gameplay takes out Pasija Evos. The #1 team is out. Hale will be happy with that.
Side of Yudo Alliance has still got quite a number of eliminations, the highest by far. Now looking back the first few days of first week of Yudo Alliance, 8 elimination with 88 points in hand right now. A lot of good numbers down there. At number 8, wow.
Oh yeah. Wow, okay. What a coincidence. Okay, let's see that number really change. 8. Very auspicious for them. But it's not auspicious for you, for D Xavier now that Base Clan is around. Oh, BTR. Another tough round for them. Only 1 point.
And due to Straps just now, such an entire team in terms of time of BTR. Only you are the last member finally down. But the one that just knocked themselves, the Axe. Warming welcome coming from FaZe. Very warming indeed. They are burning off their seats right now, but DX retaliating those on the grounds, those on the bridge. Oh my god. They're supposed to have this, but DX just shows how much they love the long fights.
Oh yeah. They're defending the ground, but Snipes not able to defend his ground. Now damn good. This is the last man. He has Mika together with him, but damn good. Man, so good. But again, another fairly early elimination for Void.
At least this time they got themselves a couple of points. Then rather than just 0 elimination, that's worse. Side of FaZe got himself a bit of a reset. The Axe leave by. They're not even going to go for the push. It's too far from them. They realize not worth it because by the time if they try to push to the side of FaZe, Blizzard is just way too fast for them. They don't have any vehicle.
Yeah, because they just swam across. So now they're on foot. The best for them is to play the high ground, but then Vampire should be around the corner. Speaking about Vampire, long range of FaZe Clan. Mormon is down. 2 members of FaZe Clan has a vehicle, goes up to the high ground and not letting go of D Xavier.
For me, I'm loving what they have to offer for the X, but wait for it for a bit. Wow, the return fire is no joke there.
Ooh.
FaZe, on the other hand, got ambushed by RQ. I think they were caught by surprise. And RQ happened to be just in time. Speaking of timing.
Wow. They totally didn't expect that. They were aiming for the compound in front, but it was kind of used by RRQ as a bait, and it was well planned by RRQ. Great job, 2 points for them for that.
Now, the thing.
But now Parajin going deep.
Just like it wasn't even a bait. Wait, and it's not even a bait. RRQ was just moving into it. They don't even know there's somebody in front as well. Speaking of luck, not so lucky for Persian.
Yep, and that is 0 points for SLD for this time around. But Geek Slate got it. So Geek Slate 4 points already. But Yudo Alliance still at 8. Let's see when will that number change. DBD managed to slide into military base, but without Jimmy OP though.
We haven't seen Jimmy OP. Like he being who got swapped yesterday? I think for South DBD again. Did they swap?
Zix.
Yeah, Zix. Was it with Jimmy OP? With Jimmy OP, right?
Jimmy OP is out.
Yeah.
I don't recall with who, but yeah, Zix is playing.
Okay. But we do have Duke bleeding out. We haven't seen a lot of Frankie for almost the entire week 2 here. But DX, Chua, last player that is the DX. They cannot afford to lose down early. Still got time. There, never mind. I take that back.
Hashtag Caster's curse. So it's number 10 without a single point as well for D Xavier. A tough round for them. This will give opportunity for RRQ to catch up. RRQ only 2 points shy away from being on par with D Xavier, and then they will go up.
Maybe if, example, if they can actually catch up to Yudo Lines, that's better, right? Because that's within reach. It's not that too far either.
Yep, it's still possible. But luckily for Yudo Alliance, they still have full squad. And Military Base Island, because they normally drop inside Novo, they should be a little bit more familiar with the terrains here as compared to other teams who regularly drop somewhere else. So, slight advantage for them in that sense. The fact that Team Secret is not in here.
Speaking of Team Secret, other teams dropped by here instead of Team Secret before. There's got quite a number already in the center of the SMP. DBD, bit too late, exposing themselves at the back. Yudo Alliance from the back. And DBD, they got caught in own Malaysian teams warfare. We're talking about all teams happen to be having the same mindset. Yudo Alliance against DBD. DBD chasing Gig Slate. Gig Slate maybe looking at a different angle entirely.
Ooh, yeah, Gig Slate. Are they still within the circle? I think they should still be, but hey, surprise from Box Gaming, taking out Snipes. Stuxnet is moving towards Snipes to pick him up. Yudo Alliance, speaking about moving, it's time for them to do so. The smoke bridge will be created. They'll move across it. DBD gotta be prepared.
Here comes the rush, and both of them pulled over on the side of Yudo Alliance, protect the entirety of DBD, but can they see Box as well? Box will see both first. And exchange of Molly, trying to flush them out. But Echo got knocked down entirely, giving away his position in the smoke just now. Look, gonna drop another one. Hoping you land on Six. Six gonna reverse it back. Picking it up. Here comes Box, is closing the distance. They have to wrap things up quickly. Yudo Alliance and DBD. Both teams have a shot at losing.
Ooh. That is it for Shamil. Zix being the last man for DBD. Right now, as we can see here, DBD only elimination points, so if they go out right now, they won't climb up on top of PBE. Zix eliminated by Shamil, and that is going to be 10 eliminations for Yudo Alliance.
Vampires or more. What? No way! Still didn't notice this. What the heck is happening with Vampires? A rookie mistake. Check the corners. The Packer caught him off guard from behind, and the rest of RQ just now. Oh boy, Vampires, they had back then quite a number. Secured themselves 7 elimination, but now down to 2.
I guess they were kind of distracted by the Beko and Asa that's coming at the forefront. And want to open up the flank. That was ingenious of him, but Voldemort finished off. So now Shreps, can he hold it off all alone here? His teammate Tony K behind. Tony K, a little bit of a cover fire there. They're all on the outside the circle. They need to move downhill.
Not too far from the circle, but they need to wrap things up here. Only one team will survive here. Not done early. On Box might be lurking around this area. Alter Ego taking on Gig Slate. RQ against Vampire, and they are winning. Oh man, Vampire. They do have a bit of a bump up of performance with their eliminations, but it's just feeling a bit too massive for them.
And it's not going to go further than 15 in this round, considering all the teams below them have been eliminated as well. So now, coming back into inside a military base, Alter Ego, Hale Esports next to each other. But look at the teams coming in on the left side onto Gig Slate.
So crowded southern side. Box, Gigs, each of them get their own garage. Great! Feels like a very happy workshop between the players there for their own car shop, maybe. Gig taking on between. You the Lions giving the pressure. Box coming up from behind, stucks it down, sniped. He's aiming for a different angle, but they're stuck in between. There's no way out for Gig Slate.
Oh, that's the rain of nades from Judo Alliance. They're starting to move in. They know they got that one knocked out to Stuxnet. Now Snipes is the last man. 50% of health left. Kenny at the forefront, 20%. He has to stay on his own, but he couldn't throw it. The nade will coming from Kenny, and that will take him out. Thanks to Judo Alliance, of course. Kenny is still able to do so, but now they have Boss Gaming as their neighbors.
But surprisingly, they're not pushing forward. They could have actually denied the reset of Judo Alliance if they should have just pushed through that smoke. But now they got themselves back up. The feet set for Kenny. Judo Alliance got back strong. Alter Ego behind the side of these teams that are fighting, which are going to be Judo Alliance. The other end, we do have RQ behind Box Gaming. All having their celebration. We do have a drive-by here, Cloud. I think that's RRQ.
Ooh, okay. On the other side. Oh yeah, Alter Ego. There you go. RRQ on the hilltop. So that's okay. But it's not okay for Capone. As Ade Luke is starting to move in. Shamil will be guarded out by Junos. Ade Luke on the right. 1v2. In fact, he has his other team. So 3v2 seems to be the case. And now Kenny just in front of Junos, and Junos will take Kenny but traded back by Ade Luke.
Wow, you have to give it. Did you see that? He zigzagged himself against a player with full HP and that nade. It was incredible. Ade Luke was on his, like what, 2% HP left all the time just so when he pushed for the last time. Oh, that's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
If only we get to see his POV.
Yeah, we got a aerial view earlier on. Hopefully that's covered in the highlights. But right now, if you think about it, Judo Alliance already 15 eliminations. They are 4 shy away from evening up with the record, 5 from breaking the record, and there's still a lot of bodies for them to collect.
Agree. A lot of teams still having almost a squad there with Hill 3. Judo Alliance full roster up. RQ as a 3. Alter Ego taking on the Hill. Not great, leaving it to 2. It's going to be 2v2 for Hill, GE, and Alter Ego for now. Where is GE? They're behind Alter Ego. The Judo Alliance might pick somebody their own size, which is RRQ possibly.
Ooh, let's see here, because RRQ is on the other side of the road, right? But GE still alive, though they only have 2 players, so they might not play too aggressively. As long as they got the circle, they'll be happy. They'll let other teams eliminate each other on the left side, and that's going to be Judo Alliance without the circle, so they have to push it now.
Taking a corner, Sky. Here comes the rush coming up. Judo Alliance taking on Alter Ego. Resume 1-2-1, almost a trade. Flax OP giving the trade and finish of 1. That's going to be Alter. And wait, Fnatic Rosemary?
What?
Again?
Oh man, Fnatic. Like this, my friend. Let's see what will happen to get slow. Fnatic, the last man, Judo Alliance, they need to pick up Flex OP. Are they look with a nade of his own? Will toss it out to Hale Esports. But no, he keeps it back. He has an M4 in hand. When to become his teammate, it's going to be a little bit difficult. The rest of Judo Alliance needs to come in.
What a blunder coming out of Alter Ego. We've seen a different team or the same team early on today making the same sort of mistake here. That was happening after the second half. This is crazy. Back to as a team. The full roster coming out from Judo Alliance, splitting himself into 3-1. Shamil trying to play the corners, clear the cut over that side, but Mott making it the action to a sort of GE West down. GE next to be out, possibly down to 3 teams here.
Ooh, Judo Alliance already 16 eliminations, so 3 more to even up the record. Right now, if they can take the all 3 of here, but it's not going to be that easy as Sky only nails down Kenny. Shamil on the left will be pressured by the blue, and right now Judo Alliance, they need to find a way to end them. There won't be enough time to pick up Kenny.
Tiger Axe guarding over that side, but he hit the grenade, big toss over. Now Tiger's on the ground. Shamil giving away the information of Sky. If he's being knocked down, was Shamil at the back line. But
Oh,
more!
RRQ!
He finished. How? How can you see that?
Wow. That required X-ray eyes, but okay. Anyway, that allowed Judo Alliance time to reset, but will there be enough time as RRQ knows that there's only one team, but they're unsure how many are at where at this moment. Or they're also waiting for the circle to close in to put pressure on the Judo Alliance. Judo Alliance, if they can clear off the entire squad, they would even up the numbers. The same 19 eliminations would be theirs. But Asa, look at Asa's position, Juju.
He got
On
himself.
the top left.
Asa got the top fragger for the side of RRQ, and we know when he got himself this view, the vintage view up there, this is his favorite part. We've seen that in week 1. He clutched so much for the side of RRQ. Now he's done it again. But problem with Alliance right now, they have to push out, like it or not. There's no way out for them.
Yeah, they have to. If not, they would just deny themselves to the zone. But the moment they come out, you got Asa here. Such a prime position. He's throwing everything now. He knows it's the final moment. He might as well just do it. The rest of them, the Bako, Mord opening up the flanks, covering every angle. Shamil comes out thanks to the smoke. Still survives, but Asa spots them out. Asa shoots, almost taking down flanks.
Lucky enough, Asa don't have any more utilities. If not, he's going to be a big troublemaker for these guys. He's running out for his grenades and everything, but the jump shot coming with Nefeko. Here comes the spray, perfect line of sight for Asa. There's no way RQ not winning this. Asa standing up there. What a nice decision making coming up from one single player. Make a whole control for the entire chicken.
Exactly. That was prime position for Asa. The only way for Judo Alliance to have a chance to win in that final moment is to somehow take Asa. But the moment they peek onto Asa, they'll be shot down by Nefeko, as well as another RRQ player on the other side. So they didn't stand any chance. It was definitely RRQ's moment at that time.
Yep. They got it square, and this is the second same circle they had as the ending, as how they were standing right just now. And the SMB as well. This is exactly Asa plays. Just execute, rinse, and repeat the same position, the same mindset they had back then when they won big. They got it again. 8 elimination by just this player. Almost another 2 to break in record again. But for now, it's still going to be Rosemary.
Yeah, Rosemary. At least for Alter Ego, they must be counting to be like, oh, are they going to break our record? Oh, okay, no. Because at some point, Judo Alliance could do it. They have enough bodies for them to break that 19 elimination record. Rosemary's record could be broken as well by Asa, but it didn't happen at the other day. So Alter Ego, they still maintain their record, but for this time around, RRQ, Chicken Dinner, Judo Alliance, a huge haul of elimination points too. So they shouldn't be too far in total points with RRQ.
Oh boy. Where do they stand now? For the side of Hill, definitely they're going to have a bit of a push up there. Still chasing Pasija Evos. Now, when and how did Pasija Evos being eliminated? We haven't got a glimpse of them just now, right?
I believe they lost a fight. And it was fairly early. So that didn't really have like that much memory of them. We get a confirmation soon. Not only that, Voin also got eliminated early, but they got 3 eliminations, so they only got 3 points this time. So another small round for Voin too.
Yeah, I need to make a meme out of this. I'm sorry, but I thought I'd make a meme out of this. Remember how Alter Ego, Rosemary, nobody else can stop them. And you know who else can who's the only people that can actually stop Rosemary from his beast mode? I think his own teammate.
Oh,
that's a meme.
Yep. I mean, okay. I'm trying to think positive, right? Maybe they were trying to deny his point.
And with a nade cloud, they were having a compound. There's no way of sugarcoating that. You know what? I even need to watch the VOD again for today. Were they? Is it the same Alter Ego that bombed their own mate or teammate again earlier today?
It happened multiple times. Not gonna lie.
Well, it feels like the same name here, probably.
Yeah, it did happen. Yeah, I'm just trying to recall, but I think just too many things happened, so not too sure about that by now. But okay, Judo Alliance 1 point shy away from the same record as Alter Ego, but yeah, 18 is 18 at the other day. But because of that many eliminations being pulled, we got a lot of zeros down there.
That's true. 2 teams getting double digit and more than 15 at that. Definitely wiping off like quarter of the PUBG, half of it actually. 15 plus 15 is 30. So only these 2 teams dominating over the entire map just now. And speaking of PBE, I missed their performance yesterday. Definitely shows. Same goes for SLD. Pasija Evos, I feel like this is when he'll push up now. Because it was like, how many? Less than 20 points apart from them before this, right?
Yeah, I think it was 19 or so. So I think that they closing it up the gap until a single digit. So Pasija Evos, because they have been fairly inconsistent. Like yesterday wasn't really consistent. Today isn't that consistent as well. Like right now, for example, they got like 0 points, which is very unusual for a team like Pasija Evos. If they continue on like that, Hale will be happy to take the number 1.
Here comes. Well, it's actually
yeah.
Just now, Pasija Evos is not actually too bad then, because it's still a stretch here between these 2 teams.
It's 8 points difference between Pasija Evos and Hale.
We were thinking about maybe 1, but it is actually more.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking around the lines as well. So it's 8. Anyway, whether it's 1, whether it's 8, you just need 1 round to overtake them.
You know, that's where things get really funny. That's where suddenly all of the teams up there will be eliminated first. So nothing's changed up there.
Yeah, they'll be like, okay, the number 1 spot, boring, next round, please. But on the other end, so Void, because they got the 3 points, and PBE, they didn't do well, so they overtake them. But this round, actually, we gotta think about it. Judo Alliance, they worked their socks off in this round with 18 eliminations. Adiluk has to be in it. There's no one else to compare other than RRQ Asa taking that superb position.
I think Adiluk's the one leading the most elimination if you put a head-to-head with Asar right now. But damage-wise, almost the same as much work as he does. Throwable being used definitely on the side of Adiluk more, but I think maybe if he got himself 6 elimination for Adiluk, it justified with his damage output.
But you know what? Gotta break the bad news. So now with Indonesia getting this chicken dinner, that means the last 2 slots, you wouldn't get all the countries.
Yeah, one of them were actually not having the chance to prove themselves on second last day in week 2. Yeah. Still have Philippines, Malaysia, and Vietnam. Yeah, there you go.
Vietnam. Yeah, there you go. So Miramar is going to be a very different map. Let's look at the top performers inside Miramar. 7-9 isn't playing today. Void is still there because of their insane performance last week. FaZe is there too, and Hill is there. So yeah, like what you say, Chuchu, you cannot have a top performer chart without a Thai team.
Especially Hill, though. Don't you feel like Hill is everywhere? Even they're not number 1, they're always like the top 5 are performing this map. The top 5 are performers of this map. Every single different map, or the player individuals, they're always going to be Hill squeezing in as a team.
Oh yeah, they are. Last week top 5. Currently number 2. So consistency-wise, Hale is actually the most consistent if you think about it. Even Void is like down. Base Clan slightly below Hale. Yeah, but arguably Base Clan is also as consistent. But for Void, it's a total flip for them.
Oh wow, Void and Vampire. This is like, yep, it's splat, and that's it. It just splat all the way down. Thinking about jumping the shots and leaping down for performance, drastically downwards, Cloud, nowhere near up. It's like you're the best and you're the worst. Feels very like different personality issues coming up from Void and Vampire here today.
And this is the best moment to have an interview with Void, right? Like, what happened to Void? Yeah, I really want to know now. If
only we get both right, Vampire and Void, to actually have both of their coach to talk about, to see sharing their problems at the same time.
Yes, it becomes like one of those sad series that you got people crying at the couch. Yeah, I can imagine there. So why you not perform? Because it's. Then you get two of them sobbing next to each
No,
other.
basically it's like you're sending the students into the counselor's room.
Yeah, they probably need one now.
Oh man, yeah, I agree. I mean, like for the teams like Void Vampires, very questionable right now. But we're heading into Miramar now. So far, GE hit it. GE hit it on you when it comes to their performance today. Who else have we got early on? Nothing on my side. I got anybody just yet.
So for the sake of diversity, for you, D Xavier, for me, DBD. Next 2 rounds.
They both haven't land and chicken, right?
Not today at least. DBD none at all.
Did DX score any last week? I have to recheck on that.
Yes, they got. I have the last week's graphic in front of me.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, DX got 1 last week, so they're good.
Oh, okay. At least they got once. They tasted it before. Okay, they tasted it before. They just lick it. They didn't actually swallow it like all the other teams out there who actually get a huge chunk of chicken so many times. I mean, like Hale got the most clout, but they still cannot take over the #1 spot.
Yeah, they'll be like, guys, okay, we got a ton of chickens now. We want to give it away for free, but we'll trade it for that #1. But Pasija is just not taking it. No, we don't want your chicken dinner. We want that #1 spot. Cannot. But Pasija close though. 8 points difference this round. And I'll add on another and. And if we look at the top Miramar performers, Pasija is not there, but Hale is there.
True.
Just putting it out there.
True to that. So I'm waiting if Hill can. I mean, like I think this is the master of chickens. You can give it that. They're roasting chicken very well. Hill with their fire, just gonna burn the chicken. You get the idea. But you know what? We are gonna start it soon. We're waiting for the place to get into the lobby. So we're a bit of a chatter with you guys sometimes, just to bond with you guys, to know about your thoughts as well. If you have any sort of ideas or any sort of question you want to ask for the host in the future, and you guys can tell us. We can relay the information towards the players too. Okay, just drop the comments or even DM us in our own social medias. Like SeaCloud is gonna be SeaCloud and more, right? Mine is gonna be Chichi Gaming.
Yep.
So just find us to, we can direct your questions.
Yeah, Chichi Gaming. Yeah. Or sometimes, I like the tone of that. Chichi Gaming. Or if you put it in the comment section, sometimes our admin does read.
Yeah.
So you never know, right? If sometimes the questions are great, they'll be like, hey, that's a good question. They can put it up. And you never know if that happens. So make the comment question interesting, guys. Put up some questions. We'd like to know your thoughts too.
Yeah. I would love that too. Because for fans especially, they definitely have some specific questions that they are curious about the players. Have been their idol, right? These guys have been playing like, wow. I mean, if you're there, you're watching their hands, how fast they were, you'll be surprised.
Yeah, you can even ask like, Newsy, are you single? Shamil, are you available? Yeah, feel free. Put it in the comment section. It's all good. But Shamil coming into Judo Alliance, it's not bad. And it feels like this. It feels like Judo Alliance, whoever you put in, they are still consistent.
True.
It doesn't matter what their composition is.
Did they swap a number for the past few days in this week?
They played Repo Boy end of last week. This week is Shamil. That's about it.
Yeah, the one that be swapped a lot will be Olio, right?
Oh yeah, Olio for Shamil.
And when Repo Boy got in, they swapped with, was it Kenny?
It was either Kenny or Flex, either one of those. But speaking about swapping in, okay, Sorvel coming in for Gen Force. So Sorvel, I mean, bronze medalist and not bronze, gold medalist in the previous SEA Games. So he definitely has a lot in his achievement bag. It'll be interesting to see how will they change this kind of swap. And he seems to be really pumped up. And this is a good thing about, like, if you swap in a fresh player, they have that drive and motivation that they want to prove themselves. So sometimes that's like an extra boost for these new players coming in.
Now we did had Ryzen and Yuhai played together last week, right?
Mm-hmm.
It didn't turn out quite okay, I guess.
Yeah.
Try to find their. I think they're still trying to find their perfect lineup, just like how Boom back then.
Yeah, BT are doing the Boom now. Now that Boom is that Boom is not here to be the king of substitutions. BTR wants to try that out because the star-studded lineup. I mean, these guys need no introduction, right? So it feels like whoever you swap in, nobody will complain. It's just a matter of what is the best of the best combination they can get.
Oh wow, Alva is back in. I think Alva plays mostly Miramon because I think Vince mostly will be specializing into his Erangel in that case.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think he only played. Vin only played for Erangel. So maybe they have this kind of strategy of like, okay, you are the master of Miramar, you are the master of Erangel, and that's absolutely fine, right? That's the good thing about having a lot of subs. The coaches, the managers, the teams can be creative with how they want to arrange their players. So let's see if this creativity does help them inside of Miramar. We head on to it right now.
We're heading into Miramar. It means that we're short of games after this. One more round to go after we're done for our first Miramar of the day. Then we're going to wrap the day. 2 more games left, ladies and gents. But the flight pass speaks for itself. Come out from Laduleda, crossed to the side of Picado, and ended up on top of Minas Generalis. Now the circle. And we haven't got a lot of seagulls. Near enough, we got Chumacero back then once. That's it.
Yeah, Chumacera, we got at least 2 times for the treatment. We got Creative Fish a couple of times. We got Lost Learners a couple of times. On top of Impala a couple of times. But no Lost Egos yet. So let that happen. You know, make our wish come true. Since we have Xavier and Bacon Time playing together. So... Oh, Bacon Time is not playing. Okay, yeah, sorry. So since Bacon Time is not playing, that means Xavier has El Pozo all for themselves. So far, that's like the common clash inside of this map. The rest of it, even though Lost Learners, you have Voodoo Alliance, you have Void, but they kind of like have a unspoken truce to kind of like split up Lost Learners is big enough. So I think this time around, we might not expect to see an early clash since the flight path is kind of nice as well.
But wait a minute. Looking at D-Axe and Box is too close to each other. Feels like Box going all out for right now. They want to go for the kills.
Ooh, okay. If they want to stay there and position themselves for Xavier, that'll be really interesting. Because I think Xavier will be busy looting inside of inside the compound. I think they will be taking the vehicle and going up to ruins, and that's where they normally play at. If not, they'll just loot on these small compounds here, and because circle's like down, so it's like a yo-yo for them. Like go up, do the looting, and come back down.
Junos just across the street with Lambo. Oh man, I think he's got him out. Got himself quite well equipped here for Lambo. I'm not sure how much magazine he got himself for. We definitely want to just not extend it for now. Even though he definitely the one who gets the idea and intel to sort of box gaming. Maybe he's just trying to reposition himself.
Yeah, it reminded me that one time where I forgot which team was it, but the Lambo, he got one knock and then he rushed in alone and then he got countered upon because it was not only one individual and he had to cross the road, so the odds were against him. I think this time around his teammates might remind him like, damn Lambo, I know you want it, Lambo, don't Lambo. And yeah, he kind of chilled on a bit there.
Yeah, the way you say his name, you remind me of the GE interview just now.
Ooh.
I love the tones for every region, it's so different. Every single one.
Yeah, I hope we get to hear more from GE though. If we get to hear more from GE, that means they must be performing really, really well. In fact, now they are number 10. And they are 9 points from Geek.
Yeah, I'm waiting for
Wow.
PPE to make a comeback too. They have the firepower. Definitely one of the best in the World Cup region for PBE, but where this feels like they're hiding their potential here. They hold back. We want them to let loose. Just leave it. Like, just don't think too much. Don't overthink. Just go for it, you know? Feels like they're holding, like, kind of worried. Like, maybe contemplating too much, taking too much time to think about their next step.
Oh, I have a fun fact for PBE.
Yeah.
So last week, they played. So they have a new coach. His name is Neptune. So last week he wasn't in KL. Maybe he had some other stuff to do. And he just arrived in KL. I think like either yesterday or the day before or something like that. So hopefully his presence is able to help PBE like climb up.
It's the same Nat team as the Castle, right?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Correct. You got that right.
Yeah, we're talking the same person. Yeah, I definitely know which one then. But yeah, speaking of you guys who haven't got a clue, this is not online. Like the players are playing it offline. They're in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. But lucky enough these days, not so hot, Cloud.
Yeah, I am very grateful for the rain today, because at least in my area it was really, really hot. And my area is not too far from the players, but I'm pretty sure they're well equipped with air conditioning and all that. So I'm sure they'll be fine. In fact, looking at them, like they're all like with their jackets, and some of them with like a shirt underneath their jersey. So I think aircon must be pretty good there. It also really helps their equipment, because you know, sometimes you play for a long time, the phone gets heated up.
Yeah, no, really. Because I think they mentioned about in the venue last time it was super cool for them. But you know what? You know nothing is happening when the casters start to talk about the weather.
We don't talk about that, you know? That's our caster secret.
I mean, because like feels like everybody's too respectful in the match. If only I do want to, back in the days we get to have a bit of a small mini map beside us to see what's happening, right? But this is not so much now. Then we can get to know exactly where the plays are rotating every single round. And I'm not gonna lie, I miss the analysis part where we do actually see the rotation of the plays by the end of the day, during the analytical time. I miss that, to know each of how the rotation works.
Yeah, that's a fun segment, not gonna lie. That, and also some of the replays, just to see some of the really key moments and take our time to break that down. That's an interesting one. But here, face clan is BTR.
Spotted out Mela. You got nades. You have to worry when Mela got nades, but at least he got just 2. Definitely he's not gonna overuse his nades for now. But MR5, not so much, only smokes. 1 first aid. Definitely FaZe is running down when it comes to utilities for now. Not taking as much loot as supposed to be. We do have PB coming up from behind. BTR just passed by. Feel like FaZe and the rest of the team will not compromise themselves anymore. They're given away with those positions before when they starting shoot. I think they noticed PBE coming up that way. We might as well just leave.
Xavier as well. Lucky for Rabbis, there was someone who took that early shot on him, so he's okay. But Rabbis managed to get away. So yeah, lucky for him.
So quiet. I think this is the most quiet Miramar we ever seen in PMSL, right? Nobody being eliminated for the longest time.
Yeah. This is the coolest map of all so far. Despite the circle being sort of like at the side, still really, really cool, as in cool for in the sense that we don't see any eliminations yet so far. We're heading towards stage 2. It's interesting to see that box actually taking that area, because that area is already like the edge of the map, and then you have like a curve of like high grounds that's totally unplayable. So you don't always see like teams really tuck themselves there. And it's really not too bad though. Coming down, it's okay. Yes, it's visible to other teams, but it's not that bad because you still got some elevation there.
PBE still taking their time. I'm not sure where are the rest, but they're definitely fanning out in a straight line in the southern part, or just right on top of Valdemar there. trying to force FaZe, but FaZe, look at how many teams coming up to this side. Look
Wow.
at the crowd, the mass. This is insane.
Okay. It's sort of like a hardship because now we can see that a lot of concentration on the high ground. DBD already has it, Void has it, so those are the key areas. FaZe Clan on the high ground as well. Those key areas already secured. Okay, maybe not for FaZe Clan because they're still traveling, but they're heading in. But DBD already parked themselves because they naturally drop inside Chumasera, so it's easier access for them. So it is their duty right now to defend that prime spot.
FaZe, they make a smart call by moving towards the valleys instead, because you saw how many squads, how many teams were there moving in the same direction towards the side of FaZe. That is the scary ending if you ended up stuck in between there. But lucky enough, they managed to flee by. Box, on the other hand, climbing up to the side of DX. Ravies waiting in the pit. Will be discovered by these guys.
Oh, Rabis from the lower ground. And Zunos gunned down by Chua. Looks like a long-range support there. And that worked out for D Xavier. As Box Gaming, they won't go in for the save. They will leave their teammate.
Rabies. The rest of DX very separated. Look at how Lambo so far giving those shots. The support is just, oh, wow. It's like 200 meters over. Hill Gatslow slipped down, being shot from afar, and I guess, but I'm not sure who. It's just an accident happening on the side of Hill. Nobody is out. 64 players. Second phase. In a minute before the third stage, Cloud. We still have 64.
Yes, this is the kindest map so far, but I think we'll see it really, really soon. Because Junos, not saved, eliminated. Finally, we get a first blood. Just before stage. So, for the record, this is the longest wait for a first blood.
Agree. And then after that first blood, that's going to be the only blood for now. For quite a bit. I feel like that might be it. But before that, can Procedure EVOS give us a bit of a surprise there by forcing any fights? DX on the other end, very low ground. This high ground is taken by BTI, if I'm not mistaken. Here comes GE in between another team. I think towards the southern part, probably it's going to be a different team. Utilize on the other end.
Oh yeah, GE. Okay, seem to be watched by Udo Alliance.
Only, yeah. Okay, they're splitting, yeah.
Yeah, only. Okay, they don't have the circle now, so they need to move. Let's see how fast will they do that. Okay, it's going to be a straightforward entry for them because they have two players as a marker, so they're going to move pretty fast. Utilize, on the other hand, has Flex as well as a marker, but look at the high ground. So we have BBD, we have PBE, Box beside Geek Slate. It's quite crowded at the southern side.
I agree, and that is one of the most hardest terrain to go through in this certain circle. But if you get yourself a vintage spot, it'll be perfect, because this is the hill we're talking about. It's so uneven. Barely, if you're actually down there and up there, just within 10 meters apart, you can't see each other. Chua got dropped down from what? I'm not sure. I think from the rooftop, possibly. Shot down by the rest of BTR. But look at how BTR wrap around. But it's going to be somebody else wrapping. Then on the outer skirt as well, DX try to outflank them.
Oh, BTR taking advantage of this. Chua needs to reset. Okay, he will. He's A-okay, but he don't have the numbers. And now Sata putting pressure through the molly. Chua comes out on the other side. Sata, no. That's not how you become a satay.
Okay, make me hungry now. Side of Ravis. Burning off with that molly. Needs to get out. Got flushed down and shot down. Liquid. Trying to find the player of DX. Trying to hold up for the entire team here. Not sure where is UI. UI shooting from behind. Or maybe outside. There's also RRQ coming up this way, looking over the same side. Chua! And Lambo coming up from the back line as well.
Okay, fire galore here in this compound. Lambo, can he reach in time? As Deuce is still duking it out. And Deuce, he'll lose the fight. Lambo comes in at the right moment just to clean up. And now Yuhai, caught between Hill Esports as well as Xavier. The good news is that he's in the circle, but Hill Esports hurt everything. But now we move over to PBE versus Procedure EVOS. with Luxie down as well as Red Face.
Links in between. A kick Slate coming up at the back line lurking. Not sure how much longer they can actually have their time. Box as well. Capone is shooting onto the side of Kick. They might actually hovering out this time, but Red Face is finally down. Taking down the pillar. It's going to be coming up from Raimon and Cool of PBE.
Oh, here we go, Cool. He does have an angle. Let's see how will he toss it in, but looks like he can save that nade. He still toss it out anyway. And Raimon will secure the elimination phase. That is it for Prestige Esports. Hail Esports has a chance to take the #1, Choo-Choo.
It's very close. You mentioned about within just 1 month, more than enough for them to take over Prestige Esports. And they have to only have 1 elimination. That's the only point they secure in this first mid-runner of the day. But for the circle shrinks to get to know who's being favored and who's being blessed.
Ooh, this is going to be nerve-wracking here. DBD still has it, Boyne still has it, Udo Alliance in the compound. So it's pressure for Boss Gaming, PBE, and Gig Slate to come up to the high ground, maybe against DBD.
Outside of FaZe taking the low grounds, I have a feeling it's a wise move coming out from them. If you want to learn from somebody, always learn the ties when it comes to rotation of a circle. They know it better when it comes to the last few moments. Box, on the other hand, trying to take PBE on a fight, but Gig Slate is breathing down their necks. They have to be extra careful. The moment they pop up their heads, PBE rank is right on top of them.
Oh, wow. Okay. When you say on top of them, that's not in a good position for whoever's below. So it's going to be tough. Boss Gaming in a tough position as well. They have PBE to deal with on the left, on the right. If they overexpose themselves, it's going to be Gig Slate. Hail Esports, on the other hand, going to play the gatekeeping role against D Xavier. Sky only at the forefront. They want those elimination points because they now know that Prestige Esports is out. So Hail, they want to collect those points to overtake them this round.
But at the same time, Hasty and Reckless were actually tarnished. It will be detrimental if they lost this round as well. I have to be extra careful. Saying this for Box here, who's in the middle pack trying to bring out PBE. Exchange of nades. Sheena's already lost early on towards the side of PBE, and now they're going in for more. Only one team will survive on this side of the circle. Rival got stuck! Oh, the worst time possible.
Oh man, that was a tough location for him. A good thing he managed to escape his explosion, the exploded vehicle. And now PBE, they have a little bit of a circle advantage. Boss Gaming will be pressured by the blue. They got to do this fast. But Boss Gaming only has 3 players. They don't have Junos with them. They don't have the numbers against PBE. PBE full squad looking over them. But Raimon tapped away by Winnie. Luckily, he managed to evade that, so he's still A-OK using his vehicle as a bumper.
Another solution for them is just to take this entire combo in the first place. Just go on and get on with it with their rotation. But either way, they still have to pick up the fight to a side of Gig. Now they are being forced to take in this position right now. PBE winning. Nowhere near. It's going to be down to Winnie to clutch this for the entire team of Box.
Yeah, Box. Losing men. Leaving Winnie all alone. And Winnie tanks out the blue. Tries to take a different rotation. But this rotation may end him up in the side of Gig Slate. If not Gig Slate, it's going to be Void.
Pass by. But the problem is, can they land?
Okay.
Can Winnie... Oh, no, Winnie. You parked there where... It's going to be a tough one. If he's not being noticed by Gig and they're just tunneling vision on front, great. And Void hardly can see him through here. He's at the foot of the mountain cloud. It's too steep for Void to actually see him through. The moment he hops onto that vehicle, I feel like this is going to be... Oh, no. They definitely hurt the audio queue.
Oh, no. Winnie. Oh, no. Playing by the ledge. He knows that Gig is in front of him. He sees the vehicle.
Oh, yeah.
Damn good is looking behind. Oh, no.
Saw it from the side mirrors.
Okay. RIP.
If only...
GG well
I mean, but if only Winnie actually go by foot, it's going to be different, right?
Yeah, it makes lesser noise. Maybe he can slowly, even crawl in. But yeah, I think it was too late by then. When he drive by, it's like, oh, too late. The noise is already heard by Gig Slate, so that was the end of him.
We can feel the death so near when he does that. So close. But back on side of Empires. Coming up from the north, it's going to be SLD on the other end and a hill. Caught in between the Empires. Can they hold this fort?
Okay. However, this compound is still on the outside though. But now hill, high ground. Tony K tapped away onto Tiger. Tiger retreated. Hale Esports, only 1 point. They still need a bunch of points, at least 7 more, to actually catch up onto Prestige Evos. But now Udo Alliance and GE, let's go on the outside.
It's only 2 working as a duo. West got 1 on Udo Alliance. But there's going to be a bit of a backfire from the back line as well. West and as well as Ma got knocked down. It's going to be West straight from Flax across that hole of the warehouse. Here comes a nade. I just hope they don't cluster themselves up there.
Ooh, Shamil finishes off West and now Flax sees. He knows where his opponent's at, but he knows he's outnumbered as well. Shamil coming in from the another angle. And off angle shot onto Zai. Zai still survived, but Zai will be shot down from the other side. And it's going to power jump from SLD, the long range expert.
Oh no, GE the one having their backs towards 2 teams at the same time. That's it. They have to finish their run and place himself at 12. We have 1 more team out, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be, is it Alter Ego just now? No. Yeah.
Yeah, Alter Ego got the knockdown to Cool, but couldn't finish up the job. So it's going to be PBE. 7 eliminations for PBE. Wow, okay.
I love this. I missed this. This is what we missed from PBE. They just don't think twice. Just go for it. This is what we want. This is what we've been waiting for.
Absolutely. M249, Micro Uzi. Not the most popular of weapons, but still able to do the job. At the end of the day, it's about whatever that you're comfortable with. And if you can win the fight, why not? Just do it. But speaking of winning fights, Hale still only with 1 elimination. They need elimination points, and they're waiting to take it off of D Xavier.
At the same time, they have to be extra careful. Miscalculation lead to the entire team being decimated by the others. They have to wisely pick their opponent here, whether to go for SLD or whether to go for the one at the back line. PBE spotted out Gigslate from afar.
Ooh.
Finish off with an explosion. He's going to be cool taking on Snipes on the ground. Down to only Damn Good. No way out. Damn Good only have vegetation in between.
Oh, even his vehicle has been exploded. So Damn Good. No way he's going to be able to pick up his teammate with PBE looking over him like that. At the same time, Hale has started their fight. 1 knockdown onto Stone from afar. Cool keeping eye onto Geek. Just making sure that no other teams nearby. But they have this in the bag. Like Jake Slade, nowhere else to go.
SLD trying to chase out Voin here. Voin splitting into 1-2 formation. With Lapa being left behind, waiting for the latecomers. But now Lapa start to move as well. Realizing that that's not worth waiting inside. But Voin got knocked down the moment they transition inside. Prorigin on side of SLD got 2. Still going against Udo Alliance. But the one stopping Voin is going to be FaZe.
Oh, let's see here. This fight is inevitable, I would say. Udo Alliance and SLD next to each other, and if they move together into the circle, they will meet at some point. So they might as well finish this job very, very soon. If not, they need to take the fight in front anyway, so it's either one. But DBD, now they're starting their fight. Take down Lapa from Void, Shrubs, and Tony K. Taken down by FaZe Clan. Looks like FaZe had caught them caught.
FaZe finish off Shrubs, and there goes another spray coming up. Tronji, Vampires Stone stuck in between. They are being sandwiched left, right, center. Vampires being ambushed by their own countrymen. The ties fighting against each other. But right now, Hill shifting their attention towards the back line because DBD is there. Fourth side of Hale also visited by DX at the same time. Got slow, 2-1 for them in this compound. I'm not sure where is Sky. I definitely see Tiger pushing.
Oh yeah, they have been looking at these areas for the longest time, but now they're doing the push. Now Udo Alliance down to Shamil. Flax OP needs to be picked up. And looks like Xavier is out, so now Hale has 3 elimination points. Shamil still going in for the save. He is still within the circle. He managed to slide into it, but no vehicle. Vehicle exploded. But PB is moving, and they're shooting on the Shamil. Shamil, gotta get away. You gotta find a different angle, but Shamil on the other side. When the smoke stops, when the smoke goes down, he'll be seen by Void.
I agree. The smoke's the one that actually stalling. The moment it dissipates, it's going to be clear as a day for Void to shoot them down. Not just that, there's so many teams behind them as well. Gig Slate on the other hand, being eliminated next out from afar. I think it was FaZe taking them down just now. On the side of Void, stuck with the 2. 0 eliminations by now. Very different Void from what we've seen last week. SLD right on top of him. It's going to be Ghostu. You know Ghostu would barely missed.
Yeah, and he had the terrain advantage. Monboy on the other end, Flex spots him out. Monboy currently being taken out by MR5, but SLD, they're moving in onto Void. They got the confidence here over Void. They are performing better than them. Kwangji open up the space, and they have the high ground too. They're starting to go in, but Kwangji punished by Keenan.
Oh boy. There's so many teams there. We're talking about 4 teams. SLD way too segregated. No way somebody can actually pick them back up in time because there's so many eyes watching on the same side here. PBE on the other end playing as a duo on this side. SLD being eliminated next due to how fast their men were too far apart. Hill taking the high grounds on the left side of the circle, fighting against highly contested DBD. Now DBD, they have a full squad this time. They want to push themselves up. Hill definitely overtake a side of position he was for now. Yudo Lions finding his point and take a 1-2-1 fight, but wait! Flex!
Ooh, the combination between Flex, OP, and Shamil. 1 against Void. There was a fight that couldn't be evaded anyway, but now PBE has DBD to deal with, and DBD somewhat within the circle. 2 from PBE. What can they do about this? They have to make sure they get a knock or 2 before they can charge in.
PBE. 8 eliminations secured. I think that's the highest by far. Alongside with maybe Hill, got himself 5 for now. Face possibly more than that. Around the almost similar numbers. It's gonna be DBD, FaZe, and Hill getting a full squad. Now, can DBD finally get their run for the chicken?
Oh, yes. They are looking good for it right now. This high ground, the circle, a full squad. Okay, looking good. But, of course, the opponents, I don't push over. We got full squad, we got FaZe full squad. So it's still a challenge for them. And also depends where the next circle will go. As Cool now putting focus onto Yudo Alliance on the other side. Raimon went down to the lower ground. Raimon looks like he's on the clear. He just needs to be careful. DBD at the high ground, who might come down.
Just need to... It's all about timing for PBE. Down to the wire. We're talking about timing, so must be perfectly well done for PBE to start to get out from there. If it's too early, FaZe spotted them out. The same goes for DBD. PBE burning off by the blue. Cool have to force himself forward for a bit. They're still in the circle. Spotted out by FaZe. Remember we mentioned about them. Nothing to hide himself in the open. No way out. Who got it first? With it, Yudo Alliance or Will on the side of FaZe? FaZe Victorious knocking down. Who will eliminate Cool? It's gonna be MR5.
Oh, and it still goes to FaZe Clan anyway, but gets low. Counter fires onto Victorious. Windows goes down. Elimination not secure yet. DBD gets a knockdown for themselves. And now Hill, still a full squad just beside DBD. But the next phase of the circle will prove crucial. Hill starting to open up at the side of FaZe Clan. Will the circle still favor them? Circle goes down, so it's going to be PB and FaZe Clan having the circle. PBD and Hill need to move.
Yan, before he's moving, he's trying to benefit whatever he can gain from this. Getting on 1 knockdown, but it's going to be tough with those curves coming up from the terrain itself. The geography making it even a challenge for him to land his shot. Same goes for 6, but they need to climb down their high horses. Hill already making it in. They would be gatekeep DBD the moment they try to cross the street there.
Oh, here we go, Choo Choo. This will be the fun part. FaZe Clan moving to the other compound. Hill will take the former compound of FaZe Clan. But now Hill, is it within the circle? Yes, it is within the circle. So if they can take over the compound, that would be great as well. But 3 of them moving in the same vehicle. Hopefully they'll be safe. We have seen it before. And looks like they're clear to join him on the sky only.
6.
Oh no.
Got a caught on the entirety of Hill right across his crosshair. You want to go for the rush. You're just going to go and do it.
Here we go.
You're just going to go and wrap it in. When they give away the position, here comes a run and spray and a drip at that. Yes, very prone down. Tiger from what an angle. Oh, Hill fights back.
Oh yeah, Hill is not going to go down without a fight. And right now we can see that Zigzag we got now and still a left echo all alone for DBD. Can Hale do it? Echo is super duper low at this point. Echo is all alone. Sky only is down as well. Then made onto Echo, and Hale will eliminate DBD. And with those elimination points, Hale will overtake Prestige EVOS at number 1.
7 for now. Got himself a bit of a reset because FaZe going against Yudu Alliance. 2v4 now. Can they clutch this? Mormon with the DBS got himself on the top. A shot shot Mormon from afar. Shame giving such a firepower from the backline. Now have to deal with this by himself as Flax knocked down by Yudu Alliance. Just too much for them right now.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to an all-Thailand finale. Let's see who will get this chicken dinner, either Space Clan or Hale Esports. Both of them reset it, so now it's even grounds. Stage 9, Circle will close entirely. Both of them have their own compounds. Both of them separated by the road. Let's see who will make the first move.
Sky waiting for the time to be right for him to actually open fire, but Tiger the one who will be the one that make a game changer. 7 for the side of Hale. I have no clue how many FaZe actually secured their eliminations, but Mela will be the first one to go down. Now, do they want to go for the push or are they still waiting for an execution? Just in case they can get a reset. They definitely are very disciplined. Hale holding their horses here. Not going to go for the rush because the Blues are going for FaZe first. FaZe were forced to cross that street.
Oh yeah, FaZe will be forced to cross. Right now the smoke ring being created by FaZe, but when are they going to move as Moment being gunned down? ML5 50% of health. Hale putting focus onto them, and Hale Esports, the best high team in this round, gets the chicken dinner, and they will be rewarded with that number 1 spot in the overall ranking.
Speaking of last minute push, giving them a day or two in the final week, and in the end of the week, they show how they do it. They just wrap things around so clean. And DBD just now, speaking of the rush and the crash, we do know for a fact they're being closed in by the Blue Zone at the back line, being forced to push, but it's just they haven't got a clue where Tiger was. Tiger was the one that make everything a downfall for DBD, but Hale, they just stay where they're at, play their game, they got it going.
Yeah, and DBD actually, if you ask me, they did fairly okay. They know that when they got the knock onto Hale, it was their moment to rush in. So that was alright. It was just then Hale was very prepared for anyone to come in onto them. So I would say it's a matter of skill from there for Hale. And it's going to be Sky only getting the MVP. Man, the one and only Sky. 969 damage. Very nice number there. 5 elimination points. I wonder how many eliminations they got in total. I think it's, yeah, but it's definitely enough to overtake Prestige EVOS now.
I think it's around past 8 to 10. The last time we saw from here was around 8. The one that I have no clue about is going to be FaZe. I'm not sure how much they got himself for eliminations. But Sky definitely have quite a number on his side. He's the most dishing out the damage. He's taking the tank side as well. He definitely being sort of what? The vanguard for the team, but the attacker as well.
Yeah, he's the everything. Knockouts him and eliminations him. So now, let's see here. So Hale, well, they maintain their full squad till the end. So that's why it's maximum timing for Hale as well as Space Clan, PBE in this as well. Nice round for PBE because when they went out, they got 10 elimination points.
Love it.
With a 3rd or 4th place finish. 4th place finish, yeah, at least 4th or 5th, either one, with a good number of elimination points. So this is a good round for PB.
I love it. I just want them to keep it going like that. You know, have the confidence and just push themselves. We saw how they played back then. When it comes to song, it's supposed to be their map to have the start of the day set the tone. But surprisingly enough, they're coming in very strong when it comes to Mirama. So do they prefer Mirama over Sunhawk these days? We have no clue until we wait until PBE got that interview. But speaking of the other teams down there, the SEA EVOS definitely being pushed down here, Cloud.
Yes, for sure. Let's see how far it is later on as we look at the recap from this round. So this round also has the record, at least for now, the longest first split. It was almost until the 3rd round or the 3rd stage of the circle. Then we saw the first split. This is the longest by far now. But because it needed that much time until the first split was out, meaning that we had a lot of action happening back to back in multiple areas.
so many high grounds. Speaking of the high grounds, whoever being favored by the circle is quite flat as well. You do a line there, but ambush by point. Surprisingly, Flax just managed to swing it. But for PBE, cool. I mean, like, that's really a tough spot for him. There's nowhere to run.
Yeah, it was quite open for him. Yeah, he had nowhere to go besides down the slope. So this was the final moment. We can see that FaZe Clan didn't have any space. They had to cross. They have no choice, but there was only one route they could pick. So the angle was pretty obvious for Hill from there to finish them off. And with that, chicken dinner is theirs. And here's a confirmation: 21 points for Hill. We got 18 for FaZe, pretty nice. PBE 14, liking it as well. But because Precision Evo 0, we all know what's coming up.
But the gap is not that huge yet. We're talking about within a single map, which is going to be the last one for today. After this, another Miramar can turn things over again. But the thing is, what I do like this week is quite a big gap between the second and third place, or even the first and second. Like, top 5 is just very different tier entirely. But sort of FaZe, they definitely push themselves out there. And same goes for PB. I'm loving how this aggressive coming up from these players and teams. I want to see it going when it comes to the last Miramar next.
Yeah, the last one will be interesting to see whether Precision Evos can take back their number 1 spot. Because right now, the gap is 7 plus 6. So it's a 13-point gap between Hill and Precision Evos. For FaZe Clan, to be fair, they still have a number of games to play. I think if you add on that, the gap isn't that far. But it's all about 1, 2, 3, and then boom, you have quite a gap from there.
4, 5, 6 is another gap. Then it's like triple the number, every triple rank. You have a gap 7, 8, 9, and then 10 is just a different level of it down to the second page here. But if you compare just now, right, week 1, just saying, Vampire Esports secured 216 by the end of the week. We start to hit 200 over today. Tomorrow's still another day, Cloud.
Yeah, and there's a possibility that we might see more than one team hitting 200 plus. So it just shows that our points being pulled up on top there. But that also means that a lot of other teams don't get that point, so you won't see that gap. You will see a significant gap between like the top 1, 2. Like now we can see that 3 theoretically, and 4 is quite far. So look at the overall, we got 2 Thai teams, 2 Indonesian teams, and then we got GE representing the wild card, getting a chicken dinner. The last one, if I were to have a wish, it would be either now Vietnam, Malaysia, or PBE to give us some diversity.
PBE was close enough. They got quite a number of eliminations. They were very aggressive. I was wishing for them to get the chicken for today. We want to see different flags flying, right? But speaking of Precision Evos and Hill, though, they are in Group D. So they will not be playing tomorrow. So we're going to witness the same thing again, just like how we did last week. Can FaZe and Boom overtake them in the last minute? Because SLD will not be playing as well. So SLD, if they want to push, it's going to last game for today, right? Same goes with Hill and Precision Evos. But the one closest is going to be FaZe here.
Yes. FaZe has more games in hand, so they could still change their destiny. Like how we talk about, like, okay, if as long as you play that last game, you still have sort of control of your destiny. So that is the opportunity that FaZe would want to take. But today, FaZe is just okay. But looking at our prediction, okay. Yep, you still got FaZe there. I got GE, just saying.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
I almost got DBD.
Almost, yeah, close enough. They had a full squad just now. It's all about the timing. If only they kind of figure out to cross the road early on, right? Maybe they will actually get a top 3, at least the worst case scenario. For Alter Ego, I don't know. Not the day for them. I know. I feel like I'm the one that actually jinxing all the teams here, because none of these teams on my list right now perform.
Yeah, like Alter Ego. How many times did we see like they knock down their own teammates with a nade? Someone needs to practice nade tossing later on during their break.
Because it happened once in Sanhok, I think, and then it happened again in was it in Wrangell? Yeah.
Yes, I think both maps there was that incident too. So I mean, Alter Ego, nades haven't been their good friend. Even last week as well, there were a couple of times whereby they knocked their own teammates with nades. I remember like school apartment. I mean, there were just so many incidents, right? Not only today, but even the days before, even last week too. So they cannot continue to make that mistake.
No,
Considering that they are one of the teams that might be in the grand finals and you want to be the champions, you cannot have those small mistakes.
No, the thing is, it's okay to make a bit of a blunder during nobody else there. But every time they make the mistake is when during they're being ambushed or happen to be somebody saw them being take the advantage of it. It's always the worst timing possible to make this silly mistake. It's all about timing, Cloud. It's okay, we're human, we make mistakes, but not at some certain amount of time, you know?
Yeah, it can't be mistakes. Yes, everyone does, but it can't be this often. And plus, you're playing at this level, so I think there's there's a level of expectation, maybe by the coach and all that, to be like, hey, you know what, this happens a bit too often, so you might want to like reflect and relook at how you actually toss those nades.
I agree. The frequency itself is almost alarming. How many accidents of nades being happening around the corner here? For Alter Ego, they're looking very happy for now. I don't know how their comms were when they knocked out. I do want to hear the comms. If we have the recorded comms about when the player being naded by their own teammate, can we put that and just piled it up together? Still content. It's going to be really good content. I want to know what the other end was like, what just happened, you know?
Yeah, make a montage out of it. Right? That'll be interesting. A super cut of it. Maybe the first few ones is like they can laugh about it. After a while, it's like, dude, it's enough. But
finally,
first time. Yeah.
Welcome back.
Ravenclaw.
Now, this is surprising. The moment they start to put Fluketh in this week, they slowly subbing in back their own lineup of vampires, right?
Yes. And this is also the first time that we see Nuzi, who is one of the newer members of Vampire, being swapped out. And you gotta think about it, right? If you kind of tell people in general who follow PUBG Mobile and tell them that, hey, Nuzi got swapped out, everyone will go insane. Everyone will be like, seriously, Nuzi subbed out for Ravenclaw? What? But looking at how they've been performing, they need that. Just like how DX, Frankie is back, like how you wish.
Yeah, and I don't think I think he looks, maybe he's not really well today. I'm not sure what's the reason he's not playing. But finally got him back for the last game, Cloud. For the final game. If you talk about only Mirama, he should have been swapped early. But now, speaking of today's last game, is DBD deciding about getting Moskoki in or not? Do they need that?
Okay, if we do hover over DVD, I really want to know. Because, yeah, I mean, even though previous round they got number 3, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, they were somewhere up there, but they only got 2 elimination points. So overall points was still fairly low for them. And considering the DVD is down there, they need a lot more points to really, really catch up. I think even if Mosgoku comes in, I don't know if he will want to do it in the last game. Nothing wrong with that too. But if he wants to do it tomorrow, I want to see it from game number 1 for DBD.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. I definitely want to see a change in them. For RQ, Asa, I mean, the last Ringer run was incredible for him. When it comes to the next Mirama, they need to find a new strategy to how to play it. They're trying to have a bit of discussion among themselves. And now we're looking at DB. I don't think there's any change of lineup so far. It's the same players. Still not going to resort to that just yet.
Okay, that's it. Cool. Okay. So no Mosgoku still. But maybe they were happy with their third place finish earlier on. I mean, their rotation was kind of okay. Except towards the end, maybe it could be a little bit better. But overall, well, at least they survived longer than how they did before. So maybe they're trusting the process, as the cliche term always says now.
Bit of a love given. Sort of Gig Slate. Now, Gig Slate, it's so much to talk about. Gig, talk about BTR. There's 2 teams nowhere near in the first page. Nowhere near up there. And so much expectation being given out before the start of PMSL. But what happened to them? They've been so quiet.
Yeah, I know, right? I hope it's not because Stipes is looking forward to his holiday back in Miri. Yeah, Papa Mo shouting out to you. It's telling me his holiday plans after the PMSL. But anyway, so we have Box Gaming as well. Box Gaming, okay-ish. I mean, they're quite steady team, right? They're like not really like hyper boom, but they're somewhere, and they're not really low, but they're somewhere in the middle, so that's okay. But the hyper boom team, Hale, fun fact, they are now holding the most chicken dinner inside of PMSL, including last week. So very nice performance for Hale. But CJ EVOS not liking whatever happened in Miramar. They want to take back their number one spot, but they have this one more round to do it before the day ends. So let's see if they can do it in the final game of Miramar.
We're back here for our last map of the day, and we're almost done with week number 2, Cloud. One more map to go for the second last day. But tomorrow, that's going to be the last of it, and the last game for the teams coming up from Group D. That's going to be Hale Esports, SLD, Procedure Evos, Box Gaming. How do they close their week 2?
Oh yeah, they have to set the benchmark because FaZe Clan will be playing tomorrow still. So who knows what might happen? FaZe Clan might go amok and gather all those points and overtake all of them, breaking their hearts again because they are playing the last game. They don't have control of their destiny. So they have to set the benchmark in this round. And looking at the flight path, this time it's on the right. So for teams who like to drop on the left, we got teams like Xavier, we got teams like DVD, who like to drop to Chumasera. They might need to travel a little bit, so be prepared for the Vico fight.
Oh yeah, speaking of the gap, they need to stretch so much on the side of field here. Make it or break it, they say. And the circle pops right on top of Olazar and Minas Generalis. Feels like it's going to be around there somewhere. We've seen around Junkyard before, we've seen around Minas Generalis. It feels like very attracted to that side. Definitely a lot of teams happen to be around that corner too. Talking about right on top of flight path, right?
Yeah, just on the flight path. So teams who naturally drop on the right will be really happy. Vampire Esports, one of it. And we got Geek Slate as well, somewhere around the areas of Impala. Lost Loners were fairly happy too. So they'll be okay. But Xavier, they normally drop on the left, so they might want to travel a little bit. Or they will switch up their plans to look somewhere in between, maybe the smaller houses. Nothing wrong with that as well. If they want to like manage their time into the circle. Let's see what happens here. As long as they don't go down to BTR, who's just next to them the last time we saw.
I can remember the record, Cloud. I was stage 2 a minute before the third circle, right?
Mm-hmm.
First blood.
Yep.
So we're going to count again if that happens in this one.
Wow.
Just in case. I mean, like, just in case.
Yeah. Just put it out there. Just put it out. We'll keep that record. Let's just keep that in mind. About a minute before stage 3. Yeah, the longest one. So we keep that in mind.
Rama, okay? Put that in mind, guys.
Yep.
Make a mental note out of it. So many things.
Yep. You guys in the comment section as well.
Yeah.
Do remember this.
Help us, remind us, because we're getting old here. So we definitely have a bit of missing information sometimes when it comes to our brains working not quite right when you get older. For me, I mean, like Cloud definitely is just 18.
Yeah. I'm sweet 18. Yummy. Oh no, Yummy's not playing.
I mean, like,
Never mind.
I can't even say a word because we do know there's a player name in there.
I know, right? His name is so yummy, you know? It's so like, whenever he does something good, it's like, that's a yummy move.
Punnable names. It's something that's not funny right now is DBD, their position. I mean, this is their last map, man. They need to work things out. Last week, where they were at, like, I need to refresh my mind to see where they were in week 1. They were in 18 spot back then, was it? 106.
Yes. 18.
No, 85. It's worse.
85, not even 100.
No.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It was 85 points for them at the 18th place last week. And this week, it's getting worse. From bad to worse. Next week, don't tell me it's a tragedy. That's it.
Oof. unless they pull off something insane tomorrow. If not, next week it has to be something insane. And when I'm talking about insane, it's like getting that top 3 or something like that. They really need to flip over the chart for themselves. So it's a it's a tall order. Just look at this. Like, we still have majority a majority at the top. If we take a comparison like top 5, it's still majority of them from Thailand.
I need to compare for the points here, honestly speaking, when it comes to week 1 and week 2, right? So for a DBD, if the number's going down for this week, it shows that something must have gone wrong. It should be at least better than last week points in total, right? Including the case of, I think, Vampire is going down, definitely. If you compare last week, they secured themselves 200 over, 216. Now they ended up in, what, 76. But they do still have a game tomorrow. But it's still not going to be adding up the math of how the numbers are not going up. But the one that I worry is going to be DBD. It's actually worse than last week.
Yes, as of now. But I'm just going to give that positive note, right? Is that they are still playing tomorrow. But if after tomorrow their numbers are still like that, that means it's confirmed worse than last week. I hate to bring this up, but let's not even talk about Team Secret. Even if tomorrow they perform, okay. Last week they were 113. Right now, they are 33. So it's almost no way for them to be higher than last week's points.
Man, I'm like, it's just so devastating to see a big name, a big team down there that being trampled down like a rookie. It's such a difference, Cloud. I mean, I mentioned this before. Somebody will place himself first and somebody will place him last. That's the competition, right? It is the fundamentals of it. You can't deny that. But the gap in between should not be this big, this huge.
Yeah, they are definitely in desperation now for Team Secret. We'll see how they fix that tomorrow. I don't know what else to say. Talking to Papa once as well, I was asking him, like, I'm running out of things to say for Team Secret. Can you give me your thoughts? I went to that extent of starting to ask like Papa was, because he's a big follower of PUBG Mobile like since forever. He has a lot of ideas. Just like, can you tell me what's wrong with Team Secret? Because when they start playing again, and we're gonna have this conversation again, I don't know what else to say.
So different with the days of when you have Fredo, Jumper, and the old lineups like how BB make you miss them so much. Instead of going forward, it feels like the performance going backwards. I'm not sure what they are lacking for Team Secret. They used to be one of the best in South Asia as well. At one point, when they were on their peak performance, it was Survival, R2K. When back then they were different names, they were way more aggressive. But now it's just they're being tamed down here, Cloud.
Yeah, they're very consistent in the country level. It's either they almost get into Southeast Asia or they got into Southeast Asia. But whenever they touch Southeast Asia, whenever they enter Southeast Asia, it just doesn't work for them for some reason. So I don't know. Even though like over time they have like a change of lineup and all that. Yes, it's an improvement this season, I'm not gonna lie. But again, the moment when they touch Southeast Asia, it's just as if they are non-existent.
Yeah, but this one we have to agree, that's what we call choke here. Definitely choke. I mean, you can be the best in the region, but can you be the best in South Asia? If you choke up there, remember you step on another level, it means that you're not ready. If you're not ready here for South Asia, how can you be ready for globals? How can you proclaim yourself as one of the best in the world? I'm one of the coolest PUBG Mobile players out there. You're nowhere near the globals. Definitely won that statue for these players. What they have been investing their entire life, their entire youth for their career right now, down to a single point of moment, to make a judgment call, whether to make a critical mistake or something that are going to be fruitful for the entire team. There's 1 second to so much of their life, but when it comes to GE taking face
Okay, so we're not going to break the record for the first blood. I don't.
Mela coming up from afar. Now, this is Mela we're talking about, but they got a reset. Moment back up on his feet. Victorious trying to get themselves a bit of a barricade in between, but Zai couldn't spot them out. Trying to reposition, go on the further flank. West guarding over the front line. Now, West have to make sure his friends is being covered because TBD is there as well.
Okay. To be fair, the clock is still ticking, but ooh, how did it look? Had to put in from afar. Master Ichi will make sure Venturus goes down. So that is the confirmation. We won't get a new record for the longest first blood. But it's FaZe Clan, Juju. It's FaZe Clan who wants to chase for the number one.
I love this GE. They don't have a care in the world. We don't care who you are, who you were, and whatever your achievement is. We do know that we are in the same ground of PMSL. Everybody had a clean slate. Your party and your achievement don't matter here. It's whether you start to move, gain yourself a new achievement and push forward, or you're just nobody. It's what they are playing right now for GE. But for the side of FaZe, they lost only 2. They've lost the entire team, my god.
Yeah, they lost the entire team. 2 eliminations given to GE and 2 towards DVD. And now Alter Ego against Sparks Gaming. There's going to be a tough terrain to play with, but whoever who gets this high ground or the top of this hill is actually a good position in the circle.
Box. Well, it's a big tire. Like it didn't flip just now. Alter Ego, Octa. Going towards the rest of the roster. Pasija Evos kind of stuck here. We do have a glimpse of the next circle. It's right on top of Impala. This is one of the hardest circles. If the circle happens to be hard shifting on the right side, Cloud, after this.
Yeah, if it goes right, then it goes wrong for everyone else. But it becomes my favorite circle, not gonna lie. Box Gaming in the prime position, if they can go up, because you can still up further at the hill that they were at using the buggy. So if they can do that, that is a very, very good position. It's almost like one of those high hills on the areas of Crater Field, that sort of value. So they can go up there, they'll be great. But for RRQ, not so great. SSLD, bottom out, Bonji's going to start it off.
Bonji going to go for the push. He got himself one knock, but not back down with a little bit late. Nepeko bomb just now. Asa come up from the flank, get it on one, maybe get it on double down. So close, but Asa, there's so many leaves in between. Couldn't spot him out. The tree is protecting him and damaging him at the same time. Asa trying to land those nades. Crompton as well, so close.
Oh, that was close, but now he will move in. And Mort is there to clean it up. So that's going to be Mort. Nepeko can be saved, but now GE. High ground against BTR. BTR circling around GE, trying to find a good angle. Now Sata might reveal himself, but Ichi not looking at the right angle. He's looking at an empty buggy. If only he looked at Sata, he could have shot him down. But Hill will say thank you. That goes to my pocket.
2 in the back for the side of Hill.
Rosemary!
Where did that shot come from? It's going to be next to them. That's more than 5 teams around this corner. Gatley spotted out box, Lavi on top. They want to be a bit of piece of this. They want to be a mixture of all the teams, having a crossfire in between. DX coming up from behind. Everybody is here, Cloud.
It's going to be a party here. Now that GE has this area, so it's looking good for them. So right now, let's see who's going to challenge GE. It's not going to be easy to challenge GE in this area, not going to lie, because it's going to be hard to climb up by itself. But Gig Slate, despite them dropping into Impala, looks like PB will take advantage. Knockdown onto damn good.
You do Alliance trying to fight the middle ground against PBE with Gig coming up on top of them. Now, if they're not being careful, these 2 teams, make it 3, having a bit of a fight here. And the one that's still in the way will be the ones that are actually on top. PBE trying to drop the nade. 1 knockdown by Shamil. Going against the side of PBE. Rankin trying to push. Ring around the Rosie, around the rock. Trying to take covers from the back. Reposition himself just in case they're trying to drop a couple of nades. Here comes the flank. Kenny!
Ooh! Nice counter fire by Kenny. And now with the man advantage, they will go in. Kenny at the lower ground, but he has back up on the high ground. And that's going to be Flax OP. Flax OP will take another point. For Yudu Alliance, PBE now in a dire state, but Flax OP needs to retreat. He's being shot at. the same time, the circle. Where will it go? It still has a high ground where Box Gaming is at.
But Mika repositioned himself, trying to finish off Yuri Alliance and PBE at the same time. But Yuri Alliance, the moment the circle shift, they don't want to waste time. They go in for the rush and try to wrap things around against PBE. And then just get into the circle. Gig, on the other hand, just negate himself from this fight for now. Get into the circle instead. Yuri Alliance, look, will stay behind for a bit more just to make sure that Cool will give away his position. Here comes Kenny, just passing by, going in as a duo.
Oh, this ain't cool, my friends. Everyone's surrounding Cool. Not gonna look down upon him. Everyone's going in at the same time. And now Cool. Okay, that's gonna be the first round. But then again, Shamil is there to handle it. PBE, no points this round. Allowing Void the opportunity to overtake them.
Here comes Gig, managed to transition right into Pasija E-Force in the center as well. They're so widely spread. They just walk into a trap for Gig Slate. Lynx will hold this compound. While Gig damn good thought they overcornered Pasija E-Force, but look the position of the members of Pasija right now. Exactly where they need to be.
Ooh, okay. Could be the position for Pasija to actually surround Gigs instead, but damn good. We'll finish off Lin. Luxie's on the other side. Luxie from the behind, shooting down Snipes. But Snipes, because he has a building, his teammate should be able to pick him up. But the nade, where did it come from? That nade came from Zuxi from the back.
Well, GE trying to farm this side. Lavi gonna do the work on top as well. Box trying to seal it away from afar. Pasija managed to finish off damn good. The main fragger for Gig Slate is down, leaving only one player left. Can Gig do this clutch?
Oh, here we go. It's going to be tough for Gig because Boss Gaming sees them as well. Now Mika is going to be the one to try and do it for Gig. Really, really tough for him. Closes the door. He'll open it up. He'll toss a nade onto the other side. But will it land onto anyone? Looks like the answer is no. Stuxnet still crying up for help. Second nade been prepped up. That will buy time for Mika to pick up his teammate.
We've only got himself a couple of mollies and smokes to work around. It's going to be extra bonus for the side of Gig Slate. Right now, he's down to Loxy with the DBS already in his hand. Loot up all the near-death boxes just to replenish his resources here. Jump down, going straight to the side of Gig. Just needs to get in, but it's the perfect angle. He knows where to toss it. Feels like it. Here comes a knock.
Yo!
Back again on the ground for Stuxnet. Mika going again solo.
Beautiful angle there by Zuxi. That leaves Mika back all alone. Stuxnet's down, but Zuxi being shot at from behind. Where did it come from? Oh, this Yuru Alliance has arrived.
Box Gaming tried to steal from the back line as well, but Yuru Alliance coming from flank. Pasija won that one. They set the trap perfectly well just now. Every person holding an angle from Pasija Evos. There's no way they cannot win that one out. Yes, they sacrificed links for that, but at the greater cost of winning.
Ooh, but DBD, can they win this against GE? Now GE off angle of the Zig. Zig's caught off guard. He'll be taken out. And now at the same time, Zai will need to move. He only has 2 first aids. He grab his vehicle. The rest of his teammates still at the high ground. Overlooking Void on the other side. Smile tapping it away. It does connect and Smile will get that knockdown.
Comes Void, gatekeeping GE and DBD kill stuck out there as well in the blue zone. We're talking about a lot of teams already got himself in center. Vampires, everything seems to be unfolding in this last match of the day. 0 eliminations by far, but they got the center of the circle. They don't need to move. They just wait for their praise to come in handy. But back to the side of Alter Ego. They're shooting against, exchanging fire while Hill shutting down on DX. Alter Ego taking advantage on the other end. Lamborghini left and right. There's 2 different teams there.
Ooh, and besides that, look at this. Box Gaming, they still have that super duper high ground that is still an advantage to them because they have the circle. But coming back to Xavier, like what you mentioned, Xavier now doesn't have the circle. Frankie is all alone. And how is he going to get across the road? Hale on the left and on the right, there's another team. And that's going to be Alter Ego. Frankie has no smokes, so he can't even create a smoke bridge.
Oh boy. Running down on their resources, their utilities, but Hill pushing into his side of Void. Here comes a crash! Going in, Alpha down! Keenan next, and it's going to be double on that. Tiger, get on Alpha, and Gatzler just finish off La Par. That's it. Within less than 3 seconds, Void gone with a crash by Hill.
Ooh, that is it. But it's going to be 5 elimination points for Hill. The fact that Hale and Procedure Evos, both of them still active, that means their points still can increase. It's going to be bad news for FaZe Clan. The Xavier is out. I mean, we know that there was nothing much that he can do, so it's going to be 0 elimination points in this round. No points at all for the Xavier. Now Hale Esports trying to find a way into the circle, but GE tapping it away.
It's going to be RIQ on the other end, I think. Shot down on GE. GE. Alter Icarus Mary, he's there. Do they want to go for the rush? Hill coming up to a sort of GE. West caught himself in between, in the haystack. No way out. Nobody to save him. His only teammate will have to flee. GE now leaving only 3 players. Yeah, the rest of them very segregated. Zai not going to invest himself to his west. Somebody have to be made by as a sacrifice. There's going to be Tiger getting on to the side of west. Alter Ego on the other hand. Slowly pushing to the side of BTR. That's going to be the last player there is.
Ooh, BTR in a dire state as well. It's going to be tough, but speaking of BTR, Octa starting to push in, and it's going to be an easy cleanup there for Octa. There you go, BTR is out.
Now down to 9 teams. With Alter Ego dominating, they are rising back up and just stepping on another level of pedals here. We're talking about them being quiet the entire day and finally make a last push in the last map. Getting those domination alongside with GE with a 3. But Hill taking a 7, way in the lead. But still, Procedure Evo still alive. We need to open up, stretch up the gap in the last map here. The last final day for them playing for Hill and Procedure.
Ooh, SLD. He's still within the circle. But will we worry for Procedure? Yes, we will, because they don't have it. Vampire in the middle of the circle. Hale still has it though, so Hale has some advantage. But Procedure, Choo-Choo, if you look at it, they're on the right. They have Judo Alliance to deal with.
Yeah, it's not going to be a clean in for them. They have to fight themselves against and grinding all the way into the center. Well, Box taking it out on Hale. 1 knockdown. Flash trying to revive Tiger. But Levy will not just move his crosshair just yet. Spotted out Flash. Trying to shoot him down. Ratface taking on Nate against Luke. Double down at that. Can he? As well. 1 Nate for 2 players.
That was... Oh, whoa! Make that another one from Redface. Taking out Adi Luke. Flax. He's super duper low. He needs to reset. That third team will not connect on the Flax. But now Shamil and Flax, they'll be forced to move. The circle stop favoring them. They're going through the smoke. Praying that they're able to get across, and yes, they will be able to get across, but how long will he be able to survive as Fox Gaming shoots on the Flax? Flax taking damage. Flax still survive. Flax is going up north, and Flax, he will be on the clear, but there will be RQ on the other side.
Asar spraying out to the side of GE. This cannot be it. This is not the way they're supposed to go down. It is the center of the war zone. Nothing to hide. It's a flat plane. God, GE finished off with quite a number of eliminations. So far, their best run for the entire week here. Week number 2 is it for the wildcard region. But ROQ taking another team out slowly from afar. Hill will be the next target. SLD on Hill as well. Hill leaving with only 1 player.
Let's see here. How are they going to deal with this right now? I think they're in a tough spot. But would it be enough points for Procedure Evos to catch over to Hale? But because they got 7 eliminations, they open up quite a gap. But speaking about Procedure, just when we mentioned about it, when we want to talk about the possibilities, they might lose Redface.
It's so important to let the Redface alive. He's the one that actually opened up the fragger for the team. Box shooting from afar, but they need to move now. The Blue Zone's closing in. There's no more time. They have to face what's next to them instead of those actually across. They are so close to each other, but Box trying to take and make out the best of it with whatever they have left. Procedure still got knocked, but they can be saved here. Quite a distance still. A Box, the moment they flee, the moment they move, the one that next to them will be starting to shoot. I think that's going to be Alter Ego.
Yeah, taking a moment to say thank you to Roma Esnak in the chat for following us for the longest time since Team Secret joined PMGC. Shout out to you. Thank you for supporting us for the longest time. And now back to the action where Procedure Evos, Zuxy's in trouble. It's in between 2 teams. RRQ on the north. And we have Boss Gaming right in front. That Nate landed on the Zuxy, almost taking me now.
Zuxy stuck in between. Capone dropped the nade. Zuxy, can he stand and run? It's a matter of time. Knock.
Oh!
Capone. He dropped right on top of Zuxi. Procedure down to 2 here. Capone spotted out by Mort. Zuxi just being left alone in the center. RQ compressing Procedure, trying to steal it away. While Box making sure they're trying to secure those eliminations. Luxy and Red Face. Red Face managed to be revived at the cost of a trade with Zuxi.
Oh, okay. With Hill Esports officially eliminated, Procedure Evos will want to take back their #1 spot. They still have 2 players though, but in their current position, it's tough. As RRQ tries to shoot onto them, will not connect. The counter fire, beautiful, back onto RRQ. But Procedure, look at the circle, it's not favoring them, Choo Choo. And 15 seconds, they will feel the wrath of the blue.
Oh, it's going to be burning them, torching out their HP here. Procedure, they have to get out, but Box making so difficult. Not Ego on the other side as well. RQ on the other. Now Procedure have to make sure they have enough smoke, but they have none. They got a couple of small shacks that will work for now. Just for temporary covers. As long as they can make it in, but never mind, too far! He's trying to go for it. Luxy have the same mindset. But Levy! Goodness me.
Whew. Oh, sweating there, but now Red Face. That is it for Procedure Evos. That means the #1 spot will still be Hill Esports by today. But tomorrow, it might be a different story because Spaceman will be playing. But we'll leave that thought for later on, as now we'll be looking at our top 5 teams for the final chicken dinner on our Saturday show.
Oh, wait, RRQ here comes Farji, going in for the rush, cooking up the nade. Might just want to finish off Asar here. The thing is, there's Voldemort on the back line. Parja have to push slowly and meticulously. Careful enough, spotted out Voldemort. Here comes SLD, another part of it. Chuangji going in as a push. But Lepeko giving out such fires. What a spray! He did whip. Every single bullet connects.
Ooh, okay, yes it does. Beautiful spray. Let's see if Gex secure this elimination point before it's stolen away by someone else. But SLD, I don't think they'll be able to be stolen away because the rest of the other teams are on the right. At the same time, we can see the Fanatics been blown up. Boss Gaming, as well as South Eagle, busy with each other. Vampire Esports, they made it to the top 5.
Box Levy pushing it off to us again. The Pekka on the ground, finish off straight away. Box, if they're winning, bleeding out, but they secure 7 for now. Can they get more? Can they get a double digit by end of today? Asar trying to make damage control, trying to find the angle to a side of Box, but made a big U to just go along with Voldemort. Vampires got into his alter ego. Box, the one actually do have what it takes to win this one. Nobody nearby them.
Wait, Choo Choo, just as when we are starting to forget about Vampire, they're making us remember them. Let's see if they can take down Alter Ego. Alter Ego, they do not have space because they've been blown up. The only way is through Vampire Esports, and Vampire Esports has a circle. They'll be gatekeeping Alter Ego.
Box, the moment we said they would not been discovered by this team, is Alter Ego to take the spot them out. Instead of going in tunnel vision to a sort of Vampires, Alter Ego take the alternative for the flanks first. Box managed to squeeze in the last minute, going for RQ Asar. Asar is alone there with Voldemort quite spread out. Octa getting on Vampires. They're having a bit of a push on the side of the other end. And Alter Ego going as 3v3 against Vampires. This is it. They're going for the rush.
Asa.
And for the side of Asa, can he survive? But Octa got knocked down. Back to 2v3.
Oh, Ravenclaw closest to the 2 members of Alter Ego. Dude, Octa been picked up by Potato. Repositioning down. Ravenclaw's currently down. Tony K shows the last 2 for Vampire Esports. Out for beating the odds at this moment, Choo Choo.
Right, Rosemary is Rosemary. Oh!
Hey. Yo!
No! I'm a big fan. But there was a valiant effort coming up from Rosemary, but here comes a knock again. Tony K! What an angle! He hold the fort like a king.
This is the Tony K that we know and love. And now move over to RRQ. Asa will be gunned down by Boss Gaming. Boss Gaming right now has the opportunity of getting this chicken dinner. Could they add to our diversity of regions getting the chicken dinner today? They have a good chance now, Choo Choo.
I sure hope so. So far, it was a clean one coming up from Shunos as well. Finish off RQ in the glimpse. Within seconds, 3v3 Vampires against Box. You haven't got Box. You haven't got any Vietnam today for the chicken. Can we get it? But will the Vampires of Thai will take the reign again? Shinos tossed the nade over to his son. Tony K got clipped.
Yo!
So nice for the angles.
Oh yeah, beautiful. He even evaded one nade from Vampire. But now Vampire, a little bit of elevation on their side. Ravenclaw will be gun back. 60% health left. He sees where Levy is at, but he doesn't have a clear shot. At the same time, the blue might put pressure on the box first. Box, a little bit of elevation too, but they don't have the space to play with.
Box. They got the Legends barely making it in. Here comes Capone going for the rush with that vehicle. Straps taking the front line, spotted out Capone. Here comes the spray. Who tracks better in the smoke? Down to Straps, knock on one. Ravenclaw and Tony K to bring up the glory door for Vampires. But will it be Box? The Vietnam coming in. They're going in for the rush. It's Box.
Yo!
We got a different flag for the day.
Finally, we got a different flag. Oh man, this is so cool. Vietnam back in it, ladies and gentlemen, and it's none other than Box Gaming. They took a good position at the high ground. It was a prime position for them. They were able to secure elimination points from there. And the moment when they went down, they were ready to fight against all other teams because they have that information from that ground. This is a good round for Box Gaming.
Playing at the side of a hill, and they actually have less space to be played when compared with Vampires just now. But they got a better sort of terrain to take covers. Lavia have been so well. Brilliant, stellar performance. 1,500 damage by himself in this one map. This one map only.
This is arguably the highest amount of damage from a single player.
This is the highest. I think this is the record right now.
Man, Levy. You can add a couple more S there. But let's check out the stats here. So, Levy has most of it. He takes a lot of damage as well. That means he's been working super hard for Box Gaming.
So much work, such ambition, pushing himself towards such a big numbers out there. 1,500. He only secures 5 elimination, and that's 5 knockout. Translate into 5 eliminations. I'm not sure where are the other damage coming out from. But so far, when it comes to teams to watch, ending and wrapping our last match of week today for you, Box RK Alpha Ego Vampire. Now this is definitely going to be a slap of reality for Void. And lucky enough for Vampire, they've woken up from their slumber.
Yeah, who knows what might happen tomorrow. But you know what? Out of the top 4 here, no Hale, no Persija EVOS, no FaZe Clan. Our top 3 teams in the overall charts are not in this. So that means tomorrow, Hale, Persija not playing, FaZe Clan. They have to take the opportunity.
True. And that's already you can set your target when it comes to the final day here. You know how much you need to gain every single map. That's going to be advantage for FaZe. They got to definitely have a clue like, okay, you know what? We need to have this amount of point for Sunhawk. Only this much point for certain map. And if they segregate it nicely and everything goes as planned, it's an easy task for them to just overtake the #1 spot right now.
And here are the highlights from the previous round. And I love this circle because it's not something that we get very often, especially on the north side of Impala. So this is great. From there, we see some of the key positions that some of the teams took. Box Gaming, one of them. I believe on the left, GE took a good position as well at one of the really nice high grounds. So it's something for us to learn, even as viewers, even as casual players. If we look at how this players play, how they position themselves, you're able to see that, oh, this area is actually not too bad. So look at Box Gaming. Their position is hard to be challenged. If you can take this position in this kind of circle, you stand a really good chance of securing elimination points and maybe even the chicken dinner.
But the thing is, what baffles me and what's so brilliant about Box just now, they were having the toughest spot. They were not in the circle cut. They were being dragged away from the circle. And they were having a spot where, yeah, they got the high grounds, but climbing down there, it's a huge task. And they made it in time. When it comes to the timing, it was impeccable. Perfect, absolute run coming up from Box this time with 22.12 eliminations. The only team that secures a double digit compared to RRQ and Alter Ego got himself an 8. But Persija EVOS, even if they go down, they don't get down easily.
Yes, and speaking about them going down, so they won't go down further than #2. They got the same points as Hale, both of them 8 points. On the other end, FaZe Clan, no points at all. But without doing the math, let's look at the overall charts. So Hale and Prestige EOS, both of them, more than 200 points. So Hale Esports, they broke last week's last week's Vampire record of the most points in a
No,
week.
not really. Still,
No, not
yeah,
yet.
Vampires
Oh, not yet,
is
not yet.
Vampire got himself 216, just 2 points away. But they definitely secure way more chicken.
Yeah, they're the Chicken King now.
The Chicken King.
Yeah,
I agree.
They got 10 chickens in PMSL now, the highest.
Wow. They're going to go for the chickens.
Yeah.
But the one that I wear right now is going to be coming up from Team Secret here. They definitely got 18 maps.
Oh, man.
So the one actually got themselves 24 box SLD, Prestige EVOS, and he'll finish off the entire week here. While the others still have a shot tomorrow.
Choo-choo. I'm having a headache now. I don't know what to talk about Team Secret tomorrow. But okay, I'll see what kind of lineup do they put where they come up with tomorrow. But okay, players to focus. So Tony K is no longer the most assists. Now it's Red Face.
Wow. The Indonesians rising up here. With Melad still taking the most eliminations. Surprisingly, we don't see a lot of Mela in week 2. Mostly that's going to be stats coming out from week 1. But overall, still he progressing throughout week 2. But it's not as flashy as last week.
Okay, I just put this out there. Yummy, he was 3 eliminations lesser than Mela.
Oh.
So he's at number 2 yesterday. So today Yummy didn't play. So tomorrow, Yummy and both Mela will also play. So they will just race it up for that number 1.
Wow, even the FMVP race is quite hot right now. Kind of a very hot, tight run between the players. But it's down to the coach, really. If the coach won't allow the players to actually play, then the numbers won't go up anyways, no matter how good you are.
Come on, you cannot remove Yummy. You cannot remove Yummy. You cannot remove Mela. These 2 players you can.
But it's Boo.
No.
It's Boo. They're known for swapping. What you talking about?
If Yummy gets swapped out,
they did swap
I
Yummy
don't know.
once.
I'm gonna go to the venue.
They did.
Okay, yeah, once back then. Okay, yeah. But if they swap him now with his current performance, I'm gonna go on a riot. I'm gonna go on a strike. You know?
Yeah, but we're good. We do have an interview after this. Have a guess, Cloud, before we head into it. Come on, give us a guess.
Okay.
Okay, no time. Bye.
Hale.
You
okay.
got it right. Let's go.
Final match here for week number 2, day number 4, and I'm joined in by Tiger here next to me from Hale Esports. I'm joined in by our amazing translator. Now, congratulations! In the past 2 days, yesterday and today, you managed to obtain 5 winner chicken dinner together with your team, and of course, totaling up to 6 winner chicken for the whole week, which is the most amount of winner chicken dinner by any team throughout the whole 2 weeks we've seen before. So, how are you feeling? How's the team feeling right now? After such an amazing streak throughout the 4 days.
ก่อนอื่นก็ต้องขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับสำหรับการที่ได้ชิงไก่มาได้ถึง5ตัวภายในระยะเวลาตั้งแต่เมื่อวานแล้วก็วันนี้แล้วก็รวมทั้งหมดก็เป็นทั้ง6ตัวแล้วถือว่าเยอะมากสุดเลยแล้วก็อยากรู้ว่าตอนนี้ทีมรู้สึกไงบ้างแฮปปี้ไหมกับผลการแข่งขันในวันนี้
รู้สึกดีใจมากครับเราไม่คิดว่าเราจะทำได้ดีขนาดนี้เพราะว่าวันที่2เราแบบแย่มากครับแต่แบบวันที่3เราใจมาแล้วทำให้วันที่4เราแบบมาเรื่อยๆครับขอบคุณครับ
He's really happy with the result for today, and for the second day, he was very upset or disappointed for the result. But anyway, they managed to make it well for today, and very happy with that result.
Yeah, and most likely, I think you have every right to actually be happy now, knowing that you will not be playing tomorrow. You have already completed all your matches for this week number 2 itself. Do you think any of the teams will be able to actually overtake you at the end of tomorrow itself?
ก็เป็นทราบดีว่าวันนี้ก็เป็นวันแข่งขันของเราวันสุดท้ายแล้วพรุ่งนี้ก็จะเป็นการพักของเราละคิดว่ามีทีมไหนไหมที่จะมาล้มตำแหน่งของเราไปได้ไหม
มีครับอาจจะเป็นเฟสแข่งครับเพราะว่าพรุ่งนี้เขายังเหลืออีก6เกมครับเราต้องแบบรอดูครับ
So he think that it might be face can because they still have the match for tomorrow. They might make it to the first place tomorrow, but he's not pretty sure about it.
Okay, all right. There's a lot of uncertainty going on as well. Now, you did mention that you were a bit disappointed by performance at the early stages of the week itself, but how are you like proud of what you have achieved at the end of this whole week for week 2?
ต่อให้เราจะมีการผิดพลาดบ้างในวันที่ 2 แต่คิดว่าสำหรับการแข่งขันที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยเรามีความรู้สึกไงบ้างพึงพอใจกับผลงานแล้วหรือยังครับ
พึงพอใจมากครับเพราะว่าไม่คิดว่าจะได้ขนาดนี้ครับ
So he's very satisfied with the performance and he's beyond their expectation as well.
Oh, wow. I guess this is something that as a team you did not expect to achieve such a great result, but amazingly you guys did it. So you guys deserve to be happy from all this. And of course, last but not least, anything you want to say to all your fans out there who've been supporting you guys, not just for this week, but also throughout the whole weeks in your journey here at PMSL?
สุดท้ายแล้วมีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงแฟนๆบ้างไหมครับที่คอยส่งกำลังใจให้เราอยู่ตอนนี้
ขอบคุณแฟนๆนะครับที่เชียร์เฮียวอีสปอร์ตครับฝากเชียร์พวกเราต่อไปแล้วก็ทีมไทยอีก3ทีมด้วยนะครับขอบคุณครับ
So thank you for keep supporting Hell Esport and anyway please support another team from Thailand as well.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So I guess thank you so much, Tiger, for the amazing response. Not only that, he would like to say thank you so much to everyone, but also for all those fans out there, be sure to support the other teams from the same country as well. So thank you so much, Tiger. Thank you so much, for the amazing translation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our interview here for today. So we're going to be passing it over back to our amazing commentators, and we're going to have a rest for the day. All right. Take care, everyone.
Wow, I mean, like, I like how Tiger is making it short and sweet, even though the question is way longer than his answers. But are you sure about trying to support other Thai teams because FaZe will overtake them tomorrow?
Yeah, there's a possibility. But what I noticed about if you interview any Thai team, they will always have that please support other Thai teams as well. That's an interesting thing about the Thai region, right? It feels like they're very close-knitted.
Yeah, they're very strong bonding between the community and the players, and they're very open for each other as well. It means like they are the one that, you know, you might be my foe in the game, but you are my friend, a very close friend in reality as well. So they keep the bond and keep the trust between themselves. And that's a good step or something that we should learn from the Thai region.
Yes, maybe that's why they help each other, well, not literally helping in game, but maybe they help each other from a motivation wise, and that's why they are up there together bringing the Thai flag. Looking good so far for them.
Yep, I think that's it. It's going to be our last map for the day. We're going to have a wrap. This is Chichu and SirCloud signing off. Thank you guys that have been sticking with us. We saw all your chat. We really appreciate all the good and the bad of it. We still love you anyways. So be sure to stay tuned. Tomorrow will be the last day, week 2. See you guys tomorrow. Be on time. Bye.